And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is that time of the day again, and it is that man of the moment again. So the time and the moment your company required are all matters Nigeria related. This is what we usually do here. An open microphone session. So the open microphone is the link that says hyperlink on your screen. So just click on it and then you come interact with the session just as soon as I've delivered the talking points. That is how it works, unique and peculiar to this space. One man went to mow, one man to his friends, one man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. Ìgbàlà tí ẹ lè hehehe. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Alaafin OLUBADAN barred from LEKAN SALAMI Stadium inauguration. So the very last critics of the Buhari administration the Oyo space get their comeuppance as again Alaafin OLUBADAN barred from LEKAN SALAMI Stadium inauguration. So we'll find out exactly why the royalties were barred from the inauguration of that stadium located within their own domain. So we look into that as I wait for the other storyline to load. So before that loads, let me go to this. 2023, don't allow Atiku waste your ticket. Group cautions PDP. So Atiku thrusting for that space again, but is it now just once too many? Is it now like a busted flush, essentially, is what this group is suggesting. So quite why they are suggesting that, we'll get into that. Power Minister MAMMAN collapses, hospitalized after Buhari sacked him. So all of that dollars trickling out of his hand. So you already know the reasons why he collapsed. So we go through that too. So that this is quite pertinent and quite telling on the Nigerian space. This next headline. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC allocation. This is the Commissioner of Finance for Adamawa State saying this. So Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC allocations, a headline attributed to a commissioner from that space. So the state now gets its full complement from the federal coffers, but the contribution of Adamawa to the federal coffers is less than 20% of what it gets back. So the milking of the South, an example. So we go through that too. And then we go through a headline that, let me see, I did have it lined up, but it seems to have disappeared. But it is essentially Malam Buhari calling NNAMDI Kanu a thief. So let me just see if I can bring that out. Here it is. So here it is, and this is it. Or I did have it up. Yes, IPOB not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. No less a person than Buhari saying this. IPOB not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. A headline attributed to Buhari. So we'll find out exactly why the Malam is saying that too. So plenty to go through. Your company required, your contributions required, your input required, and that is done via that hyperlink that says StreamYard on your screen. So click on that hyperlink and come and interact with the session. But before we get into the fullness of it, let's get a little bit of a rendition of the Python dance song. Python dance once, Python dances twice, another Python dance.
Do I call Omeriwo Nindizu Oniroya Abakare Mama Daora Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi bu onyedu aimo Omeriwo Nindizu Oniroya Abakare Mama Daora Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two, now Python dance three. Olabori Meri Nandi.
And there you are. Python dance once, Python dance twice. NNAMDI ti win a war. So NNAMDI ti win a war. As guys, I bring you this. The first headline, Alaafin OLUBADAN barred from LEKAN SALAMI Stadium inauguration. So quite why now, let's find out. The Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, and the OLUBADAN of Ibadan land, Oba Saliu Adetunji, could not gain access to the LEKAN SALAMI sports complex on Wednesday evening. The monarchs, who were there for the commissioning of the newly remodeled stadium, however, left in anger after they were prevented from entering by security operatives. The prominent traditional rulers had gone to the stadium with their aides, but were made to wait for almost half an hour. The security agents at the gate were also said to have insisted that just one of the aides would be allowed to go in with each of the monarchs. Sources at the scene said there were a lot of confrontations and heated conversations at the gate, and the monarchs left the venue in anger. Bear with me, a lot of pop-ups on the screen. However, the spokesman for Olubadan, Chief Adeola Oloko, confirmed the incident. Responding to questions concerning the shabby treatment of the monarchs, Oloko said, "Very true, despite having entry requirements." Oloko added that Governor Seyi Makinde had nothing to do with the ugly incident. He commended the governor for a good job, but blamed overzealous security agents for what he called lack of discretion. The spokesman for the Alaafin, Bode Durojaye, also confirmed the incident. He said, overzealousness of the security agents there prevented the Alaafin from entering. I did not go, but I have just been briefed. So the Alaafin of Oyo, this is the person we're talking about, and the Olubadan, the Olubadan of Ibadan land, this is what we're talking about, were prevented by DSS agents, operatives of a man called Yusuf Bichi, from entering a stadium in Ibadan land. So this is what is going on in Nigeria. The Alaafin of Oyo and the Olubadan were prevented from entering a stadium in Ibadan land by operatives of a man that calls himself Yusuf Bichi. So this is what we're contending with. I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential race. Akeredolu being coy, despite the fact that posters of himself, campaign posters of himself, and Malabuni as a ticket have been circulating around the Nigerian space. I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. Akeredolu makes a coy response to that question. Ondo State Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu has distanced himself from promotional activities linking him with the 2023 presidential election. The governor, in a statement by his chief press secretary Richard Olatunde, said he had nothing to do with the pseudo campaigners. In the last 2 weeks, campaign posters and flyers urging Akeredolu to contest the next presidential election had dotted a section of the social media. The latest poster depicts Akeredolu and Buni joint APC ticket. Alhaji Miamala Buni is the governor of Yobe State and doubles as chairman of APC caretaker/extraordinary convention planning committee. But Akeredolu spokesman described the development as a needless distraction. Undoubtedly, the development is no less a needless distraction, even though Mr. Governor's constitutional rights, qualification, and competencies are not in doubt. This does not represent in any manner his immediate political disposition. For emphasis, Governor Akeredolu, who has been re-elected, wishes to be left to focus on deepening good governance in Ondo State. So there is Akeredolu now being coy after having put his name out in the media space. We've seen this before severally. We just did it with Oshibajo not that long ago when he put out a poster and then coyly distances himself from it. One person, though, that people don't want to see on a poster come 2023. 2023, don't allow Atiku waste your ticket. Group cautions APC. So Atiku, of course, already politicking to that space, but people alarm 2023, don't allow Atiku waste your ticket. Group cautions APC. Supporters of the People's Democratic Party, under the aegis of PDP Action 2023, has appealed to the party to avoid repeating the mistake of wasting its presidential ticket on former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The group made the appeal in a statement titled Atiku should not waste PDP ticket again, signed by its national chairman, Dr. Rufus Omere, in Abuja on Wednesday. Omere said the PDP Action 2023 wants once again that to give Atiku Abubakar another chance as PDP presidential candidate is to ensure a clear defeat for the PDP in 2023 and admonishes the former Vice President of Nigeria not to deceive PDP members a second time. In our last press statement, we frowned at Atiku for abandoning PDP members by running away to live in Dubai after the elections, shielding himself from the PDP members only for him to resurface now that the presidential primaries are at hand. In his response, we are surprised Atiku claimed that his absence. In his response, we are surprised Atiku claimed that his absence from Nigeria for so long was to acquire a degree from Cambridge University. On the contrary, the entire country is aware he relocated to Dubai, where he even had his highly advertised COVID vaccination, even before the vaccine was available to ordinary Nigerians. The group further said it is disingenuous for Atiku to claim that he was in school in Cambridge, London, when he actually lived in Dubai. Cambridge, of course, not in London. If he enrolled in Cambridge University for a part-time course, he could have as well done the program from Nigeria. Attempts to get a response from the media office of the former vice president were futile. Calls to the mobile telephone number of the media advisor Mazi Paul Ibe indicated that it was switched off. A response to a text message sent to him was still being awaited at the time of filing the report. So distance yourself as far as possible from Atiku is the recommendation of a concerned PDP group. Shortly after sacking by Buhari, former Nigerian Power Minister MAMMAN collapses, rushed to hospital. So all those dollars escaping just suddenly out of the blues, of course, you would collapse too. Shortly after sacking by Buhari, former Nigerian Power Minister Saleh MAMMAN collapses, rushed to hospital. Former Minister of Power Saleh MAMMAN collapsed and was rushed to an Abuja hospital on Wednesday after he received news that he was relieved of his ministerial job by President Muhammadu Buhari. Correspondents report. Mamman had served as power minister since 2019 until he was fired on Wednesday as Buhari conducted a minor rejig of his cabinet members. According to correspondents, a source revealed the former minister did not expect to be shown the door, therefore was shocked at receiving the news. He was said to be receiving treatment in an undisclosed hospital at the Federal Capital Territory FCT. He collapsed yesterday and was immediately hospitalized. He wasn't expecting to be fired so soon. The source was quoted as saying, the nature of Maman's ailment was not immediately the nature of Maman's ailment was not immediately clarified to the newspaper, and his spokesman did not return a request seeking comments. Maman was said to have been living at Transcorp Hilton in Abuja for more than 3 weeks on the bills of some powerful interest in the power sector who were hoping he would still be in office to be able to award lucrative contracts to them. He has been living permanently at Transcorp Hilton since August. His bills were being covered by elements in the power sector who were looking forward to more lucrative contracts before the bad news of his dismissal struck yesterday. The source was quoted as saying, the ailing ex-minister has been reported to be nursing a governorship ambition in Taraba State by 2023. So, of course, he was using the power sector to gather the dollars for the election thrust. But alas, the axe was wielded and off with his head. To hospital as the dollars fly away, and to the hospital as the dollars fly in. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC allocations. It is the Minister of Finance of that space that is speaking. The Adamawa state government said it plans to increase its internally generated revenue as an alternative to the monthly Federal Account Allocation Committee. Ishaya Ishaya Dabari, the state finance commissioner, said currently Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC from the state's IGR. Right now, our internally generated revenue is very poor because up till today, we are not generating up to 20% of our FAAC allocation, Dabari said. The commissioner said the plan was to reduce the state's reliance on FAAC through developing its livestock industry and agribusiness in general. The last 3 months, from April, June, and July, during the Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting, is enough of a lesson for the state government to hasten its agri-business program because over 80% of the monthly amount distributed were from non-oil sectors. In fact, even in July, the NNPC contributed less than 10%. If the federal government is responding to non-oil based economic sectors for revenue generation, same also with Adamawa State, Mr. Dabari said. He added that in line with his agri-business plan, the state government had keyed into Buhari's regime's Ruga program to boost livestock business for economic development. Beside livestock, there are other beside livestock, there are other agricultural products, but the focus will be on livestock, which include cattle, goat, sheep, pig, and poultry, Mr. Dabari said. He said the plans are on ground. The state economy will increase by 50% in the next 2 years through a substantial revenue from agriculture-based business. In line with this development, the state government has commenced and done all the needful, including legal requirements, to launch a 25 billion naira bond. So 25 billion naira bond are more for you if you invest in that space. People that cannot generate nearly 100% of the needs of their state are now wanting to generate 25 billion investment funds from the open market. So more fool you if you invest in that space. A fool and his money soon parted. So a fool and his money soon parted. As we land on this now, the last story, IPOB not struggling for freedom but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. Headline attributed to Buhari. So let me just get this properly lined up because it's a fairly thin font. The presidency has slammed the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, saying the group are thieves who unleash terror. The presidency has slammed the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, saying the group are thieves who unleash terror on the southeast and the south-south. In a statement released by Buhari's media aide Gabashewu on Sunday, August the 29th, President Buhari pointed out that it is important both Nigerians and the international community to appreciate that there are a multitude of factors responsible for the worsening insecurity in Nigeria. Attempts to simplify the reasons for insecurity into basic narratives may help raise donor dollars for international NGOs, fill pages of overseas newspapers, and burnish foreign politicians' faith credentials, Buhari said. But this does not increase understanding nor offer solutions. If anything, simplistic theorizing and finger pointing make the situation worse. In the southeast, IPOB is not struggling for freedom when they attack police stations and property, but rather committing acts of terrorism to steal money. IPOB is not defending Christians as their highly paid foreign lobbyists claim when almost every citizen of those states they terrorize are uniformly Christians. Speaking about herder farmer crisis, the statement added, there are no religious connotations at all when the primary purpose of these acts is to extract money. Then the herder farmer clashes, while the international voices and some Nigerian politicians who seek personal gain from division declare this as a matter of religion. For those involved, it is almost entirely a matter of access to water and land, he stated. Herders have moved their cattle into contact with farmers for millennia, but increasingly, due to population pressure, escalating aridity of northern states, and climate change, they are forced to travel further south to find grazing lands. So this is the response now of Malam Buhari trying to rebrand his administrations now at the 11th hour of that administration. So, Ovie, what says you to the excuses of Malam Buhari? Ola, we see you. Ajale Koko, good to see you. Ovie, to you first. Hopefully, you know how the microphone works today.
I hope so too.
Thank God. Hallelujah. Good to have you, Ovie.
Oh man, same here, man. You got it. I tried so hard to come in yesterday.
No. When you left, I'm sure it would have been something so simple that you'd have thought, oh, silly me. Yeah, it's one of those.
I left the house, went into the car just to drive, on my way driving to work to see if I can still get it, but it was just the act.
It was not to be.
These people don't. There are some people, the lives of Ola, Jaleku, all the Yoruba nation here are against me at this point. I can say.
Why are they? They sent your name to village people. Eh?
I don't give them my zip code.
Who your friends?
I don't know.
Make you the Meshanu.
Who your friends?
The Meshanu against Yoruba.
Maybe that is because yesterday's statement where Buhari made. Now one of the statements that will stand the test of time.
Okay, address that then. If you want to address that, address that before you.
Yes, I feel some kind of sorry for, not in a bad way, for Ola yesterday when he was trying to describe the achievement of this government. You are struggling to find word to actually say this is what this man do, and they laugh because there's nothing. What that statement means is that he said in 50 years' time, correct me if I'm wrong, that now we begin to see his benefits of his administration.
No, it did not actually say 50 years. I just added that. It said sometime in the future, but I just, for reasons of, headline.
That is what I've been saying. Anytime when they try to pin me down as in, waiting Buhari don't do. No, it's not about waiting you don't do for Nigeria. Now, what that statement means is that I talk about as time goes on, it will be practically impossible for us to win any election in that country. What that man did was to open the Nigerian space for people to come in anywhere they are in the world, carrying his son in the name of Pentania as a minister of whatever. They give them pin and sitting at any rate. As time goes on, you go to hear millions of Fulanis they come out from that region, and we'll be very that's what I've been trying to say. Say this man with the insult and say no waiting they do. Yes, for Nigeria is a failure, but for his Fulani nation, God damn, I'm sorry for my language. As time goes on, you go feel the impact of this man, and that's exactly what he's saying. As years come, we go see his benefits. We go feel him, whether we like it or not. Now. And the greatest mistake we will make again now, for us to allow him present the next president via his party.
You and this Fulani worship.
No. Because what the next president is coming to do?
The guy was speaking to his mandate, not to what you are trying to.
That is what they want you to see.
That is what they want us to see.
I'm telling you what we are going to feel in the future.
Look, listen. If he was speaking to his people, that you will reap the benefit of the space that I've opened for you in the future, then he doesn't need to say that because they can see the benefit. He is speaking to the wider audience and is speaking to his campaign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We, the rest of Nigeria, will feel his impact negatively or however you want to feel it. What is the impact we are feeling? He has systematically increased their population in thousands, if not millions.
Okay, let's not forget that. Let's not get into that because that is just going to go into a different territory. You
but
said
everything
that
around that, what is going on? Open grace you are talking about, what is it about? It's really around that.
Okay. If that's going to be your response to all the talking points, then So let's go to the talking points.
Okay, what is the talking point?
Yes. It says no, you say this thing.
No,
it's not the truth. It is your truth, and you've told us.
Okay, yes. I know you will hear my truth, but I know say we're going to hear in the future. Now we'll come back to these clips and watch them again.
Hold on, okay, but we don't hear them now. We just not accept them. So you
exactly.
You said it enough for us to have understood, but we're not accepting it. So just let it go. If the future proves you right, then the future proves you right. But nobody is buying into this mastermind Fulani that you come and teach all the time.
I am referring to that because the man, that's what the statement actually represents. That's what I'm saying.
That is your interpretation of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. I never excluded myself in any statement I make.
But that is consistent with your view because you view them in that way. So that is how you would read it. But that is not how I read it.
Okay, let's move ahead.
Okay, this you and
you go see now. We don't
see. But let us see. I don't accept it. They are just dusty. You saw this Fulani, they are just dusty, dirty people. That is
of course, that's what we are saying. That's what they're making us to see. But they are the one ruling us right now. Those dirty, stinky people are the one giving us direction. At this point, as of today. So I mean, I don't know how that I want to be that dirty and be president.
The person ruling us prior to that was a South man, and before him a Yoruba man. So what are you talking about?
What power is all about?
All right, that is your narrative, though.
So let's move on now.
Which you've told us often enough. IPOB is not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. Garba Shehu saying this, so the words of Buhari, armed robber, essentially NNAMDI Kanu and his band of merry men. What is your reading of that interpretation that Buhari is giving to the Eastern movement? And he backs it up with some form of argument, but do you buy it?
I don't buy it because to me it's distraction. It's just distraction. They just want us to just focus on that space.
No, all right.
So
okay,
let
me.
I'm not going to justify.
Are you going to take it back to Fulani again?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what you want me to say? Yes, they are criminals, or no, they are not criminals.
Address it though, rather than.
That's what I'm addressing.
You know why I always have a problem? Why I seem to have a problem with you is because you only seem to have like a binary response to virtually everything. It is either a diversion from what is going on so that they can continue to orchestrate in the shadows, or Fulani. This seems to be the two answers to everything.
One man.
Be topic specific, and we already understand your politics around.
What you just said is ridiculous because the statement starts with Buhari. That's the statement start with Buhari. Now listen, so what do you want me to start from? I should start from a Biden or I should start from a Ghana president?
All right.
Exactly.
I will try not to interrupt you because you complain that I interrupt you too much. So let me not interrupt you.
That space that you put me in, you started to say Buhari accused them. Why will a president be accusing an ordinary citizen and you pay attention to that? You don't read meaning to it. That's the problem I have with you. You don't seem to read meaning to anything. You got to read meaning to why is this man saying this? What is the whole point? President don't get anything to that. Say, okay, we'll carry on a criminal. Just like that, with everything that is going on. There's more to it than what he just said. And you now, if you say I should disagree with him, you went ahead and say, oh, he backs his claim with evidence. So how do you want me to say no or yes to that? Rather, I focus on why this is happening. Me saying yes, they are criminal.
Why do you think it's happening?
And I'm telling you, to us, it's distraction. It is distraction to me. The man is in prison already. They are trying him. All this bringing out and saying this is just to poison his followers against him. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
I mean, who you want to say they are criminals? What do you mean by they are criminals? We have people ravaging the country who are terrorists as far as I'm concerned. You don't pay attention to them. 200 million kids have been snatched away. Great have been going. You say that Kanu is a criminal. Okay, yes, he's a criminal.
You know what I think he's doing. What shall I tell you how I think this article is pointed? Because I'm not sure if you heard me reading it, maybe you did not, and that might well account for your response. But it says attempts to simplify the reasons for insecurity into basic narratives may help raise donor dollars for international NGO, fill pages of overseas newspapers, and burnish foreign politicians' faith credentials. So that is what he's saying. So that is why I said pay attention to the details of it. He's not actually so much speaking to the Nnamdi Kanu essentially. He's speaking to that narrative and where the space that it occupies within the international space. There are a lot of people that are saying that it is a faith-based thing. And a lot of people in America, in Europe, etc., they are going with that narrative. So it is to that space that is trying to rescue it from. So it is to an international support of Nnamdi Kanu that they are trying to tackle. That this guy, if you boil it down, that you cannot give it a religious coloration when all of their activities of ESN are largely, if not solely, within their own region, which is predominantly, if not entirely, Christian. So it is to that argument that they are trying to tackle, and they are speaking it to the international space. So that is why I said to isolate it to the topic, you know.
One man, I seriously understand what you are saying, but you should understand me as a person. I'm not just a Nigerian. You understand? I heavily invested in that Nigerian space via my time and pay attention to detail how things go on. So it is going to be very hard for me to be now be speaking in all this as a third party or from person who is seeing it as an alien. No, I am part and parcel of what is going on. Now, if I should take that narrative you want me to take, which I believe over 90% of people who are on this panel will go that route, either say yes is wrong, or no, either yes is right, or yes is wrong, no is wrong. That is where I don't want to. I just want to see it. As I said, I invested my time
from your own point of view. Okay.
Exactly. So it's not that I'm saying what you put out there, I don't see it. No, I'm just saying, why would this be going on at this critical time? This is the most critical time in our country right now. I mean, that is what you are paying attention to.
Is it not a hot burning topic? You know, they are having a sit at home again on Monday.
Which I 100% support, admire, and if there's any way I can
I'm saying that it's a hot burning topic. It's a current situation that they're addressing.
Yes, and this topic is between them and the state. So either way you see it, I'm one party or the other.
Oh, okay.
So I have to see it from so that's the angle I'm speaking from. I'm not saying the detail that's in there. I mean, it's obvious to a Nigerian. It's obvious that all these things that from one way of propaganda I mean, we know exactly what that part of religion is fighting for. We all understand. We all can feel it. One way or the other, we can relate to what they are going through. So for you, anybody to come and say, "Oh, this is this. I mean, I won't buy. Yes,
so, but are they right?
Those things are not happening. They are.
Are they right in trying to remove the religion, the religious connotation, because they are trying to tackle the religious connotations? Because the IPOB movement has a religious coloring internationally, where they are saying that Christians have been attacked. So they are trying to address that space. Are they right in trying to address that space? Or is it essentially a religious thing?
I mean, I think for now you know my stand, my view on religion again in that regard. For me, if they can, I think what they are doing now, what's happening with the sit down and everything, has nothing to do with religion. They are actually I think they are beginning to see that religion is a problem today. Yes, if they succeeded in turning the religion lights off, I think it will be better for them and better for all of us too. Because at this point, this is a matter of direct life and death. Religions, all other things that they are trying to better take or add in, they are directly the problem we are facing. If we face these people for who they are, whoever our enemies, we face them directly, forget religion, forget where it belongs to. We have a clear path of where we are going or the result, if there's any result that we have achieved so far. But for all this point of bringing religious or nine, they make or just the docile. So that's one reason why I'm trying to shy away from that. I understand the narrative. Okay, yes, it is. The instance, of course, predominantly by Christian, they are very connected to the Catholic Church in particular. I understand all that, but that is the problem. They are actually manipulating that region.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ovie. Let me bring you this next story. You see this next story, Ovie? It is not really just the specific story itself, but what it exemplifies. It speaks to that space of what we have been saying, that a good 80% of the Nigerian space is being carried by no more than 20% of the Nigerian space. And this next narrative, it speaks to that space. So this is really why I'm bringing it. So that is how I'm saying it, but I'm curious to hear how you are saying it. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC allocations monthly. FAAC allocations. So this is the Commissioner of Finance for Adamawa saying this. FAAC, of course, Federal Accounts Allocation Committee. That is where they share monies at the federal government to the states to go and administer their states. So what the Commissioner of Finance of Adamawa State is saying is that his state is not generating up to 20% of what they get from the federal government monthly. So let's say they are getting 100 naira, they are only able to contribute to the Nigerian coffers 20 naira. So just speak to that space, that lack of ability to stand on their own, which in fairness applies to most of the states in Nigeria.
Yes. And that's why I question the rationale behind regional autonomy or state policing, without actually shooting for the elephant in the house, which is state autonomy. They are pushing for state policing and regional. Push for state autonomy. When you push for state autonomy, everybody will stand on his own. Let us be the one. I mean, again, for me to stress this point I'm trying to make, if the law says that the lands of the Nigerian space belongs to the state government, that the state governors, the state government has total control of the land, and me and you, we agree that the only way you can make anything happen in any way is on land, is via land, water, whatever it is, economy, whatever you want to be, you have to start with land. So why not we now say, okay, if we have the total control of our land, let us just go for the big shot. Give us state autonomy. Let us be the one contributing to the state. So everybody will develop at his pace. The Taraba guy is saying? It's obvious to anybody who understands how the Nigerian state works. State no they do anything. Even my state, those states, what actually our contribution to the federal government? When you want to follow it that way, we fall into that category too. But trust me, if we have state autonomy, I will focus my energy to develop those states on my local government. We will see, let me just be a particular guy. We will see skyscraper coming up into our own ability and our knowledge. The abad that we are talking about today is the way it is because largely it's controlled by the federal government. So why people they shoot for state policing? I don't see the logic in that. How does that help me to move forward? Because at the end of the day, whatever we generate, we'll go give the Lord first, the king where they are.
It's a case of why go out to earn when food is being delivered to your door every day. Imagine a state not contributing up to 20% of what it is receiving from the central pool.
Yes, and again, they
are doing well, because I'm sure there are states that are contributing even less, if not nothing.
Right now, that is the difference. That is slight difference between the American Constitution and the Nigerian Constitution. That we just decided to. I think it's deliberate too. Maybe the elite know this. That's why nobody is pointing at it. That we should have our own state autonomy, because that's how it is obtained in every democracy that I know. Like every state, yes.
Let me interject.
Okay.
See. They be asking for state autonomy for a very long time. Don't get it. Ask if state security is part of it. Why the state police is so loud, or is louder now, is because of the insecurity. So state police has always been part of the package. When you look at the constitutional review they were doing, before Atiku, because he was desperate and he introduced Otam. You understand, to dabaru everything. It has always been part of the package. So
okay. Yeah, maybe yes, maybe because of the voice against the state police now is louder. And don't you think that, Ola, don't you think that this insecurity that we are seeing, I think,
1 minute?
Let me address Ola then so that I won't be throw off my what I'm talking. So Ola, don't you think that this insecurity that with states, because now the federal government don't successfully take the problem to the state and state problem, they have to take care of their insecurity. That's why this state policing is loud. Don't you think that is deliberate? These governors are just allowing, because now from the northern part of you now, the rate they are kidnapping and all that, it is very loosey that the state is actually pointing towards the bandits. Not even Boko Haram, and the bandits are determined. Close your school, do all that and all that. And they are falling again. Don't you think that is deliberate so that this state policing can be achieved?
No. It's not deliberate. It's only that people are reacting to it. When you look at those bandits, what's their purpose? For example, these people want to grab land. They want to grab land. So you can't say state cannot sponsor bandits. State cannot sponsor bandits against themselves to grab land. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. I understand what you are saying, but what I'm saying is that why is this press for state policing is so high is because of the insecurity that we are experiencing, right? From who? When Boko Haram were doing what they do best during Goodluck Jonathan, I don't think anybody was calling for state policing. I could be wrong.
It has always been, yeah. They call for state policing, yeah.
No,
it was part of the deliberation in the 2014 confab. Afenifere and those people from the southern region, they've never for once missed that opportunity of calling for the state police.
Okay, but for me again, I think it makes more sense when you go for the total package rather than fighting for using the same energy to fight for just segment or segment. I know it takes time.
All right,
so sorry. So that's the only solution. That's the only way to actually tackle what that guy from the Taraba is saying, that state that contribute 10%, 20%, whatever. So, and it's going to continue. That's why we operate under this system. It is going to continue.
Okay, let's
state like Lagos, state like Delta, Rivers, and the one behind the front here.
All right, okay. Let Adian Lekoko, let him chime in, and then I want to bring you one more thing that speaks to that criminality that Buhari was talking about. Adian Lekoko.
Ovie, yes. You see, the call for restructuring is meant for every state of the federation or region, we want to call it. If you don't want to call it state, let's say our region, under which the state for is to develop at their own pace and do things for themselves in such a way that is good for their progress. And restructuring bring all that packages, state police, control of resources, border control, and
I understand, but don't you think all those things are just? I understand that. Yes, that's another way, going segment by segment, step by step. But what I'm saying is that why spending this so much time, energy, lives, pursuing statements? Let them just go all out. We want our state autonomy. Period. Nothing.
Hold on.
Now,
Buhari is the problem. Buhari is the problem because he promised. Hold on. Buhari is the problem. He promised restructuring before the election of 2016. He said he's going to restructure. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
2015. Allah, thank you. So he promised. Hold on now. Hold on. He promised restructuring, and he failed to carry out that restructuring, and that is why we are suffering. today.
Now,
If
yes,
hold on now. Na me they interject.
No, you are making the same narrative that Buhari is the poor, Buhari is the poor. He has promised. Politician, now, if you believe in politician promise, that's your problem. That is your problem. Or, push him in a way that it's a give and take thing. The elite will not say, oh, just because you promise to secure their bank, they will support you. No. They will
don't call it a promise. It's a contract.
How? Is it not a promise?
It's manifesto. It's part of the manifesto. It's a contract between a political party and the Nigerians.
Yes.
So it's not just a promise.
Listen, I agree with you. But I am telling you, this is the way for you to get me to do something. I promise I will give you this. If you don't push me, give me some, put some things together for me to do better. If you just believe that I will do it, then at your own risk. That's exactly what is happening.
So they are not pushing Buhari enough. They are not pushing it.
Listen, no. Do you know why I said we should not say, oh, now Buhari for? Because the next president that is going to come is going to promise the same thing. And trust me, it's not going to do it. So now,
hold on, let me tell you what restructuring will have done. Restructuring will have solved most of the problem that we are talking about today. Hold on.
I am not disagreeing with what.
Hold on now. You said we are not pushing. Hold on. If we have restructuring, or we are operating under restructuring now, the insecurity problem will have been solved because the state will have
I'm not a wisher. Stop wishing. It's not happening.
Hold on, man. Hold on. This is not wishing. We are talking of what will have solved the problem because you are saying
what would have. It is not what is happening now. Forget what would have. It's not happening. So
you are saying that we are not asking for much. You said instead of state police, why didn't we ask for everything for us to control ourselves? And I'm telling you that Buhari is the problem. If Buhari has implemented restructuring, the insecurity will have solved because all the states will have been have the power to control the police, their own police that will have gone into the bush to fight these terrorists. This issue of economic, the problem that the Adamawa finance minister is talking about, they will have sought for a way to survive on their own economically instead of depending on there will be this federal allocation again. Every state we have to find a way to make their economic survivor.
Yes, I agree with you. Would have. That's would have. It's not happening. And I'm telling you why it's not happening.
Okay, what is your suggestion? What is the way out?
Listen, allow me to talk. This is how it works.
That's what I'm interested in. What's the way out?
How do you make a politician respect his promise? Because, as I said, I keep saying that politicians are for sale. Now, it's between the poor, with the masses are voting, and the elite. Guess how the elite are making sure that the politicians do what they promise they're going to do for them. They go with every propaganda they know about that politician. They threaten him. They have evidence at stake on their table. They make him sign. You think, what is it called? The Dangote will give you for $500 million, $1 billion without you actually sign and say, yes, you could do this thing for him.
So you are not blaming Buhari for the problem?
Listen, Buhari, you say something that he promised.
So, are you saying they are blackmailing the politicians? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying they are blackmailing?
If you allow me, if all these questions will be answered on my point, just allow me to talk. You understand? Now, if you agree that's how these elites get their own contracts done, why is it that they will just come promise us, we will do this, we just agree? No! You won't do this. Okay, as if we should have something concrete before you give person your vote, before you give 4 years of your life. Don't just give them because they come promise you something. You know, go do them. Guess what? Why I say would they blame Buhari for this? The next president is not going to be Buhari. It's either going to be Igbo man, somehow, whatever, and it's going to make the same promise. Trust me, the same promise. Is he going to do it? No.
No, I think you have been a bit unfair there, Ovie. That Obasanjo somewhat, to some extent, delivered on his campaign promises, as did Goodluck Jonathan. So I don't think
What are the
well, Nigeria propelled forward. Obasanjo cleared Nigeria's debts. He recalibrated the country.
In all fairness, Obasanjo took power from the military.
Yes.
At that point, whatever he do, we could praise him. We don't get choice.
Did he not do any good?
Wait,
Obasanjo.
I agree with
because you are saying that they all make false promises and not deliver.
You know the problem with it. You know what we are getting here.
No, because you
make a statement. You make a statement. You don't expect anybody to challenge. I don't even challenge your statement too. I just they give you reason why, which you cannot say. Oh, that's a lie. That's why you did struggle with me. Yes, Obasanjo. What?
Don't you think it's a matter of competency? Than just saying they won't do it.
Entirely what it is, competency.
We will get there. You understand? I will get to competency. You understand? Obasanjo, yes, to fairness to round.
We'll get there next week, eh?
What this is a guy that went to the international space and was calling Angela Merkel the vice chancellor of West Germany. So
you are I am not saying
and he was talking about Deutschmark. He was talking about Deutschmark in 2016. Deutschmark.
One man.
Competency. That's the state.
What of when he called COVID-19, COVID-19?
COVID-19. You know, it's just a matter of Mike is exactly right.
I talk now. I beg. Let me talk. No.
We get your point.
No, you don't. That's not fair. That's not fair. No.
Okay, carry on.
I mean, why do you want me to sit here if you don't want me to make my point? You don't have to agree with it.
You make your point. You don't make more than 2 points, as I said, but make the point again.
Because yes, Buhari will come and go. I'm telling you how politicians work. I will come and promise the same thing I will structure Nigeria. But guess what? We all know that if we restructure Nigeria, who is going to be the biggest loser? Nothing will be the biggest loser. So I just
no. Nobody will be the loser. Trust me. Trust me, man. Nobody will be a loser.
Mike, please, when you get to your turn, you speak. Okay? Please,
I'm telling you, nobody will be a loser.
Okay, I agree. Okay. So let me continue. Nobody will be a loser.
You don't continue. You just talk around circle. You know, statement they make any points. Now story just they tell us, man. Make a point over here. I beg. I don't know you. I never see you make one single point.
Let me put it to you guys direct. As soon as no book you are this smart is, look at our president. Now make our president. That's how smart Nigeria is. So blaming for who you are, you're actually blaming yourself. That man did not make himself a president. You make him the president. And guess what? You are going to make another man who is more docile than him the next president. That is the
that doesn't mean that when the president is not performing well as a promise that we should not speak now. What are you talking about?
It is your responsibility to elect a competent man. It is your responsibility to make sure he performs. It is not his responsibility. It's your responsibility. My responsibility.
When we put the competent people in place, when we present competent people, they don't allow, they rig the election. First of all, we the people. Listen, Ovie. Let me tell you something about Nigeria.
No.
Ovie, wait now. Let me tell you something about Nigeria.
No, how do they rig election? How?
Did you say
if you're not PDP or APC, they will rig your party. They rig somewhere now. Come on now.
APC,
you're telling me you only make 40,000 votes?
Listen, APC and the PDP now waiting. Are they Ghanaians? Are they not me and you?
No, let me tell you. Ovie, let me tell you something.
Listen.
Ovie, let me explain PDP and APC to you. You're saying we should go and vote. Wait now.
Answer my question.
Okay, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Let me ask it now. Let me ask it. You know, one answer question where they never.
You ask me a question, but you want to answer the question for me? Let me answer your question now.
I am asking. Let me answer you. Let me ask you the question.
You told me to answer your question, and you're telling. Wait, listen to me.
No,
Mike, come on, moderator.
Mike. PDP and APC only exist in our brain, me and you. Do you agree with that?
No.
You don't. So if you don't agree, so APC and PDP now Ghanaian being animals. Is it a structure? Yes, this is in our imagination.
Political parties.
Now me and you be the political party. Me and you. Whether you
no,
like it or
no, I'm not APC, I'm not PDP. What I'm trying to tell you is this, Ovie, listen.
But guess what?
Listen.
That's what I keep saying.
Wait. Anyway,
your action produce Buhari. Your action.
All right. Thank you.
Now the political party, now you go choose who they go. Now the political party choose Buhari, not Nigeria.
political Nigerians like me and you.
Okay,
Woman, can you let this guy allow me to just respond? You know, allow me to talk. I just want to give our question.
Can you all hold on? Can you all hold on, please? Let me hear from David Ejiro, and then we'll move on. So, David, just make a comment on what... No, I want to hear from David because I want... Hold on, let me moderate the program now, please, Ovie.
I don't want to go to that because I want to tell you the truth about that Yoruba
Ovie, you've been on for a good 20-25 minutes, and I don't really know what you have still said, you know, because...
We're not allowed to answer all the topics now.
Look at what Abdul said. Abdul said Ovie is a dribbler. Ovie is a dribbler.
Let's talk about the Yoruba state. Why allow me?
Ovie is a disco dancer. You're a dancer.
Let's talk about the Yoruba people. Let's talk about the Yoruba people. Why they not allow Alaafin enter that stadium?
Well, get tribalism, man. Let's talk
about it.
We're going there.
When Queen from Nigeria 2008, when the Queen visited Nigeria 2008, where you go first?
But Shebi, let me bring the story. So everybody is covered. We're covering the Igbo sector. We are covering the North sector. We are covering the Igbo sector. We are covering the Northern sector, and we are going to Yoruba land. But I want to hear from David first. David, are you with us?
He's not here.
No, David is not here. Okay, Ovie, let me move you on there. Let me hear from Engineer. Engineer, what are you making of Ovie and his usual Maradona answers?
Well, good evening.
Engineer, now Igbo today. Now Igbo man, the engineer today.
That is the future president. That is the vice presidency.
If I say IPOB, you say one family.
Engineer Igbo Kwenu.
Wazobia.
Well, it's an open platform, so everyone can say their mind, they can say their feelings, and to be honest, if we say we should be talking about Nigeria till today, till tomorrow, we'll be frustrated. That's just the basic things. And when it comes to things like this, you know, everyone have their own ideas. They have their own opinion to utter out their feelings. But well, Obe is doing well, to be honest. Obe is saying the truth, but it's just I think he's not making that point to the where people can understand.
It's too raw. That's why I don't think he understand.
He's not making
the problem.
We allow the man talking now.
What he's saying is right, but he's not putting it in the understandable way. That's how I thought. That's how I think.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Engineer. Good to see you. So you've completed Wazobia now, but there's still Edo, and also your mission is not finished yet.
I'm heading there.
You can't even answer me, Engineer, at the vessel. I said only go Kwenu.
Kwenu.
Only go Kwenu.
Kwenu.
All right, Ipokiteko and all that. So Ipokiteko.
Woman, let me answer this question real fast. Let me answer that his question. Saying that we the Nigerian people that are electing the politician, the Buhari. Now, what I'm trying to explain to him,
if you answer him, it will counter you back, and then we'll spend another 20
but
minutes.
That's fine. He can't. He's not going to be able to counter this one. Just going to. Let me just explain. Let me explain something to him. Okay, go. The way Nigerian political process is right now is this: the APC and PDP have agreed that they will be the only ones, right? There will be contestable election and be winning election. Any other party will rig you out. That's for sure. Now he's asking that are we not the people selecting who the candidate will be? No, it's the party that select the candidate. So basically, every election now is the APC that will pick who their candidate will be, whether Buhari or Atiku or whoever the hell, who Nigerians don't even like. And on the other side is the PDP, the PDP that will select who the candidate will be, whether Nigerians people like that candidate or not. So we Nigerians, we don't have a choice but to vote. So we don't pick our candidates. The APC and the PDP are the one that will pick the candidates. If we try to use, let me finish now. If we try to present another candidate now, maybe with a outside party, AAC or a different party, they will rig that person out. The same way they rig your out. You understand? So it's always going to be PDP and APC, and the Nigerian people don't have the power to influence who the PDP candidate or APC candidate will be. It's the cabal among themselves. They will select. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Word, APC and PCB, they deceive you. They are Nigerians that constitute the party. The delegates, whatever. They are Nigerians.
We've had
a group of friends, man.
Mike, we have had this conversation. We have had this conversation with Ovie countless times, so I know almost word for word what he's going to say.
If there's anything that I can claim it is the truth, that is the truth. The political party
what Ovie is trying to say here is, I think what Ovie is trying to say, say before the party will be, exposed, or before the party will be nationalized, that who are the people in that position to vote for the party is me and you. That's what Ovie is trying to say. People.
Hold on, please, everybody. Yeah, hold on, and you too, Ovie.
Nigerians.
Ovie, hold on. What Ovie is saying is that even within the party, the people that are making the selections on who gets the ticket, they are still Nigerians. No different from you and I. That is what Ovie is saying. That everything that happens within the Nigerian space is done essentially by Nigerians. Buhari is a Nigerian, Sekundos is a Nigerian, is you and I in a different space. This is what Ovie is saying. But the counter, that is an unsophisticated argument from my point of view. Because the reality of it is that the people that make these decisions, it doesn't really matter that they are Nigerians. They are vested interest. That is the thing.
Yes.
They are vested interest seeking to self-perpetuate, So there are like about 1,000 of them. Hold on, please, Ovie. There are like about 1,000 of them looking to continue to circle jerk that political space. So they continue to revolve it around them. So there are about 1,000 of them, and that's about X million of us. So the decisions made by those 1,000 of them is to self-succeed. And that self-succession is not so much greed, it's as much greed and as much protection. Take this Buhari situation as an example. They've looted so much that they cannot let an unknown person come into government, because if an unknown person comes into government, the atrocities are such that they will not just end up in jail. A lot of them will end up in front of a firing squad.
It's true.
So they have to. I'm going to remove you if you don't let me speak. Just let me speak. I gave you enough time to speak. So they self-perpetuate in that way. So that is vested interest. And then trying to break that stranglehold is the rest of us. So they are Nigerians, yes, but they might as well not be Nigerians because they are vested interest, So, and once they decide who the candidates are going to be, then your choices are limited to that candidate. So we are essentially a captured people by these people. They will put together something and present it, and then you have to follow through. If you try to wage against it, they will shoot you. If you try to election yourself in, they will rig you. If you try to do anything, they have. So we're essentially a captured people. So they may well be Nigerians, but they are vested interest. That is really where the argument is. So saying they are Nigerians, they are Nigerians, it doesn't really add anything. That is my point. So
I totally agree with what you said. But even with your narrative, there are some keywords I take from there.
Okay.
Which, when we try, they won't let us. Then what we go after, we give up. Again, this 1,000 men that you just described.
No, I'm just using that as a hypothetical.
I know. Yes. That's what I'm saying. This, let's just say on that work. 1,000 people too. What is the criteria to be among those 1,000 people? One, you have to be a Nigerian. Two, you have to have an ambition to either change yourself, change the country, or change whatever. Two, then you have to follow suit. You know that there are going to be obstacles. That's life. Life is never easy. These people will not let you, for a reason you described, that they have stolen so much that they need to protect it. So it now depends on us. Are we just going to allow them to keep going like that? Because they will never stop unless we stop them. I understand.
And how do we do that? Exactly.
First is for us to agree that those set of people are our problem. And it has nothing to do with religion, whatever, because they are one. Related to worship is power. So we have to agree that we, the remaining million, have to agree that we have to see them as they are the enemy. Once we agree them first, then trust me, we
already see them as the enemy. I don't know if you have been paying attention on this platform, but it is clear we see them as the enemy.
Yes, but it's just I mean,
apart
you
from
understand.
you.
No, you understand that. You understand that the Nigeria is bigger than this one. So when I mean not even everybody now, let's say 60% of us who are on that outside, I agree. First of all, we have once we see the idea, we will come together. It's not going to be, oh, we come together today, bam, we get done. No, even within us, we are still going to disagree on how we should achieve that goal. Right? So, but first of all, let's have that cohesion first. That's the challenge we are having. The elite, those few people, so that and they know that our coming together, our cohesion is a problem. So they will keep doing everything, their policy, their whatever they can to keep us docile and destabilized, keep fighting against ourselves, so that they'll keep going. So that's my point there. Those people are exclusive, yes, because we make them exclusive. We fear them, we respect them, we adore them. Whatever
sorry.
You don't understand. Look, these people control the entire process.
Exactly. That's what one man said.
Hold on. From the political party,
yes,
to the INEC,
yes,
everything, they are in control of it.
Yes.
You understand? They are the one that we appoint INEC chairman.
Yes.
They are the one that pay the INEC.
Yes, on that point. But do you agree now that
they are the one that
wait, those people you are describing now, they cannot be successful in their action without using us. You know that. Those few people.
Forget about us. Forget about us, the people.
We are telling you. You cannot forget about. Dialogue. That's where we disagree. We keep trying to exempt our. No, we are succeeding.
If you are talking about us, I'm telling you, we the people don't have no impact. Our impact does not matter.
Yes, stop.
That is what I'm telling you. When it does not matter, so what are we? What effect can we make?
Good, I like that. We have agreed. No, sorry, why, Abokina? One man has successfully just easily break it down to two clubs now. The few rich ones and the rest of us. And as Ajalego rightly said, they control every aspect of Nigeria. Those few people. How are they so successful in controlling those aspects? They are using us, using the rest of us to achieve that. So every way you try to spin it around, we are involved actively.
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough.
These people are successful because they despite the mechanism of divide and rule, their religion, their ethnicity, their whatever. They know that they do whatever it is. The question now remains us: what are we ready to sacrifice? What would it take us to make sure we say?
Okay. Let Ola address that, and please don't let him have a good go before you cut him out. Yeah.
You see, OVA, all those problems that you've identified, Nigerians are aware of it. They are aware of those problems. Get it right. Now, you are asking what Nigerians they be doing. When you have some group of leaders that have already captured the power, captured everything to their own benefit, wait now. Then you have another leaders that are not state actors that have presented themselves for people to follow them. That is where we have NNAMDI Kanu. That is where we have Professor Akintoye and other non-state actors. And Nigerians listening to them, yes. What are they trying to do? They are not facing PDP. For example, you want to become the president, they say bring 50 million. Do you have it? How are you going to raise it? So the next thing to see is that change the process that empower these people. These guys, they are attacking everything wholesale. They don't want to go retail.
How do we change the process?
Let me address that, Ola, and then we need to move on. The way you change the process of it is by gaining power, because it is only power that can change the process.
How do you gain power?
Yes, to gain power, within the system we have in Nigeria, to gain power you have to be corrupt, and to gain real power that would have any effect, you have to be extremely corrupt. So by the time you get to the level that you have the power to effect change, you are too corrupt to effect change. This is what we see. We saw that with Oshiomhole, who started as a trade unionist, but then by the time he got any real power, he was just too corrupt. Akeredolu, just too corrupt. So the power to effect change has to be a real potent power. And before you gain it, they will test you with money, they will test you with human sacrifice, they will test you with all manners of things. And by the time you go through all those things, you're already one of them. So it's a system
exactly.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but at the same time, I admire your use of words when it's convenient. When it's point to the Buhari is incompetent. When it comes to Oshomole, my uncle, the system corrupted him. No, he's incompetent too. If you can be corrupt.
But Buhari is the system. Is Buhari not the system?
These people, one man. I see. It's as if we're either making excuse.
Buhari has been ruling Nigeria since the age 38. He's 80 now.
Because they now
Buhari is the system.
One man. Yes, one man. We keep giving ourselves excuses. See, just as you said, you find it quite obvious. Like there is a problem, and you pointed the problem. The way out of it now is what is that we don't disagree with, or we don't even know. But instead, we feel defeated. We are channeling our energy. No,
we are not defeated, but we don't want to look at unrealistic options. So we want to discard unrealistic options and then open space to then see what is real to rescue ourselves from these people.
And I think one thing that is why these people are ahead of us, why they are so in control, why they are so together, is because they believe in one thing: power. They have that is their God, that is their religion. That's what they think and breathe. So whatever disagreement they have in themselves, once they remember what they are offered, they'll find a way to come together. And I think that is what we need to find. That's why I say one thing that can reunite us is us having a common enemy. We will disagree, just as we are disagreeing here. We will disagree, but what we should never do is to give up. But because anytime I see successionists, anytime I see one, I see people giving up to these few people we know. And again, what baffles me is that we know how they operate. We know how they acquire this power. You just as you say, you know what it takes to get there. Corruption process. We know everything. But instead, we just like, I don't know. So that's where I'm having problem with it. So
can I say something, please?
All right. Sorry, engineer. Before you come in, let's hear from Charlie Boy. Charles.
Yeah,
Charles, you wanted to say, yeah.
I give it over here. Like we should do what they do. If they kill us, we fight them back like they do. We're gone. That's the only way. We should do what they do.
Their rules is that. No religion, no ethnicity. Their religion, they're not our religion. They are God.
Eye for an eye.
Their mission, what keep them together? They don't recognize religion. They don't recognize ethnicities. They just recognize power. So we need to see that too. Forget our religion. We need to see there's power. So
all right.
It's again.
Let engineer interject, and then we move on to another topic. Thank you, Charles. Let's hear from engineer.
Mama, did you see what Sally said?
What is Sally saying?
Said they should keep their power. We want to live. That's it. Defeat. We are being defeated. But do you know
that the language of secession is actually a language of restructuring? People are trying to use their ethnic groupings as an influence to either recalibrate Nigeria or break away. So the secession is really essentially restructuring. Okay. It's for me, that's just my own reading. But let's hear from engineer.
I mean, if it goes that route, I think there's nothing wrong with that strategy.
The thing is, the truth of the matter is, we have Nigerians back home, which are the masses, and we have the leaders who are in power, and we have people in diaspora. But the problem, what you need to understand is the people in diaspora, they are the ones that they can see things and figure it out and say it. You understand? But people, the masses back home, their body, their brain has already accumulated with what is happening on ground.
Suffering and smiling.
Thank you. Suffering and smiling. This is what is happening back home. So regardless of we are the one putting them there, still, when you are in that power,
but to be fair,
there's nothing. The only thing that can change these people maybe is if God or devil kill one of them.
MJ, let me be fair to these people back home. We in diaspora too, now the same thing. No, we they bear whatever they put on us here, just because so now the same symptoms that we they face here. It's not that we were there, it's all rosy.
No, it's not the issue of roses here.
So
the thing is what we can say we have a little bit roses here, but people back home, I'm telling you, they don't have voice to say anymore because they have given up. You understand? It's like they have given up. They know. That's why you see what is happening in Nigeria. People do things on their own. They don't depend on government to come and help them or do anything.
MJ, I disagree with you on this one. Now we give up. That's why we run away. They haven't given up. They have.
There's no even though. Listen, if we come out to talk, all the youth come out. One of the youth will go behind and betray. That's something you need to understand now.
They don't betray Jesus Christ. You have to recognize those characters.
The only thing I will say here, and I always say it every day, is if you can't beat them, you join them.
You join them. That's what I was going to say. There's only two ways. There's only two ways. One man, let me say this. There's only two ways you can take that power. You can get power. One is either you join them, you penetrate the system, or you do a revolution. That's it. But that revolution, I don't see that on Facebook because first of all, the people have to abandon their tribalism and then come together to do that. But that one is not going to happen. So the other way is to join them. I mean, the way someone like Fashola penetrated the system now, you just join them. That's it.
That's what I said. Let's join them, Max. You are right, Mike.
Let me take you to that space then where you want to go. The Alaafin of Oyo. So the Alaafin of Oyo and Olubadan barred from LEKAN SALAMI Stadium inauguration. LEKAN SALAMI Stadium, of course, the heartland. Upshooting. That is their upshooting. I imagine you used to have their matches. So at the heartland of Yoruba land, they were being prevented by operatives of the DSS from entering the state at the Olubadan of Ibadan land, being prevented from entering the stadium in Ibadan by operatives that call themselves DSS. This is Nigeria. What do you make of that?
I mean, it's kind of funny because there are two stadiums in Ibadan. The one that you're talking about, which is the Salami of it, which is Adamansigba, formerly Adamansigba Stadium. Then that of the federal government, which is Liberty Stadium. So this is a state function. Now, state now spend about they spend about 5 billion to renovate, which is rubbish. If it no owe water. So that's maybe I'm a personal grudge to the minister, but this is a state activity now. It's not federal government. So them using a DSS, I kind of I read meaning to it a little bit. Because this is probably now the credit of the minister will be, even though that the state government renovate them, but now the minister being the minister of sport, which is son of the soil. So it's pretty much representing Buhari directly in that space at that time. So DSS stopped Olubadan. That has to do very much with what is going on. If you disagree with me, with this same land grabbing of a thing again, where at this time, so I see it from that angle because it don't make sense to me. Where
I think it's still about that Igboho space. Remember when they went to shoot up Igboho, the Oyo State came out to say, and the Southern Region came out to say that this must never happen again because the state governor was not even notified when they carried out that act that this must not happen again. Hold on, that you must not come into our territory and act in this manner. So I think a lot of this is to double down on their power. That's just my reading. Yeah.
And this again speaks a lot to what I'm saying. How those are way the masses are. How person they another if now passenger they rock now give that order, I understand because I know his connection and he said, but this is another man. It has nothing to do with that. They use people from the soil. Sunday Dara is a minister, and the governor, Makinde, sort of the soil, young people who are enlightened, educated, have so much ahead of their future. They use them, they insult their own institution.
No, I'm not sure that they do. Let me give you this overview. Oloko,
I said that because now their function is a state function.
Let me just add this to what you were speaking to just then. Oloko, which is one of the spokespersons for the Oba, Oloko added that Governor Seyi Makinde had nothing to do with the ugly incident. He commended the governor for a good job, but blamed the overzealous security agents for what he called lack of discretion. So they are exempting Makinde from any blame. So this then locates it centrally, federally.
But it's ridiculous because he's the number one citizen of the state. That's all the power on his hand. And again, this is not Liberty Stadium. This is Adamasigba, now state-owned, state function with state resources. So how you want to exclude Makinde from the old when DSS they come?
Well, the spokesperson of the Oba is exempting him.
I said the same thing we are saying.
And commending him. Yeah.
That's why I said, just like the African proverb that said, the unless you have an enemy within, the enemy outside cannot strive. Now we be the problem. Because I don't understand. If I'm a taxpaying, I am a tax because I've once represented Oyo State. I've lived there for almost a year. Matter of fact, let me use the opportunity to say there is a competition coming up in that stadium next 1st of October. It's going to be, some sort of the company that I run, Village Athletics. So we have a program coming up with that. So I understand that space.
Can you stream it on the platform?
Yes,
if you are able to.
Yes,
if we need to send your person some credit for their phone, we do that. Yeah.
Yes, I will. Of course, I will brief you on what I'm putting together. Just that's why these days I did busy somehow. So I'm putting one or two. So as soon as I'll bring it before you.
All right.
From there. So what I'm trying to push here is that state government activity, not federal government. They do party or anything. No, in a state, it's just like for your house. Now, not like your house. They do party for your pikin. You understand? I can't say because I be governor for that. I say, man, you know if you attend the party. That's exactly what it means. So whatever excuse they want to be, always reinforce what I've been trying to say. We are the problem. These people cannot grab land. They cannot do anything.
What this speaks to, Ove, sorry to interject you. What this speaks to is that they are overreaching over the head of the state position, because the security operatives are centrally controlled from the federal space. And if the people at the heart of the situation are saying that it is not the blame of the governor, and they're even commending the governor, so that then hold on, that exempts the governor. So if it's not the governor's fault, then whose fault is it? The security operatives are centrally controlled. They take directives from Abuja. So that then is the blame in Abuja. So what can be done locally? Well, nothing can be done locally. This is the thing, because they don't control the security apparatus.
Well, man, we are talking about the king,
Yeah, and we know who we're talking about. Yes.
Listen, we are not talking of security men. Buhari stopped Igbo from attending education. Buhari stopping NNAMDI Kanu from.
No, we know it's the king. But what's the great? Yeah.
With everything, if you commit crime, so why you want use? As I said, when this is where state, the citizenry, as it lost their power, when you cannot actually say no to some kind of that is in your own house. If you try this thing for Castina now, maybe talking about the what they talk.
So the Ibadan indigents should storm the stadium. Is that what they're suggesting?
Of course, unless they don't like their royal king. If we say Oba or Benin say Buhari stop and making that stadium where some people no go crazy. I don't see that happening.
All right.
But why you not do anything now? What has it done? That's an embarrassment. You can try to exclude everybody, but it's an insult to that institution and by extension, the Yoruba nation. I'm sorry.
All right. That is your reading.
Yes.
Let me, still within the Yoruba nation, take you now to Ondo State. I am not interested in 2023 presidential election. Akeredolu speaking. Posters of Akeredolu Miamalabuni 2023 surfacing all over the media space, and he coyly now tries to distance himself from it. We just discussed this with Oshibanjo not that long ago. Now Akeredolu throwing his hat into the ring and then coyly stepping back and saying, no, not me. What are you making of it? Akeredolu for president.
It's funny because even though he's interested, what are his chances? But again, I will.
If you don't buy the ticket, you don't win the lottery now. So,
but even though I respect the guy, in these few, past weeks and days, his comments, and I understand it, because he doesn't have anything to contest with 2023. They stand for election, whatever. So he's free to do it. But I still give him that courage, going ahead and passing that, affirming that law that they say they will do on was it yesterday or 2 days ago, signing the open grazing law. I give him that credit, man. I respect him for that. That's a man to me. What happened to the remaining people? I know we should stick on the 2020.
I know. I think they are signing it in bits. Imo State even signed it today. Fulani made. Even he signed it today. So I think they are all Fulani made.
Uzodinma,
yeah.
There's another Fulani made coming in, Andy Uba, Anambra.
Yes.
Made
It'll be interesting to see how they rig that one. And Afghan State, but then
it's gonna be easy now. A normal thing. So it's sad, but again, it's not done. Let me not say it's not done. Let me say how the people will react, because this, NNAMDI Kanu has a lot to say in this one. If NNAMDI give directive, I think the people will carry it out. If they say don't vote for this man, vote for this man, I think they will do it. But it's very interesting.
The moment NNAMDI Kanu endorses a politician, that is the end of the IPOB movement. Yes, that is the end of the IPOB movement. Finito.
But the men are the ticket. How many men are then the ticket? I don't think they are not openly supporting NNAMDI Kanu, so I don't expect him to come out and speak for them in any form. But again, it's do boil down to the citizen. Anambra now, cost state, one of the most important states in the country. If I want to be that exactly. So let me see how they will respond, because they are not just, if they lost the election to APC, they are not just losing that goal, they are losing the whole party. If that guy is dead, and that should be true religion of the first religion of the Igbo people. That party, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, just for reasons of time, a quick thought on this. A satellite group within the PDP alarms to the space. Don't allow Atiku waste your ticket. Group cautions PDP. So Atiku again circling round that PDP ticket, schmoozing and shaking hands and shellacking with all the powers that be. Atiku again on the ballot, but these people are saying enough is enough. They are even querying that Cambridge excuse that he gave for running away from Nigeria. So the alarm not to give Atiku the ticket for 2023. What are your thoughts on that?
I think I'm with those group. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of ticket if they give it to him. I don't see anybody winning even one bit. Unless, I don't know, because APC are not ready to lose the election. That's one thing we should be looking at. True, if they give it to Atiku, I think it's a waste of it.
He can't beat Oshibando. But he can beat El Rufai.
He can't. Nobody beat anybody.
He can beat El Rufai, but anyway.
Why? Where you wanted to I'm sorry. Because again, you have to look at the power that will be behind his opponent. That's another thing you look at, the power that will be supporting his opponent. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a waste of ticket. I've never really seen. I've not seen him ruling that country. I don't. He has got. They don't try already. I think they told him to the face to
But Buhari got it in the 11th hour, so never say never. The one thing that we learned from Buhari is never say never. But let's go on.
I can agree with that. But again, the character involved, they see what's his name, Atiku as a Dahiska, Dambanza, they know no be person will give their mandate. That's what I'm saying here. So I don't know. I don't see how it's going to happen. I'm with those groups. It's a waste of time. Go sit down.
Okay, let me take you to the
money. That's what I'm concerned.
Money counts it. Yeah, go on.
One man, please. I want to advise you not to mention the name and one of these APC men. Don't recommend any one of them for the position of president.
Why?
They have destroyed that country. Whether Oshibajo, Tinubu, they are part of Tinubu's team. Hold on, they are part of Tinubu's team. There's no way you can separate them from. They are part of Buhari's team. There's no way you can separate them from Buhari. Who
in PDP is better than Fashola?
Never mention this or
Hold on, Ovie. Yeah, hold on, Ovie. Adanle Koko. apart from Peter Obi, who we already know you have a soft spot for, who would you mention within the Nigerian space that can be the president, apart from Peter Obi?
We need a technocrat. We need that Adewumi guy, that is in position
African Development Bank.
Yeah. So don't mention.
You forget Showore. You know about Showore already.
Here's my opinion on who we need as a president. We need somebody that can stand, that is ready to die.
Or Showore that is an outsider. So, but mentioning Shibajo and this, look, this is time for us to desist from sentiment.
Ajalekoko, hold on. Speaking to realism, and I know you know what that means. Speaking to realism, which precludes then Showore, Adewumi, Peter Obi, etc. Because we all know that with the way things are, and there's nothing to say that things are going to change between now and 2023. With the way things are, we all know that there's no chance of Showore being the president in 2023, Adewumi or Peter Obi, no chance. So speaking to realism, amongst the people that stand a realistic chance, who do you think will be the best fit? The people with realistic, not Peter Obi. You think he has a realistic chance?
Well, it depends on Nigeria. If Nigeria,
you know that I put a proviso that I try to narrow you down. So stay within the narrowness option that I gave you.
If Nigeria,
just start with the keys.
This is what I believe. Nigeria.
Now we don't have three people talking at once. Now Ajalekoko has the floor. Charles, please. Ajalekoko, sorry.
Very important. The Igbo president, not Nigeria. That's a fact.
All right, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles.
We don't need competence. We need somebody that can challenge the power that be. Because what Buhari don't do, he reinforce those mechanisms where they get. So we don't need somebody that
now. You don't contradict yourself. We don't need competence. We need someone that can challenge.
Can I let me finish?
Can I
clarify that? See, we need somebody who go stand against the already existing structure. As far as I'm concerned, because we must be ready to die, and that's what I see. Person like Tinubu, who know, yes, he's a Muslim, but I believe he can stand if he speak to power. Because if you listen to this former presidential candidate from the North Central, from the Central Kaduna, what's his name? Former Central Deputy Central Bank governor. If you listen to his Obadiah said, I mean, we all understand when what's his name, Babangida was in power, how tough that guy is, how nobody think about it. But he said that he still answered to power. They see they tell him what to do and what not to do. So it is beyond what we are saying. So we need somebody who's ready to die because they will kill you. That's a fact. If you want to challenge that, competence is coming to
all right. Let me move you on because we've been with you now for well over 1 hour.
Yeah, if you focus on competence,
you are saying Tinubu can speak truth to power. While they are destroying, while they are killing his people, and this man is destroying the country, he cannot speak. He can't usually a statement against Buhari, and you say he can speak the truth to power. Which truth?
Yeah,
so
you know one man, Peter Obi. You know I said that. You know I said that. Let me tell you why I said that. I believe Tinubu has that calm mind where Buhari self gets to just do what he wants. And I believe that kind of person now we need to either challenge the
status. You don't need criminals. Stop that. It's part of this criminal that destroy
Nigeria. If you bring
look at the way they are, you don't see
they will want their benefits. Which criminal is not a criminal?
Look at the state of the nation. Look at the state of your country. You are saying you want to give power to people that continue to destroy you.
If you want to get APC and PDP are criminals, man. APC and PDP, they are both criminals. So we can't say we want to replace one criminal with another criminal. We've done that before. When PDP was looting the country. When PDP was looting the country, we went for APC, saying, okay, that's and now you want to go back to PDP? Come on now. Peter Obi is the PDP guy.
All right. Thank you. Ovie, let me move you from that space. Because we're now an hour 40 minutes in, and we've only had comments from one.
All the people you name, the most qualified person there is Oshibanjo.
Okay, qualification.
Yeah, but Ajale Koko doesn't want to hear that name.
Which position of power have he held before that we know?
But we need someone who can bring us together.
Yeah, he can't bring anybody together. He's here in this government that is destroying Nigeria. What can he bring together?
But he's not in power. Ajale Koko now. You can't blame the man. The man is not the one in power. He's not the
president.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Ovie, we will hear from Ola quickly and just very short, brief comment, and then we'll move you on. So Ola, just coming briefly.
Okay, my question is even to Ajale Koko. So now Showore.
Oh no, don't ask a question.
Let me tell you. Let me reply him. Let me reply him one time. Look. When Chief Obafemi Awolowo that we worship today as the best president that Nigeria ever had, the same question you are asking about Showore is that same question they are asking about Obafemi Awolowo then as a young man. That what can he do? Can he really do it? But
that's true.
He did the best that nobody have ever seen. What no government have ever done in the whole of Africa. It did it, which was free education.
I hope Wama will let me respond to you.
No, I'm not going to because I want to move on. Please.
Showore is the best, man.
I want her to clear the room, and then I'm going to be bringing people in one by one if we don't have some order to it. We're already
I'm just telling you, Ola, Awolowo, people did not have that confidence in Awolowo.
Showore doesn't have structure. I keep saying that thing.
What is that structure? Do you know how AG was formed?
All right. Sorry, Ajale Koko.
Do you know how AG was able to win election?
Carry this. Have this conversation in the private chat so that I can go back to Ovie with the last question. So Ovie, we're going to speak to this Power Minister SALEH MAMMAN. He collapsed and is hospitalized for reasons of being removed from his position. So just speak to that, Mamman Salah, incompetent, inarticulate, surprised that it's been removed.
Wait, I will speak to them being removed, not necessarily I affect them, because I think the presidency came out and said the president actually spoke to them personally before they make it public. So I don't understand why they call it. But most important thing is that let's watch ahead. More people are going to fall. More members are going to be gone. More ministers are going to be fired. And I hope someday that is fired to the Minister of Sport. So that is coming. So
what are you making of this thing that they've lodged this guy in Transcorp Hotel for months and months? People looking for contract. Where is the EFCC in that equation?
Who did they lock up for Mamman?
No, this Mamman Salah. They've lodged him. They lodged him in Transcorp Hilton Hotel, the premier hotel in virtually the whole of Nigeria. All of his bills, presidential suite, of course, all of his bills being met, by businessmen who were after contract. So this, what should the EFCC be doing about that?
What should? I think that's the question. What should it be doing for him to be, arrested?
They won't do anything. He's NNAMDI.
That's why he said should. That's why I said, okay, that's the word they should. But again, not what they should be doing, but what are they going to do? Not a damn thing. Sorry for my foreign language. Nothing. So it's just, I don't know why they put it out there. It's distraction. They are not going to do anything. Why do they make it public if there's not going to, go with the due process? Again, it belongs to the other side, as we rightly agree on. So
meanwhile, the Yahoo boy in Port Harcourt trying to make ends meet, they will parade him in front of our camera.
So again, it's about just like the way you are phrasing your question, what should have been done? Now that we all understand that the opposite is the case, Why we not just sit down? Because as you say, if they arrest me for Port Harcourt, Yahoo, you will see chunk part of the society that will say, yeah, that guy should go down. Hey, he's a criminal. Hey. But this is a man. Clearly, you describe his crime. Clearly. And he rents in billions or whatever you want to say, but it's chilling. No, but we are not even saying anything, just like the the fact that you
but high crime is never high crime is never punished in most climates.
So once we know this
even
thing,
where you are, even in America, high crime is never punished.
It's never punished. So now,
no,
why are we not?
That's not true. That's not true. One man.
Yeah, well,
one man, they punish white collar crime more severe than any other crime.
Do you know
the
sort of things that are levied against Prince Andrew in this country, and continues to stroll the streets, all this Epstein and whatnot,
What the Western world does is to make examples.
Is Hillary Clinton in jail?
Exactly. Once in a while, they don't make statements.
What did she do?
Yes, the duty is right.
What did she do? What did Hillary Clinton do? All right.
Tell me the crime she committed.
Okay, let me.
Trump is worse than Hillary Clinton.
The same
Trump is worse than Hillary Clinton.
The day she will commit crimes, you go to prison. I'm telling you.
Don't say something.
Crime for how many days? Crime for how many hours? Max.
What is happening in Nigeria?
The governor of Illinois, the guy still in prison now.
And they go
exactly.
free.
You want me to tell you? I'm not going to go into that detail. Why in the prison? Look at this political grandeur. The guy when you talk about from Illinois.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You go to prison.
No,
yeah, but we are saying the same thing now.
You are not saying what one man is. You know they agree with one man said that. Yes.
No, you know they agree with one man.
No, on this one, I agree.
Let me pop you.
On this one, I agree with
if you have to read of that in the comment section, then you see Hillary Clinton's crimes. But thank you, Vay. Let me go on to Ajanle Koko now. Thank you, Vay. Let me go on to Ajanle Koko, who has been waiting patiently for his turn. Ajanle Koko now, obvious views on why the Alaafin was treated in the manner that it was, just trying to attend the inauguration of LEKAN SALAMI Stadium. Do you agree with obvious views, or do you have a different one?
How was he treated?
Well, they prevented him from entering the stadium. The security, the DSS operatives, they told him that he could only go in with one aide. They held him in situation for over 30-40 minutes, he alongside the OLUBADAN of Ibadan land, to the point that sharp words were exchanged and the monarchs stormed back to their palaces in anger. So they disgraced him.
I still want to get more fact about that. We don't know. We don't have to follow everything that is flying on the internet. Some of it might not be true, because that is his land. Alaafin cannot be treated like that on his land. So I don't know if that could be true. The DSS will not treat Alaafin like that in his homeland, particularly in Ibadan. They won't treat him like that. That will be that I don't want to believe it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bear with me one moment, Ajanle Koko. The Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, and the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Saliu Adetunji, could not gain access into the LEKAN SALAMI Sports Complex on Wednesday evening. The monarchs, who were there for the commissioning of the newly remodeled stadium, however, left in anger after they were prevented by security operatives at the entrance. The prominent traditional rulers had gone to the stadium with their aides, but were made to wait outside for almost 30 minutes. The security agents at the gate were also said to have insisted that just one of the aides would be allowed to go in with each of the monarchs. Sources at the scene said there were a lot of confrontations and heated conversations at the gate, and the monarchs left the venue in anger. However, spokesman of Olubadan Chief Adeola Oloko confirmed the incident. Responding to questions concerning the shabby treatment of the monarchs, Oloko said, "Very true, despite having the entry requirement." Oloko added that Governor Seyi Makinde had nothing to do with the ugly incident. He commended the governor for a good job, but blamed the overzealous security agents for what he called lack of discretion. Spokesman of the Alaafin, Bode Durojaye, also confirmed the incident. He said overzealousness of the security agents there prevent Alaafin from entering. I did not go, but I have been briefed. So this is the treatment that was meted out to the Alaafin of Oyo and the Olubadan of Ibadan land at the LEKAN SALAMI Stadium in Ibadan.
It's still hard for me to believe that Alaafin will be treated like that on his soil. It's still very, very hard for me, you know.
A spokesman and the spokesman of Olubadan.
It's still very hard for me to believe.
Yes.
I cannot believe, because the DSS there, they are not DSS from Abuja. They are DSS that live in Oyo State. Those ones that are stationed in Oyo State, and they knows, how Alaafin move around. Anytime he's moving out of palace, it goes around with entourage, and
but don't be shocked, bro. Don't be shocked, because one reason you have to understand that Alaafin, unlike Oni, has not been participating in the whole traditional rulers union and be visiting Buhari to talk to him. He hasn't been doing that, and he's been leaning more towards Igbo and all those things. So don't be shocked, man. Don't be shocked that Buhari will be sending DSS to treat him bad. I'm telling you.
And the Olubadan also came out to categorically back Igboho just recently.
Exactly. The fact that Olubadan, I was going to say that he's open about his own support for Igboho.
Well, I will still wait until the governor make a statement on this, because if Alaafin of your land and the Olubadan of Ibadan can be treated that way, the governor will make statement. I'm very sure of that, because it's the governor that invited them there, and why they would be prevented from coming in. I don't want to believe it.
It's unbelievable.
No, it's never going to happen. In his own soil, on his own soil in Ibadan. No, that is not possible.
Why don't they fear anybody?
Beyond the Olubadan. Look,
the government. It is not possible.
General Buhari no send you.
And Alaafin of Oyo, and you know that Alaafin of Oyo in those days, that he was the one that even controlled Ibadan. You understand what I'm saying? Olubadan was under me, and is still under Alaafin of Oyo by the tradition.
Yes.
So on their own soil, one DSS will say they cannot enter when the governor is the one that invited them. Amen. It's not possible.
Nisuru. Heated arguments between the Olubadan and the Alaafin and some security agents. Heated arguments.
That is not possible. Heated.
You will not enter.
It's okay.
We have seen it all in Nigeria.
Yeah, the thing is,
it's not possible. It's not possible on their own soil. That's what I'm saying. If it is in northern Nigeria, yes, I can say yes. But on their own soil, you will say that DSS will say, Alaafin. That is not possible.
I agree with Ajale Kuku. You guys have to remember when Bode Thomas.
Look.
When
DSS has no power. Hold on. DSS has no power to stop Alaafin from coming when the governor was the one that invited them to that occasion.
Yeah, but what you need to understand?
Hold on. At that particular place, the governor's protocol of governor's people would be there as well. It is not possible. I'm telling you. These are the stuff
we are talking about Buhari here.
Forget about Buhari, Jare. Forget about Buhari.
General Muhammadu Buhari.
Forget about Buhari. Buhari cannot control your states. I've been telling them not to allow Alaafin to
the
enter.
Same Buhari that sent DSS to
yeah, but if they stop him from entrance, what he needs to do, he has the governor's number. What happened with that?
That's what I'm saying. Governors people are there at that entrance point. At that entrance point, governors people are there too. So it is not DSS that we fully have the control of that place.
Well, but remember what Mike said. Buhari at work.
Forget about Buhari. Buhari cannot tell them not to allow Alaafin to enter. Is that stadium owned by Buhari?
Are you sure it's not a fake news?
No, it's from PM News. I've posted it in the comment section for people to go and. But I'll monitor that space because.
It's ridiculous.
Are you telling me that this is a fake news? Is that what?
That's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to believe.
All right, it's from PM News, which is a fairly noted paper. So I've posted it in the comment section for people who want to read it to go and read it. But I believe. Well, what do you believe or disbelieve this, or do you think it's being coy? Ajale Koko.
Can I interject?
Okay, go on.
Ajale Koko, you didn't believe when Abacha was trying to melt his Alaafin, or when they want to kobo into his Opa, when he's a staff of the office, when Abacha was there. Did you believe that? So anything, all these criminal in power can do anything. Don't take anything beyond them. So to me, it's a possibility.
I mean, the story is too detailed, and the people that they
which other newspaper carry it?
Well, I didn't go that far, but we'll monitor the space if you like, and then we'll bring it back tomorrow to see what the developments are.
Yeah, but the Alaafin to avoid any catastrophe, to avoid killing of people, I think he's wise enough to he went back. Because if at that moment, if the heat goes on, trust me, there'll be a lot of massacre that will took place. But the best thing is just to make.
What are you talking about? How would they massacre a lot of these people? Come on.
We already know how much they enjoy shooting your people.
Exactly. So you have to play smart there. You have to use your number 6 now.
I don't think Buhari is crazy enough to go and massacre Alaafin people. Come on.
He's not going to massacre.
What if they go and shoot
the people that he comes around with? You understand? They will end up fighting the security men, and the security men will end up shooting again. So those are the things.
I want you to follow that that report. See if you can get it in any other newspaper. If you don't get it, that means it's fake news. So
all right.
It cannot be hidden. If it is true, you will see on internet, on every people will blow it up, because the Yoruba nation will want to use it as a point to tell the world that look at the way they treated our traditional king, one of our foremost traditional kings. So I still don't want to believe it. I will still stand on my point. I'm not believing it.
It's shocking. Usually in Nigeria, most of the news in Nigeria are fake. That's why I don't listen to Nigerian. Most of them are fake. I don't trust Nigerian news.
Okay. All right. Just hold on, Charles, please. Just a cursory glance. It's emerged in the Punch newspaper as well. So there it is in the Punch newspaper. So it did happen. So there it is in the Punch newspaper too. So, and the Punch, of course, we all know Punch. Let me take you then, this equally unbelievable or not, I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. Akeredolu speaking, posters, Akeredolu Miamalabuni circulating all over the media space, and he has felt compelled to come out then and distance himself from that poster that is not interested. We heard this, of course, from Oshibanjo just a couple of days ago. So Miamalabuni and Akeredolu, save, redeem is their campaign slogan. Save-redeem. Save, redeem Nigeria 2023. Barrister Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SAN, Miamalabuni, save, redeem Nigeria. This is the thing. What are you making of that? Akeredolu for president.
So their own is Redeem Party of Nigeria, not Redeem Church of Nigeria.
Look at that.
Redeem Party of Nigeria. That is funny, man.
Welcome to Nigeria.
Redeem Church of Nigeria.
Do you think it's
not
testing the
judge.
waters? Do you think it's testing the waters? And what are you making of Akeredolu as a possibility? One, do you think it's testing the waters because let's just completely discount now all these people are claiming they don't know about these posters. They do know. We know that they do know. Oshibanjo knew that they were putting out these posters. Tinubu knew they were putting out his posters, and Akeredolu certainly knows that they were putting out his posters.
Of course.
So do you think it's testing the waters? One, and what do you think of that mix, Mia Malabuni, Akeredolu? So this is a new team to conjure with. So what are you just making of that, Ajande Koko?
Yeah, just like you said, they might be testing the water, but you see, these politicians, sometimes their action will tell us that they don't really care about the situation that is going on in the country. All they care for is how to keep their position or how to win an election, how to retain their position in power, and how to win an election. See, this 2023 that we are all talking about, we don't know where we're going to be in 2033, whether elections going to come, going to happen or not. We don't know yet. So, but Akeredolu, if he's nursing that ambition to be president, well, I think he's qualified for that because it's.
So is it a candidature you would support, or that you can see at least? Akeredolu Mia Malabuni.
I don't know about Mia Malabuni, but him, I think he has demonstrated to us that he is a bold person. He's blunt on.
He certainly has leadership qualities, no doubt about that. Remember, we were questioning that about Oshibanjo.
Yeah, he is blunt. He will speak out what he believes in, just like he did against the when he was the West are trying to set up Amotekun. He stood up against Malami when Malami was saying that it's constitutional. He was the spokesperson of all the governors as their chairman. He stood up and fought Malami to the ground, telling him that they have the right and that is what he believes in. And the same thing he did about this open grazing. He stood up, he spoke up about it, and he remained on his position. He doesn't shake on the position that he believes in. So he has that leadership quality of standing by what he believes in and by what he says. He doesn't shake. He doesn't change position. I see that in him. It's not a person that changes position rather. So, but for the position of president, he will have a lot of job to do.
Do you think it's too radical to stand a chance? He has stepped on too many toes.
I like radical person. We need radical person to steer things in Nigeria. We don't need too cool or gentleman. Gentleman cannot do the job. You have to be radical. You have to really know what you are doing. You have to believe in what you want to do and stand by it. That is how you can achieve in Nigeria. You don't want to be too simple and get manipulated by corrupt people. So, but for him to get that position of presidency, he must first of all get the support for the entire Southwest. That is number one. So how to get that? He will have to prove himself as a real leader. He must, and to be a leader in politics is not by your action.
Do you think it's too sectional?
Do
you think it's too Yoruba? Do you think it's too Yoruba?
No, it's not too Yoruba. It's just stand by the truth It just stand by the truth. It's not too Yoruba.
Remember, he was the one that was saying they should be reciting Yoruba anthem in the schools just not that long ago. You remember when we did that? That they should be reciting Ishele, say or whatever that anthem. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That is we should be doing that in Yoruba land.
Nigeria is a federation. Nigeria is a federation.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. That maybe Akeredolu is too tribal, too ethnic for the presidency.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not too Yoruba. It was just doing the right thing to help our young generation to believe in their history and believe in themselves. You see, if you don't believe in yourself, how can you achieve success? You cannot achieve success. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in what you are capable of doing, and that is what it's trying to do.
Ajanekoko, can I just interject you for a minute?
Okay, cool.
Sir, what I suggest, what I feel that is this, state, administration is different from federal administration. Federal administration is a different ballgame altogether. You see, when you go state, the governor has the support of the state assembly. But when you go to the federal, it's a different ballgame altogether. Where you have the highest number of members in the legislature, that is where the ball grows to. And in this case, with the current constitution Nigeria is operating with as we speak, the North has more than half of it. So even if you bring a man that is very, very radical in nature, he will do nothing, he won't make any impact in it. I don't think so, because you see, the constitution, when we look at the present,
you have to understand that the Nigerian president is very powerful. It's probably the most powerful president in the world. He almost operates by fiat. You saw when this guy put Magu as the EFCC, the Senate said no, and they just left him there to continue in an acting capacity.
Do you know why he did that?
No, I'm just citing that as a carry on. Yeah.
It is because of Namu. They speak in one voice, unlike the South. They speak in one voice. Look at the PIA. Just imagine, look at what happened there. You see, these are some of these people speak in one voice. No matter what happens, they speak. Once it doesn't favor them, they will kick against it. They might be remote, they might be hidden. They will never be open. You will not know, but they will speak the voice of the Northern Forum, unlike the South. That's just that, my brother. Thank you, sir.
Just to what you're saying, Vin, you recall during Donald Trump's administration in the United States, a lot of his policies, he did it by presidential executive order or something like that, which is like a fiat that just lets you bypass a lot of this politicking. That system also obtains within Nigeria, which makes that presidency fairly powerful. If you want to be radical and you act in the manner that Buhari has acted to show the power bases to your favor, then you can be radical. You can be radical within Nigerian space, I think.
Yeah, one man, I understand where you're going to, but one man, I'm coming.
This is why
bro.
I keep saying that the good luck and the other, they fail to do their part. You are very spot on. You can do that executive power and do and undo. You are very right.
No,
they blame people when they those are they cannot, they fear to act.
Because they were playing to democracy. And Buhari is playing to autocracy. It's an abuse of power that Buhari is doing. This is what I've been trying to explain to you.
I agree with you too, but that's because the space allowed it. You tried.
No. The system allows it, not the space. The Nigerian constitution allows it. So it's a fault in the system rather than any brilliance on Buhari's. Yeah, sorry, Vin. Yeah.
Woman, what I would tell you is this: the American Constitution is different from Nigerian Constitution.
No, the Nigerian system is predicated upon the American system.
Good. You see, what happens in America is different from what is obtainable in Nigerian Constitution. Look, just take for instance, the presidential fiat, the executive order Trump issued to Muslim countries, barring them from coming to the US, was stopped by a woman, a lady judge. I can't remember the state. You understand? So these are some of the how many of them would do that in Nigeria? You see, the reason why, if it were you, one man, if it were you that was the president, that is the president of Nigeria today, and you are doing all these things that you are doing, you will be impeached. You will be impeached. I'm telling you, judging from, you see, if you want to doubt me, go and study the narratives and the expose of Navy Commodore Kunle Oluwasumi also Kunle. Go and study what that man said.
No, they try to impeach every president from Obasanjo to Jonathan to even
definitely.
Buhari. This was what led to the
Do you know
of
the reason why?
Daura.
Do you know the reason why Obasanjo was not impeached? Because PDP had the largest number of legislators in the National Assembly.
All right. Thank you, Vin. Let's get back to Ajale Koko and let him round off his thoughts on Akeredolu for president. But thank you for that interjection, Vin. So Akeredolu, you were saying, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, Akeredolu is just doing the right thing for his people by telling the children to read Yoruba national anthem. You see, Yoruba national anthem should.
But does that not narrow him to like an ethnic parochialism? Does that not Yorubafy him? Does that not define him in the colorations of ethnic, which then this other ethnic nations would recoil from? Somebody that is so fervently Yoruba, you don't want him in situation just to govern for his people.
Look, Nigeria as a country, we know that it consists several nations inside it. Akeredolu is a Yoruba man first, before Nigeria, before Nigerian. So there is nothing wrong in that. If the student can read the national anthem and read the Yoruba anthem and national anthem, there's nothing wrong with that. We just want a situation where our students, our children will see themselves as Yoruba and what is our national anthem.
Is the Yoruba anthem, is the Yoruba anthem not a secessionist anthem?
No, are they not doing Sharia? Are they not doing Sharia? Are they not doing Sharia in the north?
No, Sharia is a religion, not an ethnicity.
Look, they have Sharia law over there.
Yeah, but Sharia is a religion.
No, it's a law in the north.
So
it's a religion. It's predicated on the religion.
On the religion. For him telling our children to read doesn't mean that it's a sectionalist. No. It cannot be. You see, some people, for one reason, for hatred and for we can read it that way. But there's nothing wrong for them to do the same thing in their own
What if this
way.
was going on in the north? What if in Sokoto State they were reciting some Fulani anthem? They were made to recite some Fulani anthem in the schools. Both at federal and state.
Can I interject?
Yeah, hold on now, Ola. How would you read that? How would that chime with you? And the governor of that state then was to be president.
We will take it the same way we are taking the Sharia thing. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, Avin. Yeah,
that will not affect me. That will not affect me in any way. It's not going to affect me at all. It's not.
And if the governor of that state was to be president, you won't take that into cognizance. That is reciting Fulani anthem.
if Fulani item is being recited in the north, that is fine. That is their space. They like it, but not in Yoruba land. You understand what I'm saying? Not in Igbo land.
Okay.
Look at Ganduje saying that they don't want beer parlor or where they drink alcohol. That is what their religious doctrine teaches them, and they practice in it. How does that affect us as the Westerner? It doesn't affect us.
All right,
That is what they like.
So what man can I say? What I wanted to say.
We should give it to them because of their cultural and their religious belief. We just give it to them. You see, give what we believe in. Give it to us. That is how we can live in peace. But if you want to,
these people, they don't want to give us what we believe in.
Hold on, Vin. Let Ola interject for a moment. Ola, to you. You wanted to add something,
Yeah, what I wanted to add to that item is this. Let's see it as organization. Every organization, they have their items. Police, custom, most of these organizations, they have their personal item. It's just like you are projecting your brand, just like your value. So that is nothing more than that. It's only when it comes to politics people start adding things. So there's nothing wrong in singing any ethnic, maybe Igbo item, Yoruba item, or whatever item. That's the way I see it. So if someone wants to come from one school tomorrow because I did not go to that school, I won't necessarily go against the person. So that's the way I see it. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Ola.
So I have a question. So if a governor in the East decide that the student in the school should be singing Biafra anthem, will it be the same? I mean, what will happen?
What is wrong with that, Mike? What is wrong with that?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying anything is wrong with me. I'm just asking what will Buhari do? Like, we wouldn't declare him as an hype member, you know?
Would do it in
Sorry, Charles.
Ordinary flag, they are killing them. Not to talk of national anthem.
Yes. No, just sticking with the theme, because I think Mike was making the point of Akeredolu insisting or recommending, which is an insistence that they recite Yoruba anthem. So if we go to the East and we have a governor in the East, and this is Trajan Lekoko, and we have a governor in the East asking, almost compelling the students of his state to recite the Biafran anthem. If that governor then comes into the national space to say he wants to be president, would people not see him as a Biafran first and people not recoil from that? Ajan Lekoko.
Well, I, as a person, will not look at it that way. You see, all this kind of politics of hatred against each other in that country is what is destroying us.
Yes.
An Igbo man is an Igbo man first before Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Their national item is like, it's like what
it's a household. It's a household.
Their values. Values composition.
Can I ask a question here?
Sorry, Sam. Let Ajan Lekoko land this point. You interject, and I'll go on to the next topic. But let Ajan, because Ajan Lekoko was in the flows of a thought. Sorry, Ajan Lekoko, carry on.
You see, our indigenous national item is what gives us that sense of origin, sense of where we comes from. So what is wrong in that? I'm a Yoruba man first before Nigeria. My name is a Yoruba name. It's a peculiar Yoruba name. You see me everywhere. Ajan Lekoko. It's not Nigerian name. It's a Yoruba name. Ola is Yoruba name. If I see Ola, if we meet somehow meet anywhere, and I'm here, somebody call Ola, it is not going to occur in my head that it's Nigeria. I will say, I want Yoruba one here. That's a Yoruba man. That is what will come to my head. If Igbo man hear the name of Igbo, it's not going to.
I know you are a Yoruba man.
he's not going to think that Igbo man is now. He will say, "Oh, that is my Kedu brother."
Can I? Then can I say something?
So it's a sense. It's a
heritage.
It's an heritage that give us that sense of our origin. So if we don't give it to each other, if we don't give Yoruba that sense of heritage, then we're not going to live in peace. But give Yoruba that is sense of heritage. Give that Igbo that is sense of heritage. Yes. Give the Hausa that is sense of heritage. And we will live in peace. And that is why the structuring have to come to that country. When we don't have the structuring, there's not going to be peace. We're going to be mixing things together. And mixing things together that we don't know. We will be able to arrive at a point.
Hold on. Don't say anything real fast. Yeah, let Sam speak because he was Sam.
I went to school in the 60s in Lagos. I remember then when my cousins they come to Lagos from Delta. I do study. They teach you Yoruba. You even write it down. You study it. Even when you're an Igbo, once you're schooling in Lagos, Yoruba you have to study it as a language.
That's right. Why were you not taught Igbo then?
No, in Lagos.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they want you to have that sense of Yoruba origin.
Yeah, you see.
Because that's where you are.
But it was optional, was it not? It was optional.
It was no, one man was mandatory back then, man. It was mandatory. That's why the British hated our languages in Nigeria. They were trying to English.
In primary school, it was compulsory. It's when you go to maybe higher institution, but they want you to be able to communicate in Yoruba, to teach it to you. You become young Sammy. That's how you grow a nation.
Yes.
Something. Grow a nation. If I live in Yoruba,
how is speaking Yoruba growing a nation? Yoruba is an ethnic voice.
But that's where you are living. That's where you are living. If you are living there, you have to learn it because you have to communicate with the people.
Sam, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on, Charles.
Yeah, why don't go is the hatred? You can make it. You both the most hated tribe in Nigeria. They hate you. That's true. Make a good point.
Where are you getting that from?
But look happened in Lagos. All the Igbo market, they're burning down in Lagos. That I think 100% why.
When was that? When was that, Mike? I mean, Charles.
Yeah, they did. When? Lapo market, Igbo, they're burning down.
When?
They're hating Igbo shows in Nigeria.
When did this happen? Hold on, Charles.
I think this guy that's Pansa's. I think Charles is Pansa's son.
They hate the
Igbo. Mike want to bring one. Pansa will come and fight you here now.
That's true.
Mike.
They don't hate you. So don't say
that's what Pansa be teaching his children now. That kind of stuff, you know.
Let me tell you, let me speak to Charles. Let me speak to Charles.
Go on briefly, yeah.
You see, Charles.
Yes.
You see, I would like to tell you something. Despite all the, hatred and discord, that was, seen in the old Igbo-Yoruba relationship. Look, after the war, it was the same Yoruba people that accepted the Igbos back into the system in Yoruba land.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to that. I give Yorubas to that, and I salute them for that. When the rivers, the Ikweres were rejecting the Biafrans after the war, the Yorubas were assimilating them back. So I give it to them. So when you look, that is why you see the concentration of Igbos in the Yoruba land because of the hospitality of the Yoruba people.
I don't think there's a Yoruba household that there's not some Ifeoma wife or Chioma wife.
So Charles, I will tell you, I am of Igbo, and origin and the Ghana origin.
Most Igbo people believe what I'm saying. Most Igbo people believe that they're hatred.
Charles, we need to move on, but this is my recommendation to you, Charles, and I want you to take this on board. spend less time on Radio Biafra and spend more time with us.
No, they're saying it too.
This thing is serious.
Radio Biafra does not. Radio Biafra is not teaching that.
No, spend less time on Charles. Do you know what listen means? You're an English speaker, so when I say listen, then please do.
Listen.
Yeah, spend more time in this sort of space. I'm not saying that just so I can hold. Did you say you're listening?
Yeah,
but you are talking. Are you talking and listening at the same time, Charles?
Got comment. He said Igbo hate it. One Igbo got comment in it. He told me, see, I'm online. That's one Igbo. He comment here. He said Igbo most hated tribe in Nigeria. Yes, I'm online. That's the truth. I'm online.
Oh, okay. So Charles, you know,
woman, this thing is serious. I'm telling you,
Mike. I know. So that's why.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm not jumping in. I'm just saying, like, you see the way. No, I just want to say one thing very important. That's very important.
Let me address.
No, I'm not getting into anything. I'm just saying, like.
Let me address Charles, please. No, you can't do that now. When you say I was waiting for him to finish so I can address him. You know, so I waited my turn, so you wait your turn. So Charles, I need you to listen now.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to spend more time in a space like this, not just to retain your viewership, but more importantly, you get a richer understanding from this space. I am a Yoruba man. Vin is an Igbo man. You know,
and a Ghanaian too.
And a Ghanaian engineer is from the Middle Belt. Ovie is from the South.
Yeah.
So what you get here is a real rich mix of opinions, and then from that you can make your decisions. But if you go to Radio Biafra where they are chanting Obikere all the time, you will never learn anything. And then you
I disagree with you, one man. Not Radio Biafra.
Leave Obikere and come and listen to the
Radio Biafra doesn't preach hatred against the Yoruba people, honestly.
So sorry, Mike, you wanted to say something real fast, then I'll go back to Adan.
Yeah. Like the way you see Charles talking, and I'm telling you, this thing is serious. Like a lot of these Nigerian children raised in America is like all they know about Nigeria is what their parents told them, and a lot of them, like their parents really told them a lot of ridiculous things, man. That you'll be sure. I run into many of them now. I mean, Charles is not even the worst I run into. Like some of them, literally, like they believe like a Yoruba person or Fulani, Hausa is just their worst enemy. Even their number one enemy than the whites or even any other person in the world. Like it's like they just preach that stuff into them from childhood. Like I run into many of them here in America. See, the one in Nigeria, at least you get to interact with other tribes. But the one in America, they don't interact with other tribes. All they know is just what their parents told them. And that stuff is very, like, when I came here is when I began to look at Igbo people funny. Because I didn't I didn't used to look at them in Nigeria like that. Like, when I came here, I'm telling you, like when I came here and I started hanging out with the ones that grew up here, the way they will. No, I'm not talking. I'm not telling you my reality, things I experienced. Yeah, like a lot of them, like this, you just walk in their midst, and I went to school with all of them. Now I grew up here. Like they see you, one man. I'm talking about. They will literally be insulting you as a Yoruba person.
Will you be a
based on what their parents told them?
They passed through during the war. Will you be a Biafran?
But that's not an excuse for watching children to hate other people.
The killings and everything, even through the metaciness. Look, if you live in the north, you will see what the Igbos pass through. I lived in the north. I served there. I know
but
what
that does not give you excuse to brainwash your children alive.
Misunderstanding, the Igbos are killed. Any little misunderstanding, it's not a new thing. If you see them talking like that, they are serious on what they are saying.
Please, I'm begging of you, please.
Okay. Let me just say this thing. If one person is talking and you see that they're insistent on making that point, just use the space, because too often, like 3-4 voices, nobody is really hearing what you're saying, what you're trying to insist. Nobody is hearing.
I didn't hear nothing.
Exactly, because there were 3-4 voices. So this is, you think I'm trying to be hard or whatever, but I'm not trying to be hard. People in the comment section are not saying they can't hear you. I certainly can't hear you, and the wider audience can't hear you. So what is the point of just 3 people talking at the same time?
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So that's fine. Let's go back to Ajan Lekoko then and take him to a different talking point. So equally controversial, a group then alarms. Don't allow article to waste your ticket. Group cautions PDP. So Python dance once, Python dance twice. Python dance 3 times. Atiku again, I think this is his number 3 or 4 now. He's not going to give it up. So the PDP group are saying to the greater party not to let Atiku Python dance in 2023. Ajale Koko, I know you say a plague on all their houses, but Atiku ticket again, is that just a waste? Ajale Koko.
Which group is saying that?
It's just one of the one of the satellite groups within the party.
Well, within the party.
Yes.
Well, maybe that's that's
group.
one of the group. That is one of the group that anti-Atiku in the party. Well, you know, it's infighting, and politicians will do that when they are preparing for position. They will say a lot of things against each other.
But to the wider point, will an Atiku ticket be a waste? He has had 2 goals, I think, now.
One thing we have to realize is that Atiku has invested so much in that party, and is one of the founding father of that party. So nothing can take him out of that party. And you remember, he's been out before. He came back, because that is his, political base. He just went out when him and Obasanjo was having a tough fight, and he knew that Obasanjo will crush him. So he went out, and he came back. So those ones saying that maybe those are wicked people or some other people that doesn't like Atiku or does not belong to his caucus or his group in that party. So, but Atiku is one of the power they have in that party. During before the last election, the delegate of the party, their national delegate, realizes that there's no other person among all the presidential aspirants then that could match Buhari, power for power, money for money, and name for name. You understand what I'm saying? Why Buhari was the president on the first time in office. So they understood that Atiku had that political power, that political cloud that can shake APC, even though they are the one in power. So that is why they queue behind. That is why they nominated him as the candidate. Atiku is a big asset for that power, for that party, whether we like it or not. Whether we like him or not, is a big power. So for some people now to say, oh, they do this, they don't need to say that. They should go and work for their own candidate to defeat Atiku in that party. That is what they should concentrate their power on, not by just talking to the air or saying, oh, we should not follow Atiku. Atiku has the money. He has the structure in the party. He has that structure across the country. In every state of the federation, Atiku has that political structure that can propel his political ambition.
Adanle Koko, do you think the PDP will be better served to wait to see who the APC are putting forward before they declare their candidate so they can counter what is in front of them? Because if they show their hand first, then, do you think that plays in as well? Who shows their hands first, and then the other person just tries to counter it with a different mix?
It doesn't really matter who bring out the candidate first. What matters most now is that for any party to win the vote of the South, the entire South, they must produce a Southern candidate. Any party between the two of them that does not bring out a Southern candidate will not see the light of the day in the South, will not get the vote of the South. So it doesn't really matter whether who is holding their own Congress force, who is nominating their candidate force, does not really matter. What matters now is the two region. I mean, the region in that country. I mean, that are agitating for their own nation out of Nigeria. It's Igbo. All of us in the South want our own nation. The South side are asking for their own nation, even though they don't make too much noise. The Igbo asking for Biafra. Yoruba are asking for Yoruba nation. So both of them have to see that, well, there's a problem. The problem is, how do we placate these people? What kind of carrot can we dangle to them to join us? That is what they should be thinking about. If any party, any one of the two political parties in Nigeria that they really want to get vote should work, should start looking for a better candidate in the South. To pick out as their candidate.
Have you guys heard this news? The Jerry group people, they have the Jerry Republic. You heard that in the news? The Jerry Republic.
What's up, country? Yeah, what?
A Jerry Republic. The Jerry group, the Jerry language in Delta State, from their own country.
No. They don't want to form their own country. They want to have a sultan.
Yeah.
For the Shua Arabs in you see, that is how fake news starts, Charles. They don't want to form their own country.
The language in Delta State.
It's like he's not sure. He's not sure. He's asking. You have to put him right.
The language in Delta.
No, they don't want to form their own country. They want to have a sultan for their own people within the state.
That's what I heard in the news.
Okay. So that may well be how it was written, because a lot of this news is written to alarm.
Yeah.
So that is an alarmist thing. So thank you, Charles, and thank you, Ajale Koko, for that. Ajale Koko, let me take you to a different spot. And this one particularly, this is something that we've always known, but now we are having some data to back it up, and it's probably more alarming than we anticipated. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAAC allocation. It is the Minister of Finance for Adamawa State that is saying this. FAAC, of course, you know what that means, Ajale Koko, but for the benefit of others, Federal Account Allocation Committee. So that is the body, the grouping that allocates funds to states every month to say this is for your state, go and use it to administer your space. So what Adamawa State is saying is that they themselves, as their internally generated revenue, they don't generate up to 20% of what they get from the federal government. So in essence, they are contributing less than 20% to the federal coffers and getting an additional 80% from other spaces. So states that are not viable and being carried on the back of others. Ajale Koko, more shocking than I thought. What are your thoughts?
Well, you should not be shocked. You should not be shocked, one man. Look, in the whole of Federation, I think we have only 9 or 10 states that are economically viable, that can stand on their own. The rest of them cannot survive if federal allocation does not come to them. They are purely civil servants.
Political states.
Purely civil servant state. They get money from the federal government, pay civil servant, pay politician, and that's it. The little, they use it to award contract and pocket the money. That is how they run the state. They are not economically viable state. And
so they did the oil will finish in Nigeria. So how would they continue to survive then?
And they created those states for political reason, for the northern part of Nigeria to have more representative at the federal level and to get more allocation in totality.
And to decide.
Yeah, that's why when they get more representative, they have more representative than us at the federal legislature, and to get more money from the federal allocation, for their own side of the country. That is the game, so that they can perpetually hold on to power. You understand? They can perpetually hold on to power at the federal level, because they will use that number political representative to bargain with us that, hey, if you want our vote, look at how much we are. We have more representatives than you. They will use that to bargain at all time for them, for us, to consider their interests.
How can a state even be a state when they cannot even generate up to 20%? Yes, and that is not 20% of its needs. 20% of what is being allocated to it by the federal government. What is being allocated by the federal government will never meet their needs, and they cannot generate funds. And they come. But by the way, the governor, of course, will have his own private jet and estate in Dubai and etc.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
How is that even a possibility? You cannot generate a penny, and it's alarming.
Look, these sources of revenue are in the south. Sources of revenue are in the south, not in the north. So the money comes from us to feed them. That is what we have in Nigeria, to feed the north. So the percentage that the north contribute to the GDP of Nigeria, I cannot.
How much of this are you attributing to laziness because of easy money? They have land, they have people, they have cattle, they have bentonite or something like that in that space in a commercial quantity. So
as a matter
much
of
of it is laziness?
As a matter of fact, they have a lot of natural resources in the northern Nigeria. They have, gemstone. They have gold. They have
bauxite.
They have a lot of solid minerals all across the northern state. But just because they don't have competent people managing their state that can open up their economy to investors, they don't have competent people, they don't have transparent people, they don't have people that are frugal in managing the resources of the state that can open up their economy for investors to come in. They have the land and they have everything there for them, to develop themselves. But a space where they don't give their people education, how can they develop? They can't develop. They will remain backward. Look, Zamfara State today is one of the ravaged states by terrorists, by bandits in Nigeria. The governor came out and said that they have over 30,000 bandits in their state, all over the north. In the past 8 months, this year alone, the number of students that are kidnapped, over 800 have been kidnapped this year, more than put together the numbers that were kidnapped from 2011 to 2020. It's more than it. So we have a situation where we have rulership in the north who doesn't give their people education, who are not interested in developing their resources to manage, their space very well and develop their state. And that is why you are seeing this. They have all the resources to develop on their own, but they don't want to. They believe in that. All of them are waiting for that allocation.
Free money.
Free money. It's free money. It's the money you don't work for. It's free money. And it comes promptly every month. What do you think?
Yes, that's Sam. Let's hear from you.
Do you know that in Zamfara State, when they took the WAEC, after the WAEC, there's only 13% of the students sit for the WAEC.
Exactly, sir.
Is that not a failure?
Yeah, you know, that's a failure. 30% sit for the WAEC.
30%.
Yeah.
That is a what kind of prospect do you expect you foresee for that state for the future? Nothing. A place where the student cannot go to school. Look, Kaduna today is the epicenter of terrorism. Kaduna, where you have the NDA, where you have all your military might, is the epicenter. What are we talking about? They created those states for political reason, to have more representatives than us, and to get more money than us. That is why they created them. They cannot survive. The moment the moment allocation stop from coming from the federal, those states will collapse. You will see more terrorists everywhere.
Ajani Koko.
Yes.
That is why they have vehemently refused to restructure Nigeria.
I don't want to agree with you. I don't want to agree. You know why I don't want to agree? People have said that several times, but I don't want to agree. Why I don't want to agree is this. You see the Constituent Assembly that Jonathan organized in 2014. We have people across Nigeria in that assembly, in that Constituent Assembly. People of all walks of life. We have politicians, we have technocrats, we have diplomats, we have all of them. And all of them sat maybe for 6 or 8 months. They work hard and put up those recommendations together for the betterment of that country. So we have Hausa there in that, and they agree that we have to restructure that country.
So why did Jonathan lose the election?
Okay, let's not open. Let's not open that portal. He was asking why Jonathan lost the election, but I wanted to move the conversation and
Can I come in here for a minute? Ajele Koko.
Yes.
The Constituent Assembly was done by all the Nigerians, but the Congress, the people in the House and the Senate are different people altogether. You know, all those people doesn't want restructuring because they are enjoying it.
Exactly.
They don't have no power to stop it.
No,
they don't have no power. Look, the president constituted assembly. It constituted that constitutional assembly. The constitutional assembly represents Nigerians. It requires the president. Yes, it requires the president.
Ajani Koko, just 1 second. 1 second.
Yes.
1 second, please. Please, 1 second.
Yes.
When this particular government promised restructuring, that's one of their promises they made to Nigerians, and they voted them into power. When they came, what did they tell us? They told Nigerians that if you want restructure, you know where to go. Why did they tell you that you know where to go? Because they know that you won't get it. And those that are trying for restructuring are the southern people. You won't get it when you go there.
Yes, I agree with you. But let us, if Atiku had won, I want to believe that he will have put that implementation of
I think so too.
We will have been in that process. They will have started the process of restructuring.
I mean, they recommended it. The Constituent Assembly have put it just take the president who have the will. He just have that political will to move it.
That's why they made it difficult.
Sorry,
For anyone.
Sorry, Vin. I want to move the conversation on. We're coming up to 3 hours, and Ajan Lekoko is still just the second person that is commenting. So
I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying that it's not that what you are saying is not valued. It's just as ever the pressure of time. So Ajan Lekoko, let me move you to the Eastern quarters and to this narrative that Buhari is presenting, not just to Nigerians, but to the especially international audience. IPOB, of course, is speaking to. IPOB is not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. So this is what Buhari is saying via Gabashew. IPOB is not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. And is speaking to that space that a lot of the narrative is saying that IPOBs are buying lobbyists in America and in the Western space. And a lot of the NGOs like Amnesty International, etc., they are speaking to that IPOB narrative to give the agitation a coloration of religion and ethnic freedom fighting. But it's then saying that it is nothing to do with religion, because whatever atrocities IPOB are committing are against people of their religion and of their tribe. So he is saying essentially that they are just a criminal organization. So isolating it to just that particular argument that is being presented, what is your take on that, Ajan Lekoko?
Well, this administration that does not want freedom for Nigerian people, does not want Nigerians to enjoy their liberty as guaranteed by the Constitution. We speak in that direction because they are violator of rule of law. They don't believe in rule of law, and they don't govern in the first place. They rule. So they are known for lying, for denying what is obviously clear. They are known of not telling the truth to the nation on several fronts.
Would you agree that there's an element of criminality to the Eastern struggle?
No.
You would not agree that there's an element of criminality to it?
There's no saying that IPOB is a criminal organization.
No, that there's an element of criminality to it.
Element of criminality in what sense?
Well, I'm just thinking of the examples that we went through during the sit at home, when elements are associated with that struggle used that sit at home, especially the first one, to go on the street, waylay people, ransack them, steal their phones, steal their money, burn their cars. One person burnt alive. Just wild. There's a far right element within that grouping that hides within that struggle to perpetrate criminality, especially within the East. And we've heard several examples of that.
Yeah, we saw some of that. We have, in a space where we have millions of people, there will be some element that we, a bad egg that will, do something wrong that is not in line with the objective of that was called for by IPOB. So that does not mean that we have to tag the entire organization as a criminal organization, or believe that
there are some, some form of criminal element in their midst. We cannot conclude like that. The world is watching what is going on around the world. The world have not declared IPOB as a criminal organization. They did not see it as a criminal organization. They declare the henchmen that this administration protect all the time as a terrorist organization. But Nigerian administration does not declare it a terrorist organization. So we have to distinct the difference. We have to draw that distinction between what side is Nigerian government in the first place. Nigerian declaring IPOB as a terrorist organization, and the world does not see it as terrorist organization. The world, this IPOB can influence lobbyists in Washington to pursue their cause. So if America cannot declare, does not declare IPOB as terrorists, if Britain does not declare them as terrorist organization, how dare Nigerian state will declare them as terrorist organization just because they're standing up for their home, they're agitating for their homeland. That's why they declare them terrorist organization. The same thing, the same name they're calling Igbowo when they went to raid his house and ravage and destroy everything, they're calling him as a criminal person. So that is their game. But the real criminal, they left the real criminal alone to roam about the bush and walk freely in Nigeria and continue to kill Nigerian people and destroy the security of the country, even the military structure. Now is destroyed already. They lack that competence to protect the territorial integrity of our nation. I heard the Chief of Army Staff today saying that Nigerians should defend themselves. The Chief of Army, what is the name of that guy they call Irabo? Is it not the one they call Irabo? Or is it not Chief of Army Staff?
Yeah, Lucky Irabo, yeah. Chief of Defense Staff, yeah.
Chief of Defense Staff, that Nigerians should defend themselves. I heard him, he said, the way to defend yourself, we are not going to tell you.
Oh, party.
He said, if somebody is coming to attack you,
and wrestling.
Yes,
this is wrestling in the middle belt called Lantang or something, Lantang. So you can't let that one.
Exactly.
He
defend
said,
yourself, but with kung fu fighting.
He said, we are not going to recommend to you how for you to defend yourself. He said, but if somebody is coming to your house and to attack you, and if it is hot water you have to pour on that person's face, he said, yes, you have to defend yourself in some kind of way that you have. He said, but they are not going to tell you. So what does that tell us? They have lost it. So when you see Garuba Chewu talking that stupidity, who is that statement going to resonate with? Obviously, it's not going to resonate with us.
I think he's speaking to an international space. I think that is what he's speaking to, because there's a lot of lobbyists, politicians, organizations that are sympathetic internationally, that are sympathetic to the IPOB movement, and they give it the coloration of freedom fighting and Christian and religion fighting. So I think it's that space that they are trying to.
Can I just chip in something in addition to what Ajale Koko is saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, please. I want you to judge this case now, right? This is something that is very, very confusing and is shocking. There was a man that he was interviewed on the TV. He was one of the people the Boko Haram kidnapped in Kaduna. Do you know where the Boko Haram camp is? is just next to the training ground of the military.
I think I saw that.
So he said,
it's almost, who do you think who do you think they are renting their guns from?
He said, imagine they are being kidnapped by Boko Haram, but they are hearing what the military people are practicing.
Yes, they are hearing Apes obey. Yeah,
abracadabra.
Apes obey.
So, you'll be wondering what is going on in Nigeria now. I don't blame the chief of army staff. He's right. Protect yourself. That's just it.
So that tells us that they are not in control
at all.
You are not in control to protect your people, and people are standing up to defend themselves, and then you are going after them and calling them terrorists. But the real terrorists that are going to their villages, to their farm to kill them, use to call those one terrorists. So the international community is speaking to, or the international organization they are speaking to. They are not fool. They know what is going on. They know that Nigeria have bad record when it comes to human rights. When they have bad record on human rights, they have bad record. Let me give you an instance. You know that day that they released Igboho boys.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, carry on.
The day they released Igboho boys, Shebi Igboho is said to be in prison in Republic of Benin. He called them.
Yes, no, I posted the
and
clip.
Congratulated them. He called those boys and congratulated them. All of them were jubilant. They say, Igboho, you see, that is the Republic of Benin giving a person that is not their citizen the freedom that he deserves while in their captivity. They gave him the freedom. While in NNAMDI Kanu,
they're street searching his lawyer everywhere.
Searching his lawyer.
Yes.
Nigeria is not a democracy. Nigeria is a
lawyer said, he said when Igboho, the moment they arrested him, they actually handcuffed him while he was in their police station. And when the lawyer came, the lawyer asked them, why must he be handcuffed? Don't you know what the law said? They said they told them that, because they heard that this man can disappear anytime, that he is a person that can disappear. This man,
Remember when they went to his house and they were shooting goats and chicken? Because they had voodoo.
A cat. They even arrested cats.
Yeah. So the police say, what we heard about this man is that he can disappear anytime. That's why we hold him. We don't want him to disappear while in custody here. We don't want to get in trouble. The man said,
disappear, disappear and reappear.
Say, I am his lawyer. I'm here for him. Open this thing, or I take up the law against you. They open him immediately because they know that, yes, when the lawyers speak,
law and other works.
Law, that is a country where it's governed by law, and not a lawless country. So, Garba Shehu, I mean, those people are just they are just fooling themselves. They are not fooling the whole world knows what is going on. The whole world knows what is going on. By the grace of God, we shall shock. We are going to, we are going to triumph over them. It's a matter of time.
All right. Amen to that. Thank you, for reasons of time. Look at that. Look at that.
Ben is one of our suspects now, you know that.
Is Eshe, not Oshe, but all right. Thank you for that. For reasons of time, let's go on to Mike. I hope we still have your mic. Mike, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah, good, Mike. Thank you for staying with us. Let's take you then to Ibadan, Mike, and we start from there. The Alaafin of Oyo and the Olubadan going to celebrate the opening of LEKAN SALAMI stadium, but then to meet the DSS and get a thorough beating of their life. So the Kobokoing of the Alashe one of Yoruba land by DSS operatives. What are you making of the flogging of the Obas?
They wish they can try it. flog Yoruba, flog Alaafin.
No, but
that would be the end of
metaphorically
Africa.
speaking, where you are saying that, what have we seen that the heaven has not fallen?
Did there somebody who touch Alaafin? Someone like me. That's the I will go and bomb. I will go and bomb the whole DSS building, man.
Look at that. Well, you're not
me,
the one running
that
scared.
you provoke so
you can't even go and protest in New York. Yeah, when you look at this guy,
that has nothing to do with fear.
That one
has nothing to do with fear. That has to do with not wasting my money.
Is free, oh.
Keyboard warrior.
My truck is free, oh.
Yeah, we have the action man. Let me say, see, warrior.
Soldier never die. Oh.
We're questioning if Mike was a soldier at all. They are saying they are protesting in New York. He's hiding under his duvet.
Soldier never die.
You say protest now. Protest will be anything. Protest will make sense.
Do you know some people sent in the chat yesterday that you serve in the kitchen while you are in the military, that you are not a bravery.
Yes. Look at that.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Tell them to come and rob my house.
Kitchen infantry.
Tell them to come and rob my house. And come and engage me in a gun battle. You go find out. You go know how far.
But to the others being embarrassed at the stadium, Mike.
Yeah, so to me, see, there's one Oba in Nigeria, Yoruba land that I respect. I always, take my hat off. Is Alaafin for you? That's one man that does not see the Nigerian states. Well, what am I hearing, man? I'm hearing something.
Sorry, it's Sam, but I've muted him now. Carry on.
Yeah. So there's one Oba in that Nigeria, in that Yoruba land that I know that's never, ever compromised or accept the federal government of Nigeria as anything, regard them as anything. Is Alaafin for you? He still sees Oyo. The guy still has the spirit of the ancestors. Like, he's the guy that Alaafin for you is only loyal to the Alales and the Irumoles. That's it. Nothing else is above.
You used to be a boxer.
Yeah. So him, that's that throne. He see that throne as the most. This man knows his ancient history and his ancient value. He understands. He holds on to it. He's the kind of man that believes that Africa has not been conquered. You understand? Nigeria has not been conquered. Yoruba land has not been conquered. It's just, all this thing that's going on is just hale. The whole Nigerian government thing. Alaafin for you does not see the Nigerian state as above his kingdom. You understand? So he's not a man that goes and be parlaying with Abuja, go and be sitting down with Buhari and be doing yes sir. I mean, I respect you, O'Neill, but I think he's.
But it was embarrassed in Ibadan. It was embarrassed in Ibadan.
Who? Or Alaafin?
The Alaafin, yes.
It wasn't embarrassed. I mean, you can't say.
It wasn't embarrassed.
You said you went to the. You went to the
screaming and shouting with Alaafin, refusing him entry. What is embarrassment if not that?
How was he shouting? They were not shouting. We said they were arguing. You can't shout at the other man. The people there will.
You can't shout at them. What are you talking about? They were shouting at him.
I have to say, I don't believe it. Maybe they were. You said they didn't let him in, but you are saying they are shouting.
You want video recording, Abi?
You can't disrespect in Ibadan, your empire, anywhere now, your state. You will make it alive. In that place, you won't. You won't make it out of that place, man. You can maybe they were arguing. I don't think.
Hold on.
I don't believe it.
Hold on, Mike. The security agents at the gate were said to have insisted that just one of the aides would be allowed to go in with each of the monarchs. So that's the Alaafin and the Olubadan. Sources at the scene said there were a lot of confrontations and heated conversations at the gate. So and the monarchs left in anger. So it's just they just stopped short of slapping the Alaafin now.
How can you talk? You can't say, "Well, your man, you're talking like this." Nigerians, Nigerians when they are rumor spreaders. Nigerians when they speak,
rumor spreaders. All the papers covered it.
They will lie. Nigerians are known for lying. Nigerians cannot finish a statement without injecting lies. Maybe it's just one. I don't disagree that maybe there was a disagreement there where Oba just left without saying I don't want to be here.
Is that not shouting? Heated conversation.
I have to see it. I don't believe that one DSS guy, one guy being on your damn insulting him. Maybe they may have little disagreement.
Slapped him. He would have kobokoed the Oba. The flogging.
Well, let him try it now. Maybe that's when Oduduwa Nation will just come overnight.
Look at that.
You understand? I'm telling you. I won't be shocked if Buhari will try something like that anyway. So I won't be shocked if Buhari will want to try something like that. But I'm telling you, like if Nigeria break up, all credit we do to Buhari, man. All credit we do to that government. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm not shocked if Buhari won't mind losing his mind and doing something that crazy. But the day we try it, I'm telling you, man, you just cross the line. You really match the line. That's the end of Nigeria. That'll be the end of Nigeria, man. I'm telling you.
You know that line has been crossed so many times. How many times have we said, if this line is crossed, that will be the end of Nigeria? That line is crossed.
When has the line been crossed? You can't. There's some line you can't cross in that Yoruba line. I'm telling you. There are some people.
Mike, let me tell you for 1 minute. Can I come in?
Go on.
You understand one thing. When Alaafin is going, he goes with his entourage. He doesn't go with 3 or 4 people. He might go with almost like 40 or 50 people. You have to make sure all those people are accommodated. So Alaafin to me did the best thing. If you can't come in here with my entourage, forget it. Let me just go back home. And that's what any person would have done. Because you know one thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. You know,
they will not kill him. They'll kill other people. So he did the right thing.
Yeah? Who will kill who?
You're
saying Alaafin left because he was afraid they would kill? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said
they would have wiped out the Oyomesis.
No, if they
are talking.
No, if they try for you,
Oh, don't come and be talking about, man. Maybe your Delta where you come from. That's where they will come and shoot your people.
No,
how can you say
anything?
They will shoot. What do you call it?
They won't shoot. They don't shoot. Forget it. Forget what you're saying. Just squash it, man. They won't shoot. They won't even consider that kind of. How would they be shooting?
You don't want to see.
You're saying I love you for your level.
You don't want to see.
Why did the Alaafin take off his slippers and run then if they won't shoot?
One man will come tomorrow.
See,
one man,
the reason one man, you're talking like this because you're in London. That's why. If you're in Oyo right now, you'll be talking like that.
Why did you take
because you're in London. Because you're in London. This is what I think happened. This is what I think happened. I think they were trying to follow COVID protocol. You understand?
Yes.
So that's what I think it was.
One man, we're gonna buy you from Oyo.
Yeah, no.
They were trying to follow. They were trying to follow COVID protocol. So, and the thing is, you have to understand that when Alaafin is moving, see people around him. They are not just, most of them, they have rules. They are not ordinary people, you understand? There's something they're carrying. Their tradition. They can't drop it, or one person cannot be away from, they are different, So they all have to be there at the same time. You can't, there's someone that communicate with the drum. The talking drum.
Yes.
Right? With the Alaafin. When Alaafin is in a place, right? And someone is doing divination on the corner, and a message may come to the spirits like, oh, he needs to leave now. And that guy with the drum, we use that drum to communicate with him, to talk to him, the talking drum. You understand? Then the Alaafin will hear the message and say, okay, it's time to leave this place or something like that. So there's so much around it, so much coded things around the Alaafin when he moves around. So I think when they got to that place, the protocol, the COVID protocol of that place, what the DSS people were maybe trying to enforce. So, and the Alaafin man, I've said, okay, maybe disappointed I wanted to be there, but unfortunately, this is a situation. But then maybe, things just, I think it's some kind of misunderstanding on unplanned thing. But I don't think it's a big deal like you guys are making it. But definitely not. You're there. That's someone we insult Alaafin and stay now. They will shut down that event, man. You can't, I'm telling you, man.
Abdul Mumin, is this your people that you are bringing to come and threaten us with can you see what is on your screen, Mike? They are using the Janjaweeds have landed.
That's Arabic.
You know how many thousands of years, man. I mean, this year have been trying to invade your empire. Well, you have how many of them? They've died in their millions now, trying to invade your empire.
All right.
If it wasn't,
you refuse to
no,
accept
you
that
can't conquer your empire, man. No born you. Even the British can't conquer your empire.
Your empire. Alaafin turns up in Ibadan. They
Yeah,
send him
man, they're
back.
already now. Mike, sorry, they're already there now. What are you talking about? What did they happen for
People don't jack. Where are they now?
Ibarapa no be Oyo.
Yeah.
Ibarapa no be Oyo.
Where are they now? Are they still there? They're all dead, man. What are you talking about?
Now make Oyo 4, 9 remain. They are there already.
Oh, dead.
Which group praise devil? This man is saying in Arabic, saying the group praise devil. This is devil. Which devil is it? Are they trying to attack? Who are they trying to attack? Why is this person talking Nash now? Who is the person?
One man should ban that guy from this platform.
How will they be telling us that we raise devils? So you don't just come here and insult us now.
Who's that
One
person?
man.
This guy that writes in Arabic.
What
You need to ban him.
Is that what? Yes.
Literally say that we are raising devils. So who are the devils?
Did anybody read Arabic? Tell me what.
No, I was waiting for somebody to read it, and
I went to interpret it. I went to an interpreter.
You took it on. Okay.
What is
so it's banned. I don't know what that is all about, but we move swiftly.
Yeah, forget those jihadist people, man. They are wasting their time, man.
Certainly not want to be intimidated anybody on this platform. So
he's
now
not welcome. He's not welcome here.
But the flogging of the Alaafin though is the thing. It's just
you should be waiting for your koboko. Anytime you go to your koboko is waiting for this one man.
Can you imagine that? Alaafin at 80, 90 something.
Nobody insult Alaafin for you or mess Alaafin for you and finish his life well. You understand? Nobody. You know, nobody Thomas.
One man, have you forgotten how Thunder were killing the cows in the bush? That was how it was going to happen to them there.
Or if you study if you study your history, you find out say when battle, when you want to invade or when the battle get heated, Shango will interfere. You understand?
Shango
will be launching asteroid from space. I'm telling you, man, that place, that your empire, no one can conquer that, no one can threaten say only bomb that place. Once the other people the battle gets to heated, they will consult Shango, and Shango will be striking.
That one is right.
I'm telling you, man.
That is true. That is true. Mike.
Is that according to Oduifa?
This is history. This is a fact.
No, that's a fact. What he's saying is a fact. That's true.
Shango is in the sky watching. Shango, he was a third Alaafin for you. He said any heated, but they should call him whenever there's a problem. Call me.
Maybe you send Mike to
all these politicians.
Now. Maybe send Mike to Buhari.
I laugh, but
Alaafin for you is a descendant of Shango.
I'm outraged
a descendant of
that somebody will prevent Alaafin for you and Olubadan of Ibadan land.
All that thing Buhari is doing in the East. If you come and start doing that stuff in Yoruba land, man, the guys know your fire. Because if you say you want to go, so you say because you are going to East, killing your
You see, there's a lot of permutations to this thing. There's the Igboho element and how the Olubadan backed him, and then Buhari sent emissaries to the Yoruba people to go and soothe that space, and they chased them away. So a lot of that comes into the mix of how I am choosing to understand to understand rather what's just happened there. But let me move you on from Oyo State to Ondo State, Mike. I am not yet interested in presidential election. Akeredolu speaking, as posters of himself and Malabuni as a ticket are flood the social media space. Akeredolu presidency, what are you making of it?
I don't think no. That guy, he doesn't stand a chance. I mean, he doesn't stand. I don't think even the party will not pick him now. He's not a big member of that party now. Is he APC or PDP guy?
It's APC.
No. Come on now. Why would they skip all these other guys? The guy has to wait in line. I don't think Tinubu and them will pick him next. You understand? I don't think so.
Do you think he has nailed his colors to the mast of the Yoruba nation space too openly for him to be taken seriously as a potential Do you think he's too Yoruba, as I was discussing with
You mean
Ajani?
because he was doing that Yoruba national anthem thing?
Yeah, yes.
That one, see that Yoruba national anthem, they allow those children to sing in school. That is actually a move, a political move, to be honest. Because when election come, that means automatically you win the Yoruba vote, right? And it's also going to win the Eastern votes. Because if you look at that, if you use that as the basis for campaign, he can actually win the Eastern vote. Because if the Easterners can see that, oh, this guy here believes in Oduduwa, they'll want to vote for him now. Because someone with that manner, without mental.
But what about the North that constitutes the larger or the
Well, that's
largest
the only thing. He's going to lose the
voting
North.
bloc?
But this
Yes.
is what I believe. I think if he can win the Old South in the election, like Jonathan did. Remember now, the first election when Jonathan won the South, he won both the Southwest and the Southeast and South South, and he lost the North. To me, if he can win, that's what I keep saying. Anytime the Old South vote on the same ticket, for the same candidate, they're guaranteed to win. You understand? So he can actually win without on that basis, saying, okay, I mean, this
You
guy
can win
believe
in
in.
Nigeria without the North. What are you talking about?
Yes, didn't Jonathan win? What's that? The election he won. The one Jonathan won.
It took some of the North. Did it not?
No, Buhari took the North, man. Buhari took the North.
No, not in the
No.
totality.
Jonathan won some of the state in the North too.
Yeah, Benue,
As much as Buhari.
area.
No. See, those areas are not really North to me. Those Benue, those Middle Belt, they are not really North. I'm telling you.
They are
Those
part
people are
of it
more
now.
South.
They are part of
They
it.
call
They
it
are
North,
not.
but those people vote along with the South.
Yeah,
They typically vote along with the South.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah.
Man. They vote along with the South.
Yeah, the really people that say North are those far northern people. Those are the ones that really. So they really don't have election power, voting power. To be honest, the far north, the real voting power is in the South. The South, you understand? But unfortunately, Southerners will always vote separately. Like there's never been. There's only been one time throughout this Nigerian history where the Southwest and the Southeast voted together. You know, on the same ticket, which was that first Jonathan election.
Yeah, Mike. What I would like to say is this. I have never seen. I lived in the North roughly 18 to 19, 20 years. If you have gone there, you will see how scanty those places are. And I don't think if they do what they call comprehensive census in the North, I don't think that North is more populous than the entire South.
Yes,
they are not. It's all desert, man. It's just bunch of
there is
big
what they call
landmass.
falsification. There's what they call falsification of, population census in the northern Nigeria, and it was established and concreted by the British government in those days.
That's true.
Oh,
That's
okay.
true.
Blame the British.
I don't believe
Are we
the
about to
population is
blame the
based on.
British?
Do you know that? Do you know that Nigerian population is larger than the whole rest of West Africa? You know that, right?
Well, on paper, yes, but according to Vin, which I agree with, it's just embellished numbers.
So the point I'm trying to make is population is not based on your land mass, Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Did anybody watch the Jonathan election? You have, because they interviewed the electoral officers, you have kids who are 12 years old and all those things.
Yes, sir.
No, we all saw that. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's what they do. Voting, and nobody can challenge it. He said, okay, that's what they bring. They gave them election material. They will vote. So that's how they manipulate their numbers.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for that. Let me move you on, Mike, to the next talking point, which is the article space. So staying still within elections. Groups within the PDP alarming that don't allow article to waste the ticket yet again. So they are saying that, look, this article is just a chancer. We've tried him once and it's been tried severally. It's just going to be a waste. So are you with that thought that Atiku's time is spent as a presidential candidate? Atiku for the ticket, what says you?
On one hand, I think it will be a waste. You understand? On the other hand, I think it may not. You understand? I will start with where I think it may not be a waste. Is because they say persistent usually works. You understand? And if a classic example would be Buhari. You understand that Buhari was persistent. He kept running and running and running. And after a while, people say, okay, this guy's been running. Let's just, you understand? That thing always works. That's why I think that, okay, that may be an advantage for him. You understand? Because he's been constantly running. But on the other hand, where I think it definitely may be a waste is the fact that right now, I mean, everybody's looking at a candidate, a president's got to come from the South. You understand? So if you bring him next to run for the next election, and the APC brings someone from the South, I don't think he's going to win. You understand? I mean, no one wants to stand another 18 years of Northern rule. You understand? So it will be a waste. If PDP really wants to stand a chance of winning, I think they have to consider the whole regional thing. They have to consider that, because if he's going to run against someone from the south, if he's going to run against someone from the north, I think he's definitely going to win. I can guarantee you that. Well, if he's going to run against someone from the south, but this time, people are expecting the southerner to be the president. You understand? So yeah, so they have a point there. And my belief is that the next election they will try to bring two candidates from the same ethnic group from the south, like they did the last election where they brought two candidates from the same ethnic group from the north. So that's what I think PDP and APC will sit in the room and agree to do. Because those two parties, trust me, they are the same people.
No, we know that. Let me bring you this headline then. You've heard all the arguments we've been having so far around this particular topic, but I want to know what your take is. IPOB are not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. So just armed robbers, essentially. Buhari is saying this via Garba Shehu. So what are you making of that? Just that statement as a standalone. Just a bunch of criminals, essentially. Buhari. Would you agree with that, or what?
I don't like hypocrites, man. Buhari, you see, Nigerian government, they are the biggest hypocrites. It's like you always accuse people of things that you are doing yourself. You guys are stealing money in the government. You are committing terrorism against the citizen, and then yet you come out and call other people terrorists and criminals. So hypocrisy is not a good thing. You understand? That's one thing I hate about that statement when Buhari comes out to say that, because you carry out of terror against the Nigerian people. You understand? And then your government is so corrupt. You guys are stealing. So you are the thief and the terrorist. You understand? Now, I'm not saying IPOB are not doing those things, but the hypocrisy of the government is what annoys me the most, I mean, I think, if I have to say what IPOB is doing, I think they're doing both freedom fighting and carrying out the act of terror, because they're doing a lot of, the killing they're doing, especially against their own people. I'm seeing some gruesome killing that they're doing against their saboteurs, man. I'm like, come on now. I mean, I can't be chopping off your own people, genitals, chopping. I mean, the kind of shit I post on the internet, So to me, I think those guys should chill out with those things, man. But Buhari is a hypocrite, man, because he's the biggest terrorist in Nigeria, man. Because the kind of terrorism he's carrying out against the Nigerian people is I can't believe Nigerians are so gullible that we're all looking like mumu, like okay.
Mike, in percentage terms, so in on a scale of 100, what percentage of the Eastern movement would you say is just criminal led? It's just criminality.
Percentage. To me, this is what I say. I think if I have to separate the people leading the movement versus the people, right? I will have to rank it differently. You understand?
Okay, rank it differently, but then rank them on the same criteria. Criminality amongst the leadership and criminality amongst the followership. So how pervasive is it?
The followers are 90% about freedom. You understand? Because they really want it. You understand? Huh? 90% about freedom. That's what they really want. But then many of them, the money part kind of corrupt them. So I'll give that 10%. Like some of them are really.
And the leadership.
The leadership. The leadership, I would say those guys, man. Like these guys. It's obvious that they put the money matter first, because first of all, they're fighting over money all the time. I mean, number one and number Uche and Kanu fighting over money. So to me, that leadership, I think, is more 80% about money than 20% about freedom. To be honest.
Okay. Still staying with that money. Let me take you to a different space. So this came as a shocker to me. This is really why I brought it forward. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its monthly allocations from the federal government. The Commissioner of Finance of that state alarming to the space that they need to generate more internally. So on viable states within the Nigerian space, Mike, your thoughts?
See, that's the disaster. The disaster of the Nigerian state is that particular issue where states are not viable, right? What I can describe Nigeria is something they call a welfare case. You understand? See, in life, there's no free lunch. You don't give anything for free. So these states, first of all, if you are not viable, then you should not exist. First of all, it's like a company that does not yield profits. You understand? You have a business, right? And that business, you're constantly pumping money into that business, but that business will not bring money back to you. Close the business down, man. You understand? In the Nigerian state, that's been the case. There's no productivity. You understand? We're not producing. We sell oil. We take that oil money to pay salary, pay states, pay government, pay governors. There's no country in the world that's functioning like that. Even the United States of America, every state you have to produce. You understand? It's all about. It's based on productivity. That's how society advances. That's how you develop. You produce. You build things. You create things, and those things that you create, you use it to create revenues, and then you acquire wealth. That's how society is built. But in Nigeria, you create a bunch of states that are just not productive at all. You don't produce anything. You don't. And to me, I always said it. That allocation money, right? That allocation money is just complete bullshit. It shouldn't be going to those states as a form of allocation. You understand? It should be going to them as a form of loan or investment. Like, okay, if we're putting this 30 billion into this state, governor, that money, you have to use it to invest in something that we bring it a return, and you have to pay back. You understand? So that way, government cannot steal the money.
The governors administrators, would that not make them no more than administrators? If they cannot guide the budget, then they are administrators.
No. Well, no. Not necessarily.
If you don't control the budget, you're an administrator now.
No, the money I'm giving you should not be a budget. Should not be if you are taking a loan, right? Countries take loan. Doesn't Nigeria takes loan, right? From other countries, right? You have to take loan, but don't use that loan to be that loan. You know that you have to pay back.
What about recurring expenditures like salaries, etc.? How do they pay that back?
First of all, no, salary should not be recurring expenditure. First of all, salary should not be that. You understand? Because when you employ somebody, right? You employ somebody to produce, and out of that production, you take out of it to pay that person, right? That's how I always said the whole.
What about
that was civil servant in Nigeria. They need to. Even this guy said it one time. Sanusi, when he was the governor of Central Bank, he said if you take charge, you sack almost all the civil servants because they are not productive. Why are you employed? We are not. If you can't produce, go and send them to the farm. Go and do something. These people are not productive. A lot of people that work in the government, they don't produce anything. They just collect their salary. You understand? So that's the problem in Nigeria. Now, if you're going to give money to that state, you listen. We are giving this money. You are giving this money to you. That money has to be paid back to where it came from, which is the Niger Delta. That's their money. You understand? It has to be paid back to the region where the money comes from.
Are you not then speaking essentially of autonomous states? So you're going back to the 1970s.
That's how it works. Yeah. Woman, that's the way it works in the United States here now. States like California are extremely rich. States like Texas are extremely rich. California is extremely rich because of their creativity. They have Silicon Valley. They have Hollywood. They have all these, you understand? That's how they make their wealth, right? Now, you see states like Texas. Texas is they have oil. Oil is what makes Texas rich. It's a oil-rich state, you understand? Texas is another rich state. New York, they have the city. They have the... New York is kind of like Lagos. So, but then you have other states that are extremely poor. Nothing is going on there because they are not, vibe, you understand? They are poor. But it doesn't mean like you start taking the wealth from Texas, wealth from California, and start sharing with all these states that are useless. They can't produce. You understand? So, the way they do in America, I just explained to you, those states that are poor, when they figure a way to maybe a project that can generate wealth within that state, right, that they can build. What they do, they take loan from other states like California. They take loan from Texas. You understand? So that's how they do it. So what I'm saying is, all these other states in Nigeria, they are unviable. If they need money, explain what do you want to use the money to do for? Do you want to use to build something? Maybe some projects that will start yielding revenue for your state.
What about
And
teacher
if it's going to
salaries?
cost you
What
more,
about teacher salaries?
no.
And
See, teacher
doctor
salary.
salaries.
See, doctor salary.
And teacher
First
salary.
of all, so do we have free healthcare in Nigeria?
Well, we have some.
Is it free healthcare?
Well, no, we have.
Is it free? Is it free
No.
education?
Well, largely yes. It's subsidized education.
If it's subsidized, listen. See. This is what America. See, this is what they do. One thing I would say is this. See, federal government, right? When you collect your revenue, right, you have to invest that revenue on the welfare of the children. You understand? Nationally, because the way countries do, like America, for example, education is free for children. You understand? Every child must be in school. It's a right. In fact, it's a right in the Constitution that every child must be educated, which was another thing Awolowo was doing. But now, this is way they do it. They force every property. If you own a property in America, you must pay property tax. You understand? The tax. If you own a property, you must pay property tax, and that property tax is what they use to fund the education for the children in that environment. You understand? So that education funding is a simple thing now. If there are businesses going on in any environment, you must tax those businesses. Or their properties, any commercial business.
There's no business going on in Adam. I mean, what are you talking? Business going on in Adamawa They just sleep and wake up, don't they? It's a sleep and wake up state now, like most of the North. They go to bed, they wake up in the morning, kill a chicken.
But even right now, with the money they are giving the governors, are they giving funding education? They are not funding education now. So
if you saw one clip that our engineer sent me of a school in that space, you will cry. Do you remember that
even
clip
the money we are giving them, we are not following this.
That some guy went around filming the school and crying as he was filming the school.
You
remember that clip?
Yeah, I remember. But the thing is,
see, this kind of injustices.
Hold on, Mike. Yeah.
In Adamawa State, if they're saying such that there's no money, there's money now. Was it some months ago? I think, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 months ago, they built a bridge in Adamawa State. They launch it and they do some road works, But at the end of the day, if they're coming out saying this and this and that,
no, it's federal allocation. They say they are not able to generate money internally, and they are reliant wholly, if not entirely, on federal allocation. This is what the problem they're having is.
Can I come in here for a minute?
Yeah, just very quickly, and then we'll go back to Mike.
When Obasanjo was in power, the local government revenue for Lagos State, Obasanjo seized it. What Tinubu did, Tinubu instituted tax for all the properties in Lagos State. That is why even till today, I have a property in Lagos, I still pay tax for that property. That is what other governors have to raise money.
Exactly.
That's what they have to do. Property tax.
No, but the economy does not sustain. This is what I say. There's no.
No, one man. There's markets. There are businesses going on in every state in Nigeria. There are businesses going on.
There's really not much going on. You'll be surprised how sleepy a lot of
Can I say something?
It's just a wake up and sleep sort of a space.
The agriculture going on. Invest in agriculture. Let people go to the farm, make produce, sell their produce, and you tax them.
This is where they are trying to go to now. But let's hear from Ola. Ola, yeah, come in, Ola.
The problem has been the fact that all these people, instead of concentrating on developing their human resources and build value chain around resources they have, being agriculture, being forestry, being anything, they lost focus on that because of the type of people they have in power. They focus more on religion and focus more on how they can steal resources from somewhere. The question we should ask ourselves, for example, now, how did the northern part come about the Grand Pyramid? What happened? What happened to those hide and skins? So there are so many things. What happened to cotton, for example? So there are so many things these guys can do, but they lost focus. Instead of facing productivity by developing your human resources, they focus purely on religion. So I still believe that if we restructure that country today, including these people that are saying they cannot raise revenue, if they rechannel the energy of the people away from being a Boko Haram and they channel those to something productive, they will sustain it. And the problem is this: if you live according to what you produce in your state, you will survive. Because you don't expect, because they are paying 1 million every month in Lagos now. You don't necessarily pay 1 million in Kanu if the economy of Kanu cannot sustain. And you can still be able to afford what someone in Kanu can afford despite any less than those one in Lagos. It's just going to be, you regionalize your economy. You don't just have to say we must make everything equal. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ola. Yes, and I think that is what they are trying to achieve there as well. They are trying to localize their economy, identifying cattle rearing as the mainstay that they can focus on. But then, of course, what's taking them so long to get to that space? What's taking them so long? Yeah.
What's taking them so long is the laziness.
Yeah, free money.
Free money. And it's been proven here in the West. I know in England, you guys have the same thing, the social welfare system there, right? Where they if you don't have a job, they just give you money until you get on your feet, right? And then those people that are sick on welfare, they become very lazy. Even in America here, people that sit on welfare, you see people, as soon as they get on that welfare, they don't want to get off because it's free money. It makes you lazy. So when you're giving these governors free money, there's nothing to motivate them to get up and try to actually do some work. Because it takes a lot of hard work to get things done. But for you to say you want to get up and do the work, you need something to motivate you. You understand? Well, if you know that you will not get paid if you don't do this work, you have no choice but to do it. If the governors know that there's no money coming in, if they don't get up and get into this, if the people don't produce, I won't get paid. What makes American government work very hard is because they work very hard to make sure there's employment, because they know that without the people employed, they can't tax them. You understand? And without taxation, there's no government revenue. So if you can't invest, if you don't have a system where you rely on the people to make money, then you won't really give a shit about the people. You understand?
You know what really gets me angry? There was a video that I did. I'm not quite sure if it's live streaming or those audio ones that I do. Some governor in this northern state, he has 4 wives. So they in that state, one of these sleepy states that have no money. So in that state, the first wife, there's the office of the first wife. And with that office of the first wife is a retinue of functionaries, drivers, cars, special assistants, etc. So that's for the office of the second wife. Office of the second wife repeats the same thing, package for the office of the first wife. Third wife, fourth wife. So that package of the office of the fourth wife repeats 4 times. And I was looking at their federal allocation and it was about 3-4 billion, whatever. So by the time they go through all of that and pay all of the pensions of the ex-governor, there is nothing, absolutely nothing left to develop the state. Yeah.
One man. Let me say something real fast.
Mike,
imagine, look at it this way. To be a governor, to run a state, it requires a lot of hard work, right? To make things happen, things we just described, all these for work, productivity, it requires a lot of work. I remember when Fashola was the governor of Lagos, they used to tell him that, man, you're doing a lot. The guy said, man, I work 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, just to get all these things going. Now, if you have a governor that has 4 wives, now, which means that to keep these women happy, you have to sleep with them at least.
No, once a day. Mind the language. We have Charles around. There's a small. Don't corrupt minds here.
The other room.
Mike, can I come in?
I mean, if you are the time you
the other room.
The other room.
The time you spend in the other room. I mean, it take a lot of your time. So what time do you have to spend in office?
Look at that.
So you have 4 wives now. You have to work 10 hours a day.
Engineer governor.
Can I come in 1 minute?
All right, very quickly, and then I want to move on.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, go on.
I talked to my father before he died. My father was like something. He grew up in the 60s. He said when he finished from Lagos, he came back to the village. He was part of the tax collectors. When there's no oil in Delta. During that time, because the British were ruling them, people go run to the farm just to avoid paying the taxes. But they have to pay in order for you to do things for your own community. That's how they raise money. But somebody is telling me, I don't know if it's true, that the Hausas or the Fulani doesn't believe in tax system. How are you going to run a society where you cannot tax people? I don't know if it's true or if it's a lie, but you have to raise money one way or the other. You know?
It's true, because the Islam really tell them not to be taxing the poor, those kind of things, you know. And
all right.
that really doesn't make sense, because in America, you're even the poorest man, you have to pay tax. And for every dollar you earn, you must account for it.
They tax their welfare, don't they? But thank you for that, Mike. Stay with me. Let me just acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat. We've not seen Plenty Water for a while, but it comes back as it usually does with the super chat. It says, if Tinubu or Tinubu's boy or girl gets the ticket for APC, you will all be shocked, as Lagos will break voting records. In our house, will call Bode George to order. Opposition Governor Otedola. So I'm not quite sure what that means, but I think essentially it's saying that if Tinubu gets the ticket for APC, then of course the Lagos will just rig all they can to make sure that they get the largest amount of votes they can for him. So thank you for the super chat.
Plenty Water is MC Olomo's crew member, you know. So
is Adanle Koko's antagonist, you know. So what's so funny? I think they are friends now anyway. So because he stopped talking Adanle Koko now. So let me take you to a different topic, Mike. Where am I taking you to? Okay, nobody has really spoken that much on this guy. SALEH MAMMAN, we spoke about him briefly yesterday, and it comes into play again today. The power minister collapses, hospitalized after being sacked by Buhari. So what is emerging is that this guy had been lodged at a Transcorp Hilton Hotel since August by movers in the power sector, you know, packing dollars into his pocket and asking him to go and bring big contracts from Buhari. So he has now been sacked. But the fact that he was lodged in that hotel by vested interest is sufficient enough reason, I am suggesting, for EFCC to pay attention to him. What are you making of the power minister, semi-literate, being sacked for incompetence?
Oh my God, man. First of all, why do you even have power minister when we don't have power? We will never have power anyway. So I don't get it. You see, okay, he committed crime. He committed crime, and instead of being prosecuted, he just gets fired. You know, see, that's the thing. You see, when we have party system, we see when you are employing your relatives and your friends, it's going to be very hard to prosecute them when they commit offense. You understand? It's even hard enough to sack them, and they always. That's why in America here they say there's a clause, there's a conflict of interest when you occupy a public office. You cannot give a contract or even hire your relative or anyone close to you or anyone. There's that clause there because they know that if you do that, that person will be so comfortable to commit an offense because he or she knows that at worst, if I get caught, this my guy. He won't. The worst thing will do. You won't punish me now. I'm my guy. You know, my uncle will not put me in prison now. You know that kind of thing. You know, so you'll be so comfortable. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of like my best friend. One of my guys, we grew up together. I become the president of Nigeria. Now he appoint me as a minister or something. When I get tempted to steal, you know, and to be corrupt, at first I will speak to myself, okay, what was the worst thing that happened to me? But this guy is my guy. We grew up together. If he catch me, you gotta go put me for jail now. You understand? Because it's my guy. So that's why America know these things. Why they say conflict of interest. That's why no one gets prosecuted in the Nigerian space in the government because they are all connected. You understand? They all got their through connection. The moment one guy gets caught committing something, even if before you prosecute him, say you call somebody that's your friend, that is his friend, that connect him there, and that guy will just call you, say, you know, my guy be that too. Please, I just forgive him. You know, so that's what's going on. That's why, you know, that's things that we are doing, getting wrong in that space, you know. So I mean, Buhari campaign for corruption say he's coming in. The people who voted for Buhari because of that corruption, who thought this guy was coming in to really fight corruption. You know, remember that war against indiscipline in the 80s. You know, that's what everybody thought. But then corruption is going on.
You know, you're right. It's the eyes of that war against indiscipline that people were still using to look at him. But of course, a totally different man now.
Complete different. They just find it difficult to prosecute their fellow government officials.
Even the worst critic of Buhari before he came in, they never, and I was one of those just vehemently opposed to this guy. I never thought it could be this bad. Nobody.
I didn't expect it. Because they really did a good campaign, to be honest. Because I blame Jonathan because I don't think Jonathan was even interested in that because he didn't campaign at all.
No, he was scared, wasn't he? He ran away.
Yeah, he didn't even campaign at all because there was no way when Jonathan when he won that first election, because there was no way anyone in South was going to vote for someone like Buhari. What the? People were laughing at him now. All the election the guy was running, the past 3 elections he lost. So that campaign, election when he defeated Jonathan, the way they were campaigning, they say, Buhari, say he doesn't have kobo. He's living in a one shanty house like that. Say if Buhari see you with money, Buhari will tell you that what do you need money? What do you know the way they were pushing the guy as if he was one man that's just simple and doesn't believe in stealing. He's a very disciplined man. They sold Buhari to people, man.
Right.
Like this guy does not tolerate corruption. They sold him.
But you forget they brought this guy from Chicago. They changed him. He was wearing Igbo.
He was wearing a suit. He was wearing Igbo outfit. Yeah.
They changed who he was.
Yes, that's
they
what
changed him, man. They sold in the beginning. I remember one time me and some people were like, this Buhari care, this guy, no way. Before we knew it, man, many of us started saying, maybe it's true. Say Baba. The way they packaged the guy, man. Well, I blame Jonathan because Jonathan was not campaigning. The guy did not campaign at all. Even when they were, because to me, I know Jonathan was the professor. I mean, he wasn't the best, but at least I know that this guy is way more educated than Buhari. He's still more, he's more of a presidential person than Buhari. You understand? But Jonathan was not campaigning. When people are accusing him of.
Jonathan campaigned. It was Yoruba people that break his Yoruba vote that they didn't get.
He didn't campaign Yoruba land either. He didn't campaign.
I think he had the wrong campaign manager, which was Akeredolu, who is just some Amugbo guy.
Mike, did you?
Yeah, because even the accusation.
Buhari went to social media. I saw him in the social media. They were the guests in the social media were interviewing. He was sitting in their platform. You say, this man is a change man. He cannot, this man is a Democrat now. He cannot do anything. In the social, he was sitting down with them.
All right. They did us 419. Thank you. And thank
you. They did us 419, man.
Yeah, they did us 419.
Even Jonathan.
Mike, can I
when they were accusing Jonathan of corruption.
Mike, let Ajande Koko chip in and then I'll move on to Ola because we're now pushed for time. So, yeah, thank you, Mike. Stay with us still. Ajande Koko, yeah, go on.
Hey, Mike. Jonathan campaigned in Yoruba land. As a matter of fact, all the traditional leaders in Yoruba land endorsed Jonathan. All of them, they endorsed Jonathan, including Afenifere. But, the Tinubu's were, the kind of campaign they carry, the way they campaign for Buhari, that anti-corruption campaign against Jonathan and all the rest resonated with the people more than the support from Afenifere and the traditional king. If you may remember, he went to Oni, the former Oni, where all the king met, and all of them were stretching their opache towards Jonathan like this. They were blessing him. I can remember vividly. Yeah, the leaders of Yoruba, the traditional leaders, they all endorsed Jonathan. But, the Jonathan corrupt practices, his government, the people in his government, the way they perpetrate corruption, and that
insecurity problem, the way they took those ladies, those young Shippo girls, people were so mad at Jonathan in the West, and they voted against him. If Yoruba had voted for Jonathan, it would have been a different result. Jonathan would have still been the president today. But
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go on to Ola then, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. Ola, good of you to stay with us. Let me take you to that Ibadan space and how the Alaafin for you and Olubadan of Ibadan land were embarrassed at LEKAN Salami Stadium. What are you making of that? Security operatives.
Yeah, like someone said the overzealousness of the security operative, right? Like Yoruba will say that even sometimes if someone is misdirected, you have to be cautious of how you manage the situation, because Yoruba will say, as you find it today, tomorrow might not be the same. So you are in a position of influence today, tomorrow you won't be there. So, but one important thing that I want to draw out from that place is this: if your foremost traditional rulers could be treated that way, you, all these servant of politicians, I think you are supposed to learn something there, because you understand, when you start seeing some people start dropping dead from right, from left, and you are around that place, but you still feel well comfortable without even trying to say, why are these people dying? And you are still so comfortable. Then one day that death will actually eat that person that refused to do something. So what am I trying to say is this: I will not take that thing away from the capacity of our people. But what I don't know is this: those people that perpetrated that thing, were they the state DSS or the federal? That's just the point. Now, for a person like Alaafin, well, sometimes I try to pity that Baba, because he has been through a lot, right from the time of Obasanjo, Abacha, and what he's facing now. Maybe that is why he's taking it easy. And we should not forget that one of his fathers or one of his family members were deposed by action group. So you see, this thing is that we've turned our traditional institution to errand facilities, those people that you can start on. I remember one day when Tinubu was even with Alaafin that was saying that Ashe Luwumini, FNG, when Tinubu was even telling that where will Alaafin get his money, it was indirectly just insulting the foremost traditional ruler.
On that point of correction, it is not Alaafin. That happened in Osun State.
At least one of the traditional rulers. Okay, thanks for the correction. Thanks for the correction. So what am I trying to say is this: where if our own people, if our politicians, if our leaders, political leaders, can mess up with our traditional rulers, then we've already sent a very wrong signal to anybody just to mess our people up, So it's just like you just one DSS now just to go and attack the emir of Kanu, also Sultan of Chukoto, all those stuff. So that's where we find ourselves. So do I think DSS can do it? Of course. I can't take anything beyond those people. That's what I say. But now, this is the time for them to learn from that event that happened, and they should even come out stronger. It is now time for them to support the agitation of the people. I don't expect them to actually run to the streets, right, and start campaigning, but tactically, they should find a way to support even the warrior. Because how do you support those warriors you want to deploy? If they are doing anything, don't condemn them. Just allow them to fight for you. If you are this thing, allow your children to fight for you, and don't use them to negotiate for contracts. That's what I can say about that.
All right, thank you, Ola. So to the space then, Akeredolu, I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. So a qualified statement that is making there, not yet, that is not to say not at all. So Akeredolu then, campaign materials appearing, he can try to distance himself from it as much as he likes, but we're not new to politics and we know how that game is being played in Nigeria. Akeredolu Malabuni ticket. What are you making of that mix, Ola?
You see, one pattern is beginning to so a particular pattern is beginning to emerge. Now, this kind of political interest, is it only peculiar to the southern leaders and this thing? Because I can't understand. Although they pick southern leaders and means that southern leader with the north, why can't we get the leading this thing, all those leading indicators from the north? I think some political calculators, those
no,
people that
it's an Akeredolu lead with a Malabuni vice. So they are playing the politics of rotation. It's also
exactly. I agree with you. For example, is it now? What I don't understand is it possible that some people are just trying to ferment trouble? For example, now we all know the person that is diehard that want to become the president in 2023.
No, they're just testing the work task. It's an open
exactly that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. They may be even the sowing some seed of discord. Yeah, last week.
No, I don't think it's anything to do with discord. I think people are just testing the political temperature of the space.
The popularity, right?
Yeah, what permutation works? What is the response to this mix? How are people seeing this? So they're just testing the political space. I don't think it's anything personal against Tinubu or anything.
I agree with your perspective, though. Really, I agree with your perspective. But to me, if these guys are actually fighting to resolve the issue, like they are so they are so serious about this restructuring and all those stuff, to me, there should be some kind of restructuring between now and 2023. And even if they are testing the water and Nigerians just fall for that, well, good luck. To me, I will stay with what I want to stay with. Restructuring first. Don't put the cart before the horse. It should be the other way around.
How feasible is that? I think the elections are taking place in February 2023. We're in September 2021 now. So how feasible is it for the country to be restructured between now and the next election?
In fact, restructure can happen within a month if the political class want it to happen.
Right.
It's just because it's still not eating them now. That is why it's saying no. That's why I was saying that that is whenever there's this particular when people are around, someone start dropping dead. Some people are saying this. So if this thing is eating them, they will step up. Haven't you noticed that all these governors suddenly since 1999 they've started becoming activists, they started even acting. It has never happened in the history of Nigeria that you will see a person like Sam Autumn that will be standing against the president. Who did that? Nobody could do that during the time of Obasanjo or Yar'Adua, all those things. The only people that were even trying testing Obasanjo were those people in the Senate, and just because someone was actually pushing them from the presidency. So the thing is, if they want to do that restructuring, if they have every reason to do that restructuring, I tell you, these people, they have capacity to grind that country down and do it. Just because they are still looting, stealing, and some kind of soft permutation.
Would that then mean extending 2023 if they restructure?
You can restructure and not necessarily extend 2023. It's just all about negotiation. Because now, do you think Malami and those people in the presidency, the example, if they have their way, they want to cause trouble and they don't want to go, right? They would like to stay there because you can't commit this level of atrocity and you think that
we know that. I'm just looking at the timeline of what you are proposing, because I don't know if we're speaking of the same weight of that restructuring, but the restructuring is a heavy weight. We're talking about the totally rejigging of the entirety of the country. So that then necessarily means that we would not have the election in 2023.
Like I said, it doesn't stop it, honestly. Honestly, it doesn't stop it. If these people want to look at within the period,
a new constitution, a new voting system, a realignment of the regional structures, the divesting of powers to the state, all of that to be recalibrated, all within 16 months to the election, and we then have an election after that.
Because how long did it take Absalam Abubakar, for example, to give Nigeria a new constitution and move Nigeria to the democracy, to this kangaroo democracy we have? That's what I'm saying. That if whatever our people want to do, for example, how long did it take the National Assembly to copy one kind of a speech program from from Singapore, presented it on the floor of National Assembly for them to see? It's not as if we don't have the framework there. For example, the frameworks are there, but there's no political the political will to do that, because the actors still want the same situation to stay. Status quo is a problem. So if we want to move forward, we are really going to move forward. If they don't want to move forward, then that's where you start hearing all those stories. They start doing some kind of like permutation. To me personally, it's going to be an interesting, like I say, interesting situation. Like I said, I don't want to preempt them heavily. I don't just want to, but what I know is before 2023, I'm so hopeful that we can't go into 2023 without a major change in the structure of the country, or maybe the constitution of the country. That's me being optimistic. So whether it comes to fruition is another thing, right? So that's me.
All right. Thank you, Ola. I think that is a bit pie in the sky. But anyway, we'll see. With the future is always ahead of us. But the future is ahead of Atiku Abubakar too. And that future looking shaky now if a group within the PDP has its way. 2023, don't allow Atiku to waste your ticket. This is a group within the PDP cautioning the party that this guy is a busted flush. So a busted flush, Atiku, a wasted ticket. Do you agree with that? What are your thoughts?
It's neither here or there. It depends on the situation, Atiku is someone that I rate very high, but unfortunately, the guy was too desperate, If not because he was too desperate, maybe Nigeria will have channeled another path from what we have now, for example. So in that 2023, I think that he kept trying. Like I heard someone say that Buhari kept trying until he won this thing. No, yeah, I heard that one is under. I can understand that, but Atiku's situation is totally different now, because the level at which the level at which we are now, we are not likely to entertain another Fulani, no matter the kind of intention the person have. Like, in Nigeria, naturally, we said this here on several occasions, that we normally vote against the incumbent, not necessarily vote for the candidate. So now there's something that is aligning the current incumbent and Atiku. They are both Fulani. See, people will just turn blind eye to whatever competence they believe that Atiku, the Atiku competence, they will turn black eye to that place and just vote Fulani out of power, because we can no longer, Nigeria will not be comfortable with that tribe again. So that's just, so when someone is saying Atiku should not waste his ticket, well, I think they are correct. I will align with that. Not only that, a person like me too, I will look at Atiku from old age angle. Honestly, from my own perspective, no matter how competent Atiku is, unfortunately, he's coming out at the wrong time. So no way. I would think it's a waste of ticket.
Do you think he will get the ticket anyway?
Well, very difficult to say, honestly. That's a politician like Ajale Koko, understand? The issue of getting tickets in Nigeria, is all about what can you give to the delegates. Some of these delegates, some of them is what they want now. But those people are the top hierarchy of the party, that they know that they can extend their benefit. Those people are the one that we worried, okay, can this one win? But for just delegate that we elect, that we all those things, just give them $10,000, If Atiku can afford that, why not? He can get the ticket. So Atiku is not a lightweight politician, but it's unfortunate because the forces like OBJ and the class of 1966 that were against him, that's the reason it's not there. Because just imagine, had Obasanjo not broken that PDM that he wanted to use against Obasanjo at that time, perhaps Atiku would have become the president of this country a long time ago. So to me, whether he can get that ticket, it's a strong candidate, to be honest. He's a strong candidate. I think he can get it. I will never for once underrate that man. That's for me. I will not be stupid to underrate him.
All right. To this point, IPOB are not struggling for freedom but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. This is attributed to Buhari via Garba Shehu. So I'm sure you've been following all the discussions we've been having on it up till this point. So what are your thoughts on that? Just the criminality of that space. Is Buhari right in what he's saying, or is he even partially right? What are your thoughts?
Well, these people that have spoken about IPOB, they lack credibility. It's as simple as that. Look at it this way. What are the factors to call some people terrorists? What are the factors? What's IPOB? What are they doing? What are the activities? Are they committing genocide against indigenous people? Definitely no. Now, are they committing what I want to use light war so that are they abusing people sexually, causing sexual harassment, all those stuff? No. How many people kidnap can we trace to IPOB? No. So are they terrorists? They are simply terrorists to all these power drunk and silly politicians just because you want to you take existential threat to them, and they are saying we are going to repair you, we are going to defend you. So you force these people even to start using to start defending themselves to the extent of getting ESN that is using pump action. And these people that are classifying them as terror group, you understand, they've not even been able to designate the one that everyone around the world, the United Nations, United States of America intelligence, or whether British intelligence people, that they've all categorized as the fourth deadliest terrorist group in Sub-Saharan Africa. Anytime you mention this to Buhari or this, they will tell you that, oh, these people, they only carry cutlass. If they do, they only carry stick. If the time they won't say they are carrying stick, they will tell you that they are foreign Fulani. They will tell you it's not the Fulani. But anything, even sit at home, I'm telling you, even this is at home, the federal government have their way of staging another crocodile smile or python dance. They will have staged the same thing. So we've been seeing all these things. If there's anybody that we want to tag as terrorist group now, those people that are terrorizing IPOB, it's actually the Nigerian federal government. They are the one terrorizing IPOB. IPOB, they've never done anything wrong. They are just fighting for their right. You want to kill some people, you want to eradicate some people, they are saying no, and you call them terrorists. How silly can the government become? Other than that, to me,
so you don't see any element of criminality in the activities of the IPOB movement.
I want to be educated. I want to be educated on that. What are they doing, for example? You understand? They are not the one terrorizing, sending people away from the family or just state or Ekiti or in Benue State.
The burning of police stations and security formations, the enforcing of the sit at home to the point that people were being stepped out of their cars and the cars burnt, etc. Are these not criminal activities?
Let me address that of the police brutality, the police that you just mentioned now, for example. Now, you say you have police formation. The police that are supposed to protect, the men that are supposed to protect the innocent citizen, but they happen now to collude with the state, right? Now to terrorize the people. Now, when people are now replying, when you are trying to defend yourself and you are trying to repel attack on you, sometimes issue can escalate. No, so if issue escalate, for example, now maybe they say, okay, this is my 2, is it my 12 in Lagos? So maybe some people are fighting, some marketers are fighting, and they now went from that place and they burn police station down. That is not enough to call those people to terrorists. Even we have a situation whereby we have riots, student riot, that they even moved to the
yeah, but
information.
it's a calculated, planned out, coordinated attack on security formations. We all saw that period when they were burning down to the point that our police officers were taking off their uniforms in the east.
Yeah,
this went on.
Yeah, I will assume based on their permutation, because if I want to go ridiculous, I will say probably they are not IPOB because we saw what happened in Lagos.
Well, we know they are ESN, but I mean, it's almost certain that they are, unless we want to just,
they might not even be ESN. They might just even set them up for the federal government to hit them. We know what happened to NSAS.
The federal government was burning down police stations to color ESN bad.
No, during the NSAS.
No, they were not ESN. They were Taliban.
No, they were
wait. No, we are just permitted. No, I'm just saying because we've seen it. Okay, will you tell me that NSAS people at Lekki, they were the one that organized that went to Surulere?
No, we're not talking about Lekki. We are isolating. No, we are isolating within the eastern quarters. You can empathize with their struggle and still acknowledge criminality within their ranks. I mean, it is fairly obvious that there are criminal elements to a worrying amount within that structure.
I'm simply saying I'm not. Yes. I don't know. I'm simply saying I don't know. That's why I'm using speculative statements. I can't say it's IPOB. I'm just saying there's probability too that it could be federal, it could be government-sponsored agent too, just to pin something on them. Okay, look at it this way. Already, even without calling them.
Okay, you say that is probable. Which is more possible, though? Which is more plausible?
Because
that the ESNs are sacking the security formations in the east, or the federal government is sacking its own security agencies to color ESN bad. Which is
exactly so that they can move in and attack them.
Sorry. Listen to the question. Which is more plausible? Which stands more to reason, which more chimes with common sense and logic, that the federal government goes and burns down and kills its own officers all over the southeast to color ESN bad so that they can attack them, or ESN that are opposed to them are the ones carrying it out? Which one chimes more?
Don't forget, we are talking of Nigeria. Abacha threw bomb everywhere. Okay. Abacha threw bomb around everywhere. I was saying they were Nadeko.
You see, that is Jubril at Sudanese language, isn't it?
No. Because I don't want to pass. No, it's difficult. No. What I will not do.
I sympathize with the Biafra movement too, but we cannot paint black as white. Just
like I said. I'm being speculative.
No, you're not being. You are being far-fetched. It is more far-fetched to say that the government will go and burn down.
Can I interject 1 minute? Can I interject 1 minute?
Interject.
Hey, one man.
Yes.
There are so many evidences that shows that federal government sent criminals to commit most of the atrocity in the east in order to paint IPOB black. They did it. And there are people that challenged the federal government. They got some of these criminals, and they showed them to the world. So, look, this is a criminal administration that can do everything, anything, to destroy the image of anybody. That is their style. We know their style.
So what about the one posted on the internet, Ajale Kuku?
Huh?
The ones that were posted on the internet that we all saw now. What about those ones?
Which one they posted on the internet?
The IPOB are recording things they do now. They're even posting on the internet.
Even the captured ones, they tell you how they go to their camps, how they train them, how they go and how they tell them to go and attack, how they got captured. We've just countless examples of these ESM boys narrating how some camp was behind some church. I remember the last one that I saw. So we cannot. I mean, come on, man. It's too far-fetched. It's reaching. You are reaching to the fanciful.
Look, there is this one of the leaders in the East, Emeka Eziofe. He said it on Open TV that they have evidences that the federal government some criminal, and they capture them and they show them. So what do you want to say to that?
But we've seen confessional statements of ESN operatives that have been caught and have described I think we've discussed one on this channel even, that have discussed in detail how they operate, how they are set after, how they set them after security formations.
Some of them could be, because they are fighting. Look, IPOB, or rather we call them ESN, were fighting against the enemy that are killing their people, that harass people, that arrested people illegally and killed them. Look at the way they arrested that guy from Kanu's lawyer's house, put him in the boot, drove him away, set the vehicle ablaze. That is what you can do to anybody in this world. And you saw them in uniform. They wear Nigerian military uniform.
Okay, Ajale Koko, stay with me.
What do you want to say to that, one man?
Okay, let me say it to you, but stay with me and hear this. Justin, IPOB members threatening to kill me. Who is saying that? Justin, IPOB members threatening to kill me. BBC Igbo, who am I hearing? Can you mute yourself? I think that's usually Sam, isn't it? Sam, mute yourself, please. So, where was I? You've let me lose my... so BBC Igbo reporter is the person that is saying this. A reporter with BBC Igbo has narrated how he constantly gets death threats from members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. Journalist Obiajesi Kingsley, in a post via his Facebook page on Wednesday, explained that his colleagues also get threats from people affiliated to the proscribed group. Correspondents learned that members of the group regularly refer to themselves as Umu Chineke or Umachukwu Okiki Abiama, which translates to children of God in English. Kingsley wrote, "As a journalist working for BBC Igbo Service, I am not new to death threats. Myself and my colleagues get death threats on a daily basis. Sometimes it hurts, but most times I just laugh it off. The interesting thing is that people that threaten to kill me and my colleagues are the same people that refer to themselves as Umu Chineke or Umu Chukwu Okiki Abiama. Is it not funny? I am not allowed to join issue with these death threat mongers. But whenever I say the threats, I reply in my heart. My name is Chukwuema and then he goes on to say something in Igbo. Ijiro Onwu Eyi Igwu. So that is what this guy is saying. So the criminality within that space is rife.
One man.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, right? Look at it. This is what I said. Was it to UK, and which he really accepted it. Mistake NNAMDI Kanu did was to alter that statement to say go and kill. You understand? But most of the atrocity, Nigerian government, they carry on the atrocity. Because
on what authority are you saying that? On what authority? What backs that up?
You made mention of saying that they go to police station, they burn the police station, or they go somewhere, they do this, they do that, right? But the thing is, what you need to understand, and this is why I always say something: if Nigerian police or Nigerian soldiers, they are all trained to know the kind of rifle people are using. Today, if they said ESM, they went there, they shoot this, they shoot that, I believe the empty cartridge, they will use that as a proof. That's not a uniform weapon they use. That's not Nigerian police rifle. Because if it is Nigerian police rifle, definitely they can bring it out and they can show it publicly. But due to the fact that they can't prove that, they will rather tarnish that name that, oh yeah, they are the people coming to do this, to do that. Because mistake has already been done by the leader who said, go and kill. So they will find the opportunity to penetrate into that area and commit their atrocity, and they will blame the ESM that, oh, they are the one doing it. Most of these people that they've been threatening, oh, they will kill them, or they will do that, they will do this. They haven't. If you look, which of the leaders today in the southern area or journalists that they said, okay, ESN, they capture that person, they massacre him or they kill him, compared to the one just like what Ajale Koko said, they went on their uniform, they captured this guy, put him in a car, shoot him, and burnt the car with their uniform. Come on, there are two different things there that people can see and testify now.
Can I come here 1 minute?
Yeah, just very quickly, then I'll go back to Ola.
In 2016, I was in Nigeria. I was building a house in Nigeria. I sent somebody to go and buy tiles in Onitsha. That is when what's the IPOD were rioting. He went there to buy the tile. On his way coming back, ESN were rioting. They shoot them down. Till today, he died. Almost like 1 million naira of my money. I didn't see it. They buried him in Delta. So all those things they're telling you that but now we have the social media to see.
Sorry, who shot this guy? And sorry for the loss, but who shot him?
Nigerian army.
All right.
Just because they're carrying their placard. Nigerian army. Well, it is after that NNAMDI Kanu become so violent that hell no. You know, all they were doing that time is just carry. You know, I always say one thing. Igboho was just carrying a placard. When you carry a placard, you can protest, which is what you can do. But when you come there with your ammunition, you kill somebody, then it become a fight against me and you. IPOB just want they don't want a separatist country. They weren't fighting anybody. It is the Nigerian government that turned it, and you know one thing, that's what Oshibanjo, because if Oshibanjo become president, Oshibanjo will be able to calm all these things. When Niger Delta were fighting,
all right.
Oshibanjo went there to calm everything down.
All right, thank you, Sam. Just for reasons of time, let me get back to Ola and take him to a different talking point.
No, let me just, okay, you can go. Let me just line this one up.
Yeah.
You see, one thing is this. There is a reason that the federal government is eager to call these people a terror group. Because once you designate them a terrorist group, what you want to do is that you want to deploy the whole state instrument and crush the people. Whereas the people that keep attacking NDA and our military formation, you understand, you call those people bandits. So, see, we are talking of the government that has lost credibility. So, to me personally, it's difficult for me to believe whatever the federal government of Nigeria is saying. So, we can move to another topic. I don't believe them. That's me.
All right. Fair enough. So on to the next topic then. Adamawa does not generate 20% of its FAC allocation. It is the Minister of Finance of that state that is alarming to their poverty level. What are you making of that? 20% they don't even generate.
Yeah, you know, the concentration over time, like I said the other time, it has been on how to share the Niger Delta money. It is not about how to produce. You know, one thing that the political class in Nigeria, they've been able to master is how to corner the resources of the country. Like I keep saying that some of these people that you find there, they are not competitive like you and I, that we find ourselves somewhere that anywhere we see ourselves, we try to sustain ourselves. So their means to sustain themselves is to just capture power and concentrate everything, bring everything to the center and share. So the focus had been on this for so long that when we get the lowest of us doing this thing, they forgot all those areas where they can develop. Now, if I remember very well, I think Adamawa used to be part of Gongola State. This is Gongola State. We used to know for fishing, for peanuts, the granite, for millets, for something like gum arabic and cattle. You know, they hide and skin, then they do all these things, they send those things away. Now, look at it from this angle now. Awolowo, when he was developing the southern region, he built value chain around cocoa and some agricultural produce. Meanwhile, these people, they were doing fine just like that until they decided not to give their people enough skill to do all these things. They concentrate where they are not supposed to concentrate, focus their energy. Now, what this guy is saying, well, is the fact, if it's a self-realization, if they are beginning to think this way, then that means maybe Nigeria is moving forward. I hope what they are saying is not political statement. What I can say about that is, well, it's right, and you know the reason why we be sharing the reason for all this type of structure we have when we were creating state and all those things is for the government in power to sustain themselves actually, and to just steal more fun from those people from the south, those people that have those resources. That's what they be doing. So what the guy is saying, I hope it's not political something. If they can, any day that all this government can start realizing that, like contrary to what people will say that some states are not they cannot sustain themselves. I'm of opinion that no, I disagree. Many of these states they can sustain themselves, but just because they were created politically, that is why it is looking like they cannot sustain themselves. Because where are those Bata? Where are those Magnum? All those factories that used to exist around hide and skin, for example. Where are those granite industry that, you know, they used to extract oil from granite, for example? Where are those cotton where Nigeria textile mill and all those things that they used to manufacture, they used to build a value chain around that textile industry? So to me, it's good that we are now having those people that start realizing the facts that they are not just, maybe by the time they go back and start enhancing the value chain around their local product instead of sending them away. Because as we speak now, they still sell these people are still producing rice, so they still export gum, Arabic, and they still export cotton. But the question is this: when they export all those things, where the money go? We don't know. Maybe someone just free ride and they send all those things away without taxing them, and they will come back and start fighting on VAT that they get from the south, from those people that are taking beer, the beer that you don't want, from those people that are using money queen, all those things that you don't want, you now want to come back to all those things. To me, it's a good development that if they can realize that, and if they want to start doing this thing, I hope they won't start taxing the poor people, and I hope by the time they want to start generating their own internal revenue, I hope that one will lead to development. Maybe that's one of the indicators that we will start getting ourselves right. So the guy said the truth, because like I said, politically, because that state was created politically, that's why they've not been doing what they are supposed to do. So to me, I like the way the man came out and confessed what is happening, which is one of those things we like to. So I don't have much to say about that.
All right. Thank you, Ola, and thank you for your thoughts. So let's go on and then to engineer as we start to take the voices that we've not heard yet before. Engineer, thank you. Or Igwe, all right. So engineer, power. What is it?
Say one family.
One family.
One family. They say IPOB.
IPOB. Look at that. All right, thank you, engineer. You know the talking points. The Alaafin is being roughed up in Ibadan. What are you making of that? The audacity.
Well, everybody covered that part, and let me just give my own little bit, because when you come to Nigerian leadership, Nigerian government, the way they are carrying on their atrocity now, they don't respect traditional culture. and they don't respect nobody. It's so unfortunate that a traditional leader is going to stadium and he was being questioned by a uniform men, which is, I think, is something that in future, after Buhari is gone, is something that they need to put it in their record, in the state record. If possible, they should teach the upcoming generation to let them know this is what happened to their their leader, because it's a slap, and it's a blow to everybody.
Imagine if Sultan of Sokoto was going to Sokoto Stadium.
That one, I feel sorry for those uniform men, because the amount of crisis now.
Yes.
But to be honest, one man, if you look at it, the man, the traditional leader is very, very smart and is intelligent. The reason why he's smart, he decided to go back. Look, it's the same state where unknown gunmen, Buhari citizen, they went there, they slaughter people, and they went free. You understand? So in terms of things like that, I remember he's a man that is supporting the truth. He's against what happened to the son of the soil. So what do you expect? In order to avoid any catastrophe at that moment, to avoid anything that would lead to the shooting again, so the best thing is for him to just go back, which that's a wise man move he made. That's the best move ever. People may be thinking, oh, why did he has to go this and this? No, he is very, very smart. He's very intelligent. He values life. He's not like the other man that don't value life. He values life. He values the people. He values the culture. He values his own life. So he has to like go back. Let justice take its own place. Now it's up to the governor to come out and apologize or question those people who they stop him going in there. So those are the things that is happening in the country. The country has gone to the stage now, traditional rulers, they have no words to say. It's sad. It's really sad.
Okay, that is sad, but is this sad? Adamawa State not able to generate money internally and wholly, if not solely reliant on the federal space, on sustainable, unviable states. Just too many of them within the Nigerian space.
Yeah, but how can they generate money when the Boko Haram, they use that place as a python dance?
Training ground.
Yeah, exactly. All the farmers, they run away. All the fishermen and women, they know. The level of how things are going in that place, it's like it's pity. It's just like what Ola said. They depend on the oil money. So if the oil money comes in, they manage it. Because Adamawa State, they are well known in terms of granules. And if you look from granules, you can produce granite oil, you can produce kulikuli, and you can even produce, all these fish, dry fish. I've been there at the age of 15. So it's a place that if you go, you eat. It's all about they believe in fish. You eat different kind of fish. But today, as it is now, Boko Haram, they made that place to become, football ground. If you come out, they will end up shooting you. So people have to be scared of their life. There's nothing in there again anymore. So the man is coming out to voice his mind. He's saying the truth, nothing but the truth. I don't blame him. Yeah.
All right, you don't blame him, but who do you blame for this situation that PDP find themselves? This group is alarming that Atiku is enough is enough now. You've tried and either one way or the other, they rigged you, people said no, whatever the reasons, you've tried enough times now, leave the space. So the group now, they're saying, don't allow Atiku to waste your ticket. This is a group within PDP saying it to the greater party. So would you consider an Atiku candidature for the PDP presidential thrust in 2023 a waste?
I think if you come in terms of Atiku, There are two options I will give Atiku. Option one is either he comes and puts someone to represent him to build that PDP thing, or option two is better he come in and revenge what all these evil criminals in APC they're doing in that country. If by luck he gain the seat and go in, I'm 100% sure things that they did to him, he will retaliate. And it's an opportunity for him to nail all this Buhari and co.
So it'll be another revenge mission. You remember this Buhari regime is a revenge mission, and locking up
Exactly.
the Dasuki, everybody, locking up everybody that's wronged him in his life. So I think
Exactly.
we will come another revenge mission presidency.
Sure, that's for real. Because if you look now, to me, honestly, that's my own opinion. Let them give him chance, but his age again and his behavior, he has been in that power for that long, which he don't even need to. But with this current government, what is happening, I would say they should give him a chance, because if they put another person that hasn't moved around Nigeria, don't know in and out of Nigeria from PDP, I think the country is still going to go in a deep hole. That's just the truth. If this happened that PDP they win, because if they win, it's just like the president, before he will realize and start patching up, covering all the looted money, 4 years is gone, and people will still be.
Engineer, when you were saying his age, I just quickly went to check how old he is, and it's just laughable. Some of the ages, footballer age, all of these people. Atiku claims he's 74, which is somewhat believable. Buhari tells you that he's 78, which is a total lie. Obasanjo is 84, which 50-50, but Tinubu tells you he's 69. But his daughter is 60, but he is 69.
Here we go.
His daughter is 60, he is 69.
It's just the country, they eat fresh food, they eat everything is fresh. So they'll always be looking fresh. And there's money.
What miracle of birth is that? You are 69, your daughter is 60.
That one. I think I have one of his picture that I think 60 something, 70 something, 80 something, 50 something. I was just
it reminds me of one Nigerian footballer. The twin brother was celebrating 40. He was celebrating 28. His twin brother.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember that. So that's when you come to come to Nigeria. This is the kind of things you see. It's so sad that. But for Atiku, to be honest, if he succeed in coming in, I think Nigeria will have that a little bit relief because of this evil atrocities the APC are doing. Because honestly, if Atiku get the chance, trust me, he will do well. He will do well. But
I agree. I think I've always rated Atiku, and people have always told me off on this platform. But I think he would do well. I think either Atiku or Tinubu would do well.
Yeah, because those people they know they can move around. They can move around Nigeria. They can convince people, and people will listen to them and give them a little bit a chance. But if you look, let's say from PDP, if you bring somebody from south or southwest, those people haven't gone to north. They don't know what is happening in north. You understand? And if you want to convince them, how will you start talking to them? So you will need a backup. So those are the kind of move that people need to think very well and reschedule or give these people chance, to be honest. When it comes to Atiku, let them give him chance, because I'm 100% sure he will nail these criminals out. I'm telling you, he will nail them out.
Okay, talking about nailing the criminals and still within that 2023 presidential space, I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. Akeredolu speaking, posters of Akeredolu Malabuni ticket all over the media space, especially on social media. So we are concluding that it's testing the waters. But what are you making of that mix, Akeredolu Malabuni, for the
You
president?
see, when people like this, when they know what they're doing, they come out and start voicing their voice on air. Say, no, I don't want to be in that seat. First and foremost, the first day they put your poster there, you are aware of it.
Of course, I mean, he probably even paid for it.
You are aware of it. So now is he saying he wants to play that politics that people say, no, sir, come back. We need you, please. We need people like you. Ask him. We have seen Kogi State governor that says people called him to say, I think you'll be the right person on the seat.
You know, just in that Kogi State space, that guy is so ridiculous. A few months ago, maybe even over a year ago, the state assembly came out with a resolution that he's an excellent man and he should run for president. And then it then came out in the news that his state legislation have said he's that guy. I don't know. I don't know what they produce. I don't know what they produce in that Kogi state, but they produced Yaya Bello and Dino Melaye.
Those people, they are clowns. They are clowns.
Clowns
I call them opportunists because they have the opportunity opportunity to be there to touch the dollar. So they're confused. They haven't seen that kind of money in their life. So they're very, very confused. And for this man to come out and say, "Oh, I don't want to be president," but nobody is begging you. Nobody is. If you think you are smart enough, you want people to like start calling your name or hailing your name. Come on, come. You're wasting your time. Don't stay there and be playing like a victim. Go and sit down. Honestly, you should go and sit down. Good luck for him, man. We don't need him.
The person that really needs your luck, engineer, is the now former Minister of Power, Saleh MAMMAN. He collapsed as soon as he sacked in his hotel that the power industry have lodged him in Transcorp International. You know, just passed away in hospital now. No, not passed away, but passed out in hospital now. Caught off guard. All these dollars that he's expecting now no longer to be seen. The next man gets the dollars. What are you making of it, this funny man?
You know the second tenure of Buhari is the beginning of wisdom. We have seen a lot of people fainting now, so it's not the new thing. We have seen a lot of
the
people.
NDDC guy that fainted in the chambers of the house, and then when he got outside the door, he was like Linford Christie running like Usain Bolt.
The DSS that took his hand in his mouth. I think that guy wants to leave his throat.
The whole of that country is just one big comedy.
So what do you expect? The people like this, they are so funny, you know. Honestly, you are there as a minister of power. You have nothing to offer. You have nothing to say. So what else do you want? They have to relieve you from your seat. Go home and relax. The money you siphon is enough. You understand?
Because they said he was trying to gather enough to run for Taraba State. So I think that is what caught him, because all those deals that he was planning that they put him in the hotel was going to pay for his campaign. But Buhari has given him a fase.
Yeah, it's a shock that he couldn't believe. That's just the thing. Sometimes it's like Buhari, if one of the ear maybe is open, then he'll do something good. There's little time you hear ear problem again. So something like that. Well, I give Buhari credit in that area. And to be honest, for the Minister of Power, it's such a shame that they all travel abroad. They see things. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is wrong with Nigerian leaders. Have they swear on us? You know, how can a country will stay without no light? And we are the ones supplying Cotonou, and it's sad.
You see, the moment they appointed that guy as the Minister of Power, they took that portfolio from Tinubu, and not Tinubu, Fashola. And Fashola, when he had that portfolio, admittedly, he had too many portfolios under him. But when he had that power portfolio, you see him on the television every day speaking to technical experts about what they are doing, that, oh, we've been able to um, produce this much, that these are the difficulties we're having, right of way, right of passage, this is what we're doing, this is the roadmap, and this is where we are. So just every so often you see him on television talking detailed, discussions about the
You see,
power space. But this one
exactly.
now, Malam Bantutu, is just is in Transcorp Hotel,
I'm telling
talking
you,
for Agua.
enjoying
Yes,
soundproof generator. Huh?
is flying Ichoma in from
Oh
Abakaliki.
my
That
goodness
Ichoma
me.
girl, I will deal with that today.
You
This is
see,
it.
one man, what is happening in Nigeria as it is now is not what you merit, is by godfatherism, is who you know. Because people like this, they should have checked them proper before even giving them that position. But because there's godfatherism there, there's connection, that's it.
You see,
Go in there.
a lot of those positions, they are done by lobbying. You will pay somebody who will then lobby your case, and if your name is one of the names that they are looking for, i.e., Abubakar Mukhtar, then you stand a better chance. Abakari used to be the man that they used to lobby, that speak to Oga now,
I feel sorry for that one. So that's the level of how the country is. A whole nation, no light. People are using generator. That's why sometimes you see, I respect Nigerian people. I must be honest to you, both from the young one till the older one. Because look, one man, some people on generator, the noise of that generator, they will sleep with it. They wake up.
You know what really bothers me, engineer? In all of these low-cost housings, when people rent rooms that are across each other, so each room will have a small generator, to power their room, which
They
they
call it
place.
a pass my neighbor.
Yes, which they place outside their rooms. So now in the corridors of these houses, some people still sleep there as well. Maybe the spillovers from the room. And then of course they have to lock the door for security reasons. So you have 3, 4, 7 generators in a confined space, people sleeping, the fumes of that. It's just a hellish thing,
No, I respect people back home, honestly. I
Yes,
really give them credit,
the
honestly.
Nigerian endurance is something extraordinary. Our
No,
tolerance,
it's
our
too much.
endurance level is
They
extraordinary.
used to it. They
Science
used to
should go
it.
and study, the Nigerian science should go and study, because we are almost superhuman in the way we are.
Exactly. We're more than superhuman. Honestly, we are more than, the noise, apart from that, the noise alone, the noise, they're used to it.
Oh, God.
Woman, do you know that there's a research that shows that no other race of people can survive the condition the blacks are in, and they've like like the condition of that most Africans live in, right? They say no other, like you take a Chinese person, a white person, put them in that condition, they would die. You understand?
Because
Of
they've been
course.
And
civilized for too long. They've been civilized for too
no, it's
long.
not about civilization. I'm saying like
Right.
the strength of a black man and the level of resilience we have. Even they were saying like the condition, the blacks during
But they say
slavery now, the slavery.
if you take the blacks that have been in diaspora for 200-300 years to Africa, they might
They
not
will
struggle.
adapt too. They will do it. No, do you know there are blacks living in some places that's worse than even in condition in Africa, in America. There are some places I've been. I'm telling you, there are some places that's been abandoned, like ghetto.
What man can I say?
That's really.
Even in Nigeria, what's caused mosquito is stagnant water. When you go to Butameta, all those areas, you see people have stagnant water. But instead of letting the gutter flow, you know what they do? In the evening, they go and buy shelters and filter the house. But if you can just make the gutter run, there's no mosquito. Just honey. I don't know where common sense. There's no mosquito. But every night They'll fleet, they'll buy mosquito, they'll fleet. And those are
Nigerians don't
the
care,
money,
you know. They don't
the money they are spending on that fleet, they can put it together, gather it, they can just take care of the gutter, take care of the environment. But everybody just want to take care of his own little room.
You know that taking care of the gutter is the simplest thing. Just don't chuck your rubbish, your beer cans, your wrapped food, the moi leaf. Don't chuck it into the gutter so that the gutter flows, and then there's no mosquito, and then your child doesn't get. It's basic.
There's something we are missing here. Remember the capacity of people living in London. Sorry, Lagos. There are some people who don't have home. So where are you telling me they will go and pull? They'll pull in gutter now.
God, yes,
They'll go to gutter and pull. They'll go to gutter and wee. Because if you see the level of how people at night they come out to go and wee or pass their physics, you'll be scared. At times you see the Third Milan Bridge. I was living in Ebutemeta for nearly 4 years. You understand? At times, if I pass through Third Milan Bridge, you see somebody will sit on Third Milan Bridge. They are not even scared of their life. They will just position that thing and they'll be dropping the physics.
They are feeding the fish now.
You will see the fish in Ebutemeta.
They are feeding the fish. It's not easy. Thank you, engineer. Let's go on to Vin next. If we still have him, because it's been a bit quiet, so I'm not quite sure if do we still have you, Vin?
We didn't speak about my people, you know, my IPOB people. Honestly,
I thought we did. You started with that IPOB. Okay, speak to that then. Let me bring you the headline. Hold on. So yes, IPOB are struggling for freedom. IPOB are not struggling for freedom, but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. This is Buhari speaking via Garba Shehu to both Nigerians and an international audience. Engineer.
Yeah, let them bring the money so they can steal too now. Is it a crime? Huh?
Yeah, but they are doing armed robbery, which is different. This is
armed robbery in what way? If they are doing armed robbery, who is doing the international armed robbery? So sometimes these our leaders, they need to weigh things before coming out and saying jargon. You understand, one man? Because look, who are the criminals? Who are the terrorists? Everybody know now.
Are you also with that line that there are no criminalities in IPOB, or that there's not significant criminality to concern? Are you concerned about the level of criminality within IPOB ESN? Does it concern you?
Those people are not criminals.
There are no criminals amongst them.
No.
Yeah. Engineer, you are playing to your friends in the comment section.
No. One man. Let's be honest now.
All right.
Let's be honest. If you are saying they are criminals, pick all IPOB members today, put them in House of Rep. Then let's see what is going to happen there. Let's be honest to ourselves now. There is no jobs. There's nothing. As the elite in that zone, what are they doing to help their people? Nothing. But you'll be hearing they sign amount of money, they sign this money, they sign that money. Why would even Buhari should be ashamed with his uncle to come out and be saying that they are criminals? How? In what way? How? The amount of money Nigerian government they borrowed outside, has anything changed in the past 6 years? Nothing.
You know what you are doing, engineer? You are doing what about?
There's nothing like what about, one man.
You are doing what about now? This is what about.
How?
We are saying some people did bad. You are saying what about those people? What about that one?
Which bad? Which bad? I need to know what. I need to know what bad. What are the bad things here?
Hold on, engineer. The lesser of two evils is still evil. The lesser of two evils is still evils.
I don't know why Nigerians always do that stuff.
One man, can I come in here?
Yeah, go on, Sam. Yeah.
Okay. I'm from Delta. And anytime in the 90s, anytime I'm going home.
Actually, sorry, Sam, hold on. Let the engineer round off his thought, then I'll come to you so you can fully have the floor. So round off your thoughts, engineer, and then I'll go
Thank
to
you.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about anybody who come today and accuse somebody that is a thief, how do he know the definition of thief? Because the person is thief himself. That's just the truth. The person is thief himself. Because look, one man. Okay, if you're saying they are thieves, if you say
look at that, this is what we have to suffer, engineer, just for exercising free speech and testing the space. Go on.
So if people are saying if people are saying they are
I'm not
thief,
Igbophobic, I'm Igbokwenu. Yeah.
if people are saying they are thief, one man, let's be honest now. Let's be honest. Let them give them job. Give them job. Create that job opportunity. Then tomorrow will you see ESM fighting? No. Give them what they want. That's the truth. A lot of graduates. Look, they said Igbo this, Igbo that. Okay, the Fulani can never leave Igbo. That's just the truth. Regardless of anything till today, till tomorrow, that 3 figures they put in that currency in Nigeria, they call Wazobia. They would never leave Igbo people because they know Igbo are important to that country. They are important to that soil. That's just the truth.
You know, engineer, it's such a shame that Nigeria is the way it is, because if we're allowed to enjoy Nigeria how it should be, imagine how beautiful it would be. Ovie sent me a clip today on WhatsApp, just some little cultural dancing amongst the Fulanis. Very delightful, very unusual to me. Something that I would like to just come amongst them and interact with that thing. I've always liked the North. I've always liked places like Jos. If Nigeria was Nigeria, that is, I would want to go to Kanu and see the Doba. I want to go and see their Google Fish Festival. I want to go to Jos and see the snows that they say is on mountains there. I want to go to Sokoto and see what the Sultan does. You know, just the culture alone, it's just so rich. But
exactly. Look, one man, look, this is what you need to know now. You see, all these people coming and saying, oh, IPOB, they are this, they are that. One man, I'm telling you, those people in the north that always put a law or this or that, send them to Igbo land. By the time they see Igbo girls dancing their traditional dance, oh my goodness me, you will see how someone will be confused. The head will be shaking up and down because you will see some kind of waist that will shake with rapper. They will be confused. They know everything. So why are they tarnishing that culture? If you're tarnishing that culture, take them away from the currency then. Take them away from the currency.
You know, if we had a proper Nigeria, there will be a year exchange between schools. So a school in Sokoto, maybe when they get to Form 3, they'll go and do their Form 3 in Enugu. And that Form 3 class in Enugu will go and do their Form 3 in Sokoto.
Yes.
You know? And then from the ones in Ibadan, we go and do it in Borno. And then the ones in Borno, we go and do it in Ekiti. So this is what we should be doing.
Exactly.
Than,
So things like this, that's why they brought the NYSC, that Nigeria should be doing NYSC.
Yes.
That's bollocks.
But that one they're going to scrap it. You know, people, I'm sure you too, you renegotiated your way out of you know, people will just go to some office and get them to change them. Who wants to go and serve in Borno? Will your family let you? With your family, your name is Uche now. Your name is Adebayo. And they say they are sending you to Borno.
You want Boko to cook me?
You know. All right.
Oh,
thank you.
God will help us, man.
Thank you, engineer. Igwe, engineer. You know, he comes to the light us again with the
Otua.
With the red cap. Yeah. They don't do it Dobale in Igbo culture, so I don't know how to. Is it like this?
1, 2, 3, and 4. I will wear your IPOB dress one day. I'm telling you, one man.
Oba Atokpeye. That is it. Thank you, engineer. Always a delight, engineer. Everybody enjoys engineer. So to Sam now. Sam, thank you. Yeah, you wanted to say something, but because I was coming to you and we are pushed for time, I halted you. So now the space is yours, Sam. Say what you wanted to say to engineer, and then I'll talk you through the talking points. Sam.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what Sam was making is that from my own experience, I have in the 90s, there's a guy, Dr. NNAMDI. Anytime I'm going to Nigeria, he always give me $500. Okay? His parents live in Onitsha. I mean, Delta. From Delta to Onitsha, maybe 2-hour drive. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I go by the head bridge in Onitsha, the license plate I'm driving is Lagos license plate. You know what they park my car? 3 times, 3 different years, I have to pay $100 to bring those motos back. You go to a point, I have to abandon the car there. Tell the driver, when they are ready to release you, pay the $100, but I'm gone. They have you see, I feel sorry for the Eastern, when they are complaining, I feel their pain. Because I cannot go, they have a different rule in that area of the country. I drive, somebody that drive from Lagos, all the way from Lagos, the police will stop you, you stop Nore, you stop Nondo, you stop in Bini, you stop all those. When you get to Niger Delta, it's a different story. Everything changes. When you get to Onitsha, everything changes. I have that experience myself. 3 or 4 times I have the experience. They have a different rule on that area of the country. So I know that for myself. Hello?
No, is that not because it is an area of concern? We did not say the eastern quarters is an area of concern for the Nigerian state with all of the agitations going on there.
That is in the 90s. I don't even know what they are doing now.
Okay.
That's in the 92, 93. I had kneeled down in Asaba, which is my capital. I kneeled down, I swear to myself, I will never with my car cross over to the east. And I have never done that since then. I have never tried. I have never done that. So even I still go to Onitsha, but I'll park my car in Delta, I'll take public transport and go to the east. That's how bad it is. I don't know what it is now. Maybe now it's worse. So when they come in there, your plan, tell you their own experience, you have to understand this is what they're going through. That's why, I don't fault them. I don't know, but I feel that, how can you, is this what you're going, I can't believe I'm from there. How can I go through there? I'm happy I'm Delta. I have to, I'm more Yoruba than Delta. Even my cousins don't want to go to Delta. But anytime I go to Delta, I try to go there once in a while. I go there, I tell my cousin, let's go. They'll tell me, I don't want to go. They will kill you when you get there. I say,
all right, Sam. Quick comments on the talking points now as we've hit the 5-hour mark and we want to seek to round off. So a lot of them you've already chimed in, but you've not really had full expression. So the treatment of the Alaafin at the LEKAN SALAMI Stadium, the Alaafin and the OLUBADAN. What are your thoughts on that?
Only thing I have to say that Alaafin have done a deed for me. You cannot fight fire with fire. The DSS have the gun and all those things. He is still the Oba of Yoruba land. The highest thing he had to do, that's what he did. Because when you are going, he has a troop with him. He has all those that surround him. And all those people, he go there. If they don't give you attention, the best thing he did what? Because what's he going to do? To confront them? when you confront them, you know one thing. He supported Sunday Igboho. So that has been registering with DSS and Buhari. So they will do everything to confront him. So the best thing he can do, because he's still the Oba, you can't take that away from him. That's what he did. That is educated person, a mature person. That's what you don't confront person with confrontation. When somebody confronts you, somebody have to calm down, and that's what he did. He said, "You don't want me to come in here? Fine, do your thing, but that stadium is still part of my domain. You can't take it away from me. You can't take it from me by the people." You know.
All right, thank you. And Akeredolu, I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. Not yet is different from I am not. Of course, a senior lawyer that knows how to use language. Akeredolu for president. What says you, Sam?
What I will tell you is these are all politics. You know, they pass a law for you to run for office. You have to raise 50 billion. No single individual has to raise 50 billion. If he come out on the plan and say, I want to run, that means he has 50 billion. But if his people put him there, that means you want him to run, that means you have to contribute money for him to run. He will take the opportunity to run. But the only problem I have with Akeredolu is this. He has the power in the south. Yoruba will vote for him. Igbo will vote for him. Sasa will vote for him. But can he, because he's outright the way he spoke, will the Hausa vote for him?
Yeah, this is the conversation I was trying to have with Ajanle Kokoda. Is it too Yoruba?
Yeah. Will the Hausa vote for him? That's because an Hausa people doesn't want somebody that will confront them. They have shown, he have said who he is. And because if he comes down that he's the president, he will change everything. My only belief is that's why I'm rooting for Oshibanjo, because Oshibanjo haven't shown his true color.
You know, Ajanle Koko doesn't like that. He doesn't want to hear anybody appeal.
Yeah, but if you're playing politics, you know people. You if you tell people this what I stand for, they will not vote for you. Oshibanjo have been playing the good person. That is what even Tinubu went and did.
Is it good person or boy?
No, it's not. No. This guy is he is a professor of law. So even when somebody say they're going to put him with the Malami AIG, he's a professor of law and just a lawyer. It's a two different things.
No, I think they're permutating him with Ganduje.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But he's a lawyer. He knows. But in Nigeria, you don't come in and put your weight. And the funny thing is that my first president Tinubu, but because of his age and because he's being sick, and the outside don't trust.
Yeah, lucky Ajanle Koko is not here. He will tackle you on what you're saying.
They don't trust Tinubu. So when they don't trust you, the outside don't trust Tinubu. But Oshibanjo is playing to what they want. If the South can let Oshibanjo move him forward, he will be, because you know one thing. When Jonathan was when Niger Delta were fighting, it's Oshibanjo that went there to calm them down. Tell them don't destroy the oil well, don't destroy all those things. It don't belong to it. And since he did it, there's no more fighting in Delta. So he had that capacity. We need We need a president that can guide the country together. That's what we need. Buhari has been a president that divides us. We need a president that can tell you you belong to here, you belong to here. You know, like we trust IPOB. IPOB, if you get Oshibanjo, will bring IPOB back to the leveling playing field. Oshibanjo, he has the capacity. He said, when you go to, there's different being educated and being not educated. Buhari is not educated. His own is that if you don't say what I do, I will kill you. But Oshibanjo will go to Igbo land, tell the IPOB, this is what I want you to do. Please come out. We're all families. Let's see how the country can move forward. That's what we need.
All right, thank you, Sam. For reasons of time, Sam, I'm going to take your thought on just maybe one more topic, because I still have two people to go through, and we're already just well into it. I'll take you to Atiku instead, and then we'll talk about Atiku and his determination to be the president of Nigeria. But PDP now saying that at least groups within the PDP inviting him to go and seek other platforms, that they tire of him. His lack of loyalty, his selfishness. There are examples that they are citing the way he ran away just as soon as the elections were over in 2019, back to Dubai to be luxuriating with the Arabs, waiting his turn to come back to run again. So don't allow Atiku to waste your ticket. Group cautions PDP. Do you share that caution, or do you think Atiku is still the man to beat?
I have one submission to make. Atiku, all these people, all Sanusi, Atiku, all these people grow up in Lagos. They are all Lagosian. Atiku live more in Lagos than he live more in his own town, Adamawa. He has the vote. He can count. He has the vote of the South already. I'm being biased. That's what my only submission to you that it is our turn, the South. We, the South, have to produce the next one. But Atiku, and that is what Wike said something about 2 months ago. Wike said all PDP want is to regain the presidency. They know they can. The only way they can regain the presidency is when PDP brings APC brings somebody from the South. PDP would try to bring somebody from the North because they know the North has the block vote. That block, and the North doesn't base on what you know. They base on who can speak my language. My own. If you're telling me what do I think, I want the president. The president I want is Oshibanjo and Peter Obi will be the president. They are all.
But that they can't mix now. You can't have a south.
No. Peter Obi for APC.
Okay,
Peter
to run against each other.
Thank you, Peter Obi for.
And who would you put your money on? Who would you put your money on in that race?
I'll put my money in Oshibanjo, but that would be fair because one president will come from the South because it's our turn. But what PDP is looking at is this: if they give it to the South, which is our South, they will bring the North because they know the North vote in group. The North vote on who can speak their language. That's the problem we have. They are not educated enough to understand that moving the country forward doesn't mean where you come from.
All right. Thank you, Sam. That's a good spot to leave it. Let me try Vin one more time, and then I'll go to Prof, and then we'll round off. Vin, are you with us? Okay, I don't think we have Vin. Prof, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for staying with us. So, Prof, let me take you to the IPOB space and sample your opinion on that. IPOB are not struggling for freedom but committing acts of terrorism to steal money. Buhari speaking via Garba Shehu. I'm sure you disagree. What do you make of that statement?
I fully and faithfully disagree. It is that entity in Asurok that has allowed Garba Shehu to go on lying, and Garba Shehu is just struggling to ensure that he tags IPOP as criminals. How can one open his mouth and call IPOP that were criminals, and even say NNAMDI Kanu is an armed robber?
Do you think
know the
there are
meaning of armed robber?
Do you think there are criminal elements within the IPOB ranks?
No. You know, there are a lot of stories. Okay, IPOP involved in maybe like, okay, let's take instance the sit at home. These are people that just took advantage of it. Those people are not IPOP members. I've said it many times. The ASN that
is that not a convenient thing to say though, Prof? Is that not a convenient thing to say?
Yes, they can say it. Everybody wants to say something.
What you are saying that these criminal elements are not IPOB because they are
no, they are not.
Elements.
I'm not saying it because of convenience. I'm not saying because of convenience. Is the true talk about it. We all know what the Nigeria. Okay, remember one time in this show, someone. Okay, you read out. I think that was on Sahara Report that somebody said, I don't know if he's the person doing juju for IPOP and listed out the places he went to, and I contradicted that. I said that person is a lie. It's not true. So, you know, one thing you should know, the Nigerian government is just struggling to heap allegations upon IPOP. Yes, the international community can sympathize with us. That is normal. But the truth of it is that we're not involved in all this shady nonsense that's going on. All right, okay, part of your menu of today, someone collapsed. The person that was sacked by Buhari, the power minister. Yeah, you see, the man forgot that days, time is just, you know, you are not going to sit on power forever. The person is not God. It's only God that remains supreme forever. He forgot that. And you don't blame the man to collapse because in such a nice hotel he has been eating everything.
And you know, all those people paying the hotel bills, the moment they hear that he's sacked, the moment they phone the hotel that, look,
the money
kick him out today.
Yeah, they have to kick him out. So the man forgot.
Because they have to save their money for the next guy.
Yeah, the room is awaiting so someone else. The hotel wants to make their money. So the collapse, you know, people keep on collapsing in this government. But it's a shame to me because the man should have saved enough money by now. Why should he be collapsing
he
now?
Did not anticipate, because Buhari, he rarely ever, I'm not even sure of an instance that he has ever sacked a minister. So the moment he's appointed, then he thinks that he has 4 years of looting to do.
Of course, you know, that was a shocker from Buhari. So I don't blame the man for fainting, but I also blame him.
Imagine that all those dollars, you just see them flying away. We do not faint.
we all know how nice the hotels in Abuja are now. It's a long time I've been to that place. So that is the normal thing going on. Then I remember on your show you mentioned of the Alaafin and how DSS embarrassed the man. You know, someone here mentioned something that's very critical. We all know that this Alaafin is someone that's also backing Iwaho. So you shouldn't be surprised that such a kind of thing will happen. But I'm happy how the man reacted. He respected and left. You understand? These DSS people, they're just messing things up. I don't blame them because they're taking commands from the entity in that Asurok and Garba Shehu and co. And much of the commands are not commands that are civilized, that are meant to met out, you know, civilized kind of
because when I was discussing this topic with Mike, he was saying if they tried it, this and that will happen. And I was saying to him, we have drawn so many lines in this, so many lines in the sand for these people. They will say, if they cross this line, or this and that will happen. This and that will happen. They were exchanging hot words with the Alaafin of Oyo, which is to say that security operatives were shouting at the Alaafin of Oyo. So before they did it, everybody will say, if they cross that line, this will happen. So if they shout hot words and send him away to the point that the Alaafin had to live in anger, the next thing will be to beat him up, isn't it? So they have already crossed that line, nothing happened, and then they beat him up, nothing will happen.
That is
so
it.
Mama, you're
Nothing
telling
will
me they will
happen.
beat up Alaafin for you, and nothing will happen.
When
Are
they
you
are
serious?
shouting, before they shouted at him, Mike, you would have said if they shouted at him, something will happen.
No. He's shouting at him. No. That's that one. That maybe he's shouting back and forth. That one I can get it. Like but you say they put hands on him. Come on, man. Come on. Are you kidding me?
No.
I mean,
Of course, I'm an Oyo man, so woe betide, but we are in dangerous territory,
Mike, but you cannot fight. You cannot fight with a hand. These people have
with a what?
They have the gun.
With hands.
Forget gun, man. Forget gun. No, they say gun. There are lines you can't cross. You beat up the king. Alaafin for you. That's the end of Nigeria, man. It's over, man. Are you serious?
No, this guy is.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, man. Do you know who they call Alaafin for you? Okay. I have an example. Wait. I have a question. I'm sure you're familiar. We're from Delta, right? At least from Midwest. So you're telling me DSS will beat up Oba Obini and nothing will happen? Is that what you're saying?
Oba Obini will not come to that level.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm saying a DSS will go and beat him up. I think Benin people they won't do anything.
No. Before he goes, they will have to protect him. That's the point.
No, what I'm saying, no. What you don't get my points. Well, I could just say that situation where he was shouting about whatever it is. I don't even believe they were shouting, but he said the next day I just beat him up. But what I'm telling you is that
if they beat over Benin up, the only thing we can do is
so Benin people won't do anything. That's what you're telling me.
No, we can stop anybody from entering Benin Kingdom.
No. If they try it, trust me, that they will do. Listen. Benin will no longer be part of Nigeria. The day they will do it. That's the same thing with Alaafin for you. The day DSS will beat up our Oba. Are you kidding me?
Forget all that, Mike.
I personally will fight to Nigeria, and trust me, I will start a big insurgency there.
Everybody from entering Benin Kingdom. That's what we'll do.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Yes, Prof was sharing his thoughts on that space. Yeah. You were alarmed by it, were you?
Yeah, so the thing there is that one thing, Mike, one thing you should understand, the tendency of this DSS beating is there, but I agree with you.
I don't think they will go that far, but
I don't think they will go that far. But the only thing there is that the DSS they have the tendency of exercising disrespect and disloyalty to him. You understand? But one thing is clear. I believe strongly the action of the DSS was as a result of this Sunday Igboho's matter. That's one thing I believe strongly.
Mike also suggested that it may well just be to do with C-19 protocol. Just trying to and then it got out of hand.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing there is that this government they're just wasting time in doing things that just don't matter. They should try to put this nation in a state that will please people. They're just messing things up. That's my
please.
Go on, engineer. Yeah.
Prof, let's be honest.
Yes.
When it comes to things like this, these people are not ready to do nothing.
I know. That is very, very clear.
What they want to do is they want to keep stealing the money, imposing the law till this man will finish and leave the country in debt. That's it. That's what they're here for. Because today nobody will come out and say they will walk on the road or they will walk on the electricity. Nothing. They just want to be there. This is their last opportunity, so they'll have to make use of it. That's what is happening now.
Yeah, we all agree in that. It's just a pity that these things just go on. You
All right.
understand? I pray something comes to pass that will kick these guys out of power. Once
Okay,
and for all.
I'll take your opinion on one last story, Prof, and then we start to round off.
Okay.
I am not yet interested in 2023 presidential election. Akeredolu protesting, he protests too much, but you know, what are you making of that? He's putting out
What I
campaign
will simply
materials,
say,
and
I see that as a kind of political statement.
yes,
I see the man maybe surveying the environment to see if he would, has any chance. That's what I see him doing. In his heart, he knows what his intent is. Okay, he feels that he's ripe enough to, vie for that position. But openly, he may be saying that no, that I don't want to. I'm not ready for it. But I believe I just have that kind of instinct that man, he is interested in that position.
yes, of
He's
course.
interested.
They are all interested, but they are all just weighing their chances. You see what is happening now, Prof, is everybody's interested. So they're just using their aides and
Of
their
course.
voice to put out some little poster to gauge the public on that poster. Then once that poster is
Yeah,
out
yeah,
for
yeah.
about a day or two, they'll come out in front of the media and say, I am too busy with important matters of state. My job is so much, I don't have time for that. But they're just testing the water. So tomorrow we'll see another set of posters with another permutation to say X, Y, Okorota. We've still not seen Okorota's poster, which will come soon. So yeah, everybody testing the waters is what I suspect. But I thank you, Prof. We'll seek to Vin. Do we have you? No, we don't have Vin still.
How many people's posters have we seen now? We saw
quite a few.
Tinubu. We saw, so many people posters.
We saw Tinubu. We saw Oshibanjo at what is his name? Ganduje. Article we've seen all over the space. We've seen Malami poster as well. So quite a few of them. We've now seen Akeredolu. So everybody putting up posters to test public opinion. But let me start to round off now. And we start off with you, Sam. When I'm saying 1 minute now, just a literal 1 minute. So we go round and end it on engineer. So Sam, you first, Prof, you next, Mike then, and then engineer to take us home. So Sam, just very brief words as your closing remarks.
Yeah, I'm happy that, we from the South, we are all the same. What I want to preach here is that, for one thing, I might like Atiku to be president, but I still believe it is a turn of the South. No matter who they bring, I would like Oshibanjo, I like Tinubu, I like Obi, all those things. But this is the turn of the South. If we don't do that, no matter who they bring, the Fulani will consolidate their power. So we have to change that narrative so that the South, because when you
just very briefly, Sam, please, yeah.
When you look at Nigeria Constitution, it is the president that have all the power. The vice president doesn't have any power. So even if you people are saying Oshibanjo doesn't do what you want, Ajele could say Chuma doesn't do this, he can't do that because he doesn't have the power.
All right. That's a good spot to leave it. Thank you, Sam. We go next to engineer, who I think has to leave us just almost immediately. So, engineer, we hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Mamman. Just want to thank everybody watching your platform, and also we just have to thank our colleague that do come on the platform, because it's not easy. I give them credit, to be honest, because it's not that easy. And also just want to appreciate our country, and also my prayer is for the country to be good. Also for the evil leaders we have, well, they still have time, but to pray that let Nigeria be in peace. And we know that they are here to be stealing money and to be committing everything they will do. But God will help us. And also thank you, One Man, for organizing this platform, because it's not that easy to deal with people and
engineers. It's not easy, because a lot of the people here, they are big personalities, and when you are pushing them, they think it's. But sometimes you just have to push. We are coming up to 6 hours now, and you are saying
Exactly.
hurry up, make the point, and there's, so.
Well, you have done well. You have done well. Just keep it up, and I'll still thank you very much. And have a good night, everybody.
Okay, Kwenu.
Yeah,
Kwenu. All right.
Kwenu.
All right. Thank you, engineer. Also, now, Mike, to you, just the same rules, very short closing remarks.
Yeah, very short.
No.
You guys.
Sorry, Mike. Let me go to Prof first, and then you can round it off. Prof, to you. Yeah, sure. Prof, to you.
Okay, yeah. And what I simply want to say, I thank you for the show. Thanks to everybody. But, my heart still goes for those of the people in that space of Nigeria. My words for them is that I know what's going on. The government is bad, but I just don't know how the resistance to change things. As it is now, there are two options: the nation divide, and the other option is change the scenario of government, which looks very difficult. One of those is what has to take place. And one thing is clear: any government in place, I wish there could be a means for them to see that whomever is in power or on office in any capacity mets out what's meant to be done for those in front of them, so that it will please them. That's very important. I wish the nation well all the same, even though I want the nation to divide, but I wish those inside that nation well.
All right.
That's my words. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. A delight to hear from you. So now, Mike, just very, very briefly round it off for us. Just briefly, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to. I'll run it off on the point you guys were talking about yesterday about the UN protest. That the reason why am I being a coward for not trying to go. I support the Yoruba agitation. The only part I don't agree with is the idea that we have to go and get these European countries to come and help us to get it. And the reason why I don't jump behind that idea is because I learned from history, because similar situation has happened before in the past, where this group, this in the Congo, there was a region called the Katanga. They were trying to secede from the Congolese states because they didn't like the government of Patrice Lumumba. And that time, the Western countries didn't like the government of Patrice Lumumba either. So they team up with him to take out the government of Patrice Lumumba, promising him that when they take out Lumumba, they will give him his country, the Katanga region. They used him to go to civil war against the government of Lumumba, and they used him to assassinate Lumumba. Immediately after they assassinated Lumumba, they turned around and brought Mobutu to become the president and keep the country warm. And now Mobutu government was even worse than what's his name, Patrice Lumumba's government. So that's why I don't trust those countries to come and help us to get our freedom, because they will use us to overthrow the current system we have now. God knows what they will bring after that. So that's why the reason why I'm just against that part of the Yoruba agitation. But it's not because Ajale Koko was saying he's disappointed, but he doesn't know where I was coming from. I know history very well, so I don't trust these outsiders to come and help us get Yoruba nation. So that was my position. Reason why I don't support the whole UN.
Are you sure you're not a runaway soldier? People say you're a runaway soldier.
No.
Access without
the
leave.
part of the part of the Yoruba agitation I don't support is the idea that is the British, the Western country, British America, they'll come and give us Yoruba nation. No. That part, people don't know their history very well, because if they do, they will know that you can't trust those countries to come and give you something. If you want something, if Nigerian people want freedom, they have to take it themselves. That's where they are getting it wrong. You have to do it yourself. You don't need outside forces to come and give you, because they will come in and create a war situation for you. This government you're complaining about, at least you still have democracy, but the one that will give you worse than the one you have now. I'm telling you, look around Africa now.
All right. Thank you, Mike. A delight as ever. Mike, you know his voice. Most of you love his voice, even though you pretend. Mike is very popular amongst you. I know that. Thank you, Mike. So that was Mike rounding things for us. Not much more to add on to what Mike has said. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.